Chapter 1. Two cute babies traveled through time. Huaxia, Zhangcheng Institute of Technology. On the playground. As the temperature warms up, many girls participating in playground activities have changed into hot pants and short skirts. A pair of slender legs with black stockings or white bubble socks will undoubtedly show off the already perfect curves. As the upper body clothes were relatively thin, the proud figures of some of them were fully displayed. Such a scene made many boys nearby look forward to it. I say, fourth brother, why don't you get up and take a look? Such a beautiful scenery, you really don't understand romance. Several people looked towards Yiqing, who was lying on the lawn. I saw him covering his eyes, lying on his back, with a dogtail grass in his mouth. Oh, so you didn't come here to bask in the sun, you came here to think about the sun. Several people. As the activity ended, several people stood up. Are you going or not, old four? You guys go back, I'll stay in the sun for a while. Yiqing waved his hand and sent away the several blue-beating immortals in the dormitory. Thinking about what his roommates had just said, he sighed with helplessness on his face. It's useless to look at it. With his qualifications, I'm afraid there aren't many people like him in the whole school, right? His parents died when he was young, and the assets they left behind were barely enough for him to complete compulsory education. Now he owes the school tuition. How dare I, penniless as I am, betray a good man? Although Yiqing is also a pervert, he is also one of those who has a conscience. Of course, this is self-proclaimed. Just as he was thinking about it, the next moment, a curtain of light appeared before his eyes. At the age of 18, you relied on the savings of your deceased parents to get into a key university. You lived frugally, worked part-time, and after graduation, you joined a large internet company. At the age of 28, you have worked in a large company for several years, have some savings, and have met a girl. You want to marry her. Although she did not ask, you still grit your teeth, overdraw the next 30 years, take out a loan to buy a house, and prepare for the wedding. At the age of 30, you have a mortgage and feel like a wild donkey that has been shackled and turned into a nuclear-powered donkey. Your boss always gives you the heaviest work because he knows you have weaknesses all over your body. This year, your twin daughters were born, and your wife also understands you. You have a warm harbor. At the age of 35, you still can't escape the butcher knife of time. You are unemployed. The anxiety of unemployment, the pressure of loans, and the burden of life make you mentally collapse. You often get angry for no reason, quarrel with your wife, and scare your children to cry. Every night after your anger, your wife and children carefully clean up the broken glass shards. In the same year, in order to relieve the child from worry, the wife packed her luggage and returned to her parents' home with the child. Your life has hit a low point. The life counterattack system has been loaded. Do you have the courage to restart your life and complete the counterattack in your life at the age of 40? Yiqing looked at the words. Blanche? Is this my future life? Fuck you, God. Wow, it starts and ends with the collapse of the sky, right? Wrong. Etc. What's up with this system? He has only been in college for half a year, which makes him 18 years old. Why does the system already say he is 35? Could it be that the system came too early? This time, my life is really going to turn around. For a moment, Yiqing was curious about whether the system had any rewards, or what tasks it had. Obtain forgiveness from two precious daughters, reward, newbie gift pack. Yiqing. System, it would be great if you were a real person. Let's add a green bubble and I will definitely send you a 60-second voice message. However, 60 seconds is WeChat's limit, not mine. It seems that this first task will be stuck for more than 10 years. Yiqing sighed deeply, and then a soft cry was heard. Yiqing looked towards the other side of the playground. I saw two little girls running. The two little girls looked almost identical, wearing white gauze skirts and a pair of pigtails floating behind them. Their faces were really cute, with big watery eyes, long eyelashes, and chubby baby fat, as if they had just run out of a fairy tale town. However, they looked nervous, holding each other, and staggering a little with one step deep and one step shallow. Later, a fluffy white puppy chased them, staring at the two little girls with its round eyes, barking woof woof and wagging its tail happily. As if he thought he was playing with it. Hiss. A hint of doubt flashed across Yiqing's eyes. Why do these two little girls look so familiar? However, Yiqing still trotted over. He held the two girls in one hand and overturned the little puppy with the other hand. His hands were scratching its belly dishonestly. Feeling the flesh, Yi Qing felt like he couldn't stop. Woo woo. The little puppy seemed to be clamoring, showing his little milk teeth and wanted to fight with Yi Qing. Oh, you have quite a temper. Yi Qing scratched the puppy for a while before letting it go. However, the little fellow kept looking back while running, still crying and looking unconvinced. Little things. Yi Qing felt the warmth in his arms, turned around and looked at the two little girls. I was just about to ask where their parents were. Then I saw the two little girls with tears in their eyes, and their delicate faces were full of grievance. Her little mouth is pouting as if it could hold an oil bottle. Then, tears fell. As one drop fell, others followed. Wow! They cried and threw themselves into Yi Qing's arms. Yi Qing was just about to touch their heads. Dad! You misses Dad so much at Grandma's house. Xiao Rou misses Daddy too. Daddy, don't want us. Dad? No way. My buddy is only 18 years old. Kids, don't shout. Brother just saved you. You can't repay kindness with evil and let brother become a father. Yi Qing thought to himself and was about to say it out loud. Suddenly his brows tightened. He seemed to remember who these two girls looked like. I am so. Seems a bit like me. Yi Qing squatted down, held their shoulders and looked at them. It was indeed similar. Although Yi Qing's family situation is dire, his appearance is still very good. These two little girls are also very good looking. Moreover, the nose and the face are really similar. However, even if these two beautiful human cubs look alike, it doesn't mean anything. What are your parents' names? I'll take you to look for them later. Are they nearby? Yuan Yu listened to Yi Qing's words, pouted, and looked at her father with confusion in her eyes. Dad seems to have become more handsome and younger. But, Dad is Dad. Mom said that Dad is a daughter slave, and he will soften his heart as long as we cry. It seems that the crying just now was not enough. Yuan Yu looked at her younger sister Yuanru beside her, leaned over and whispered in her ear, Xiao, Dad doesn't want us anymore. Wow! A loud cry suddenly came. Chapter 2 Mission completed, generous rewards. When he cried, Yi Qing felt as if his heart was being pulled apart. Don't cry, don't cry. Dad misses you too. Dad will take you to eat something delicious later, okay? Yi Qing was ready to calm the two little guys down. Dad was just teasing you guys, why are you still crying so hard? Tell Dad if you want to eat anything. Yi Qing touched the two girls' heads and felt a strange feeling. It turned out that this was the feeling of having a human cub. It's so soft and nice. No wonder men become daughter slaves after having daughters. Dad, I want a lollipop. When Yuan Yu heard about eating delicious food, she patted Yuanru and said, don't cry. Then he held her face and rubbed the corners of Yuanru's eyes vigorously. The little fleshy hand caressed the little fleshy face, and Yi Qing felt soft in his heart. The problems with this system have not been solved yet, and we have to help people find their relatives first. Yi Qing thought. But the next moment, a curtain of light rose up in front of Yi Qing. It is detected that the host has completed the system task. And it was completed in such a short time, and the novice gift pack level was upgraded. Reward the host with a car, now upgraded to Santana Rolls-Royce Phantom. Reward the host with a set of housing, now upgraded to Zhongbei Apartment Ziyun Pavilion Villa. Both cars and houses will be distributed in a reasonable manner. Yi Qing looked at the light curtain. Pupil earthquake. What's the meaning? What does this mean? What is this for me? Is this still the timeline of Earth in 2025? He looked down at the two little girls who were pulling at his trouser legs. An idea that made his scalp tingle suddenly appeared. Could it be that? No, I'm still a high school boy. How did he become a super rich dad? Not sure yet. This system seems to be insane. We need to test it out a bit more. Passing by a convenience store, Yi Qing bought 2 lollipops. Thank you, Dad. Yuan Yu opened one and stuffed it into Yuanru's mouth. Xia, sister. Yuanru said in a low voice. Yi Qing bought another notebook. You two little girls, can you write your parents' names? I can. Yuan Yu took it, held the pen in her little hand and started writing, but her hands were just smacking circles. However, it was rare for a child of 4 or 5 years old to be able to write. As the two words Yiqing were written, Yiqing had already determined in his heart that this was his daughter. After all, he had never told them his name before. Plus the system's assists. But how did they get here? Also, who is your wife? As Yiqing expected. Yi Wanyu wrote the 3 words Bai Zhixi on the paper. Bai Zhixi? Yiqing's heart moved. A pretty figure emerged in my mind. Bai Zhixi was the former school belle of number 1 middle school. She was stunningly beautiful with a slim figure. What impressed Yiqing most was the surging breasts beneath the school uniform and the slender white ankles revealed when she ran and jumped. And that pair of straight long legs and waterfall-like hair. After all, everyone in high school is wrapped up quite tightly, so it is not easy to remember these things. How lucky do I have to be in the future to marry the school beauty? No wonder the system said that even if the woman didn't ask for it in the future, he would still grit his teeth and buy a good house. Blanche, color batch. I cursed myself secretly. Yiqing also remembered that Bai Zhixi had excellent grades in high school and was admitted to Jiangbei, but the school was the best one in Jiangbei University. Let me digest it first. As Yiqing spoke, he held a little girl's hand and walked towards an underground parking lot. According to the system instructions, the Rolls-Royce was here. Yiqing saw it as soon as he got underground. After all, with the Parthenon-style air intake grille, the Statue of Ecstasy, and the huge body of the car, who could not help but notice it? Dad will drive you to your new home later, okay? New home? Are we going to the new home? Where's Mom? Will she come over too? Mom, I won't come over today. You guys stay with Dad and wait until tomorrow for Dad to pick you up, okay? Yiqing carried them to the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Okay. As they talked, they gently swung their short legs in the back seat. Yiqing sat in the driver's seat. It's impossible not to be excited when touching the brand new steering wheel. However, the impact it brought to him in such a short period of time was so great that he felt a little numb. As the vehicle drove out of the basement, Yiqing's cell phone also rang. Hello? Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wei Mushue, the housekeeper of Villa number 3 in Ziyun Pavilion. The change of ownership has been completed. If you need to come over, just contact me and I will assist you with some other matters. A gentle voice came. I'll be there in a minute. Okay, I'll wait for you to arrive. Hang up the phone. Yiqing looked at the 2 well-behaved girls in the back through the middle rearview mirror. Why did you 2 get out on your own? Speaking of this, the 2 little girls were also confused. We were sleeping at Grandma's house, and when we woke up, we found that Mom and Grandma were gone. I was walking with Xiaro, and then we were chased, and Dad saved us. Travel through time. What's going on with this timeline? Not to mention that the system comes from the future timeline, it's pure madness. And you brought your daughter here too? It's a bit confusing. While driving, Yiqing sorted out his thoughts. As the navigation system approached the destination, a voice started to sound. Yiqing smiled and thought to himself, I am such a beast. 2 beautiful daughters and a school beauty wife. And there is this life counterattack system. What else do you want from a bicycle? Just enjoy it first. Thinking of the school belle in his mind, Yiqing only heard Li Yunlong's classic lines in drawing sword in his ears. Fire. 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 Anyway, I have to go to Jiangbei University tomorrow. With a step on the accelerator, Ziyun Pavilion is right in front of us. Yiqing looked at it with surprise on his face. The scenery in this place is so beautiful. Not to mention the neatly arranged villa area, just the fact that it is surrounded by mountains and water, overlooking the riverview and surrounded by mist, shows the difference of this place. At the entrance of the community, a beautiful figure stood there, wearing a professional suit that showed off her figure. The collar of the white shirt underneath was slightly open, revealing a small piece of skin as delicate as snow. The black bow tied at the collar added a bit of playfulness and elegance to the overall look. Paired with a black hip-hugging miniskirt, the hem of the skirt just reaches the upper and middle thighs. Further down are 2 slender legs tightly wrapped in black stockings, as if fine silk was wrapping a beautiful jade. Although she was wearing high heels, she still stood on tiptoe and looked into the distance, as if she was looking forward to someone's arrival. Really? With the roar of the engine, the Rolls-Royce came. This should be Mr. Yi coming. Chapter 3. Yes, we have 2 daughters. Wei Mushue looked at the Rolls-Royce in front of her, recalling Yiqing's voice when she called just now. He doesn't seem to be very old. He must be young and promising. However, you have to be at least 30 years old. As she thought about it, she started moving and headed forward. As the car window was rolled down, a young face appeared in Wei Mushue's eyes. She looked at Yi Qing, but her eyes unconsciously glanced back. As a result, I only saw two little girls in the back row. Hiss. So, this young man is Mr. Yi? The owner of Villa number 3? How old is he? 20? He looks about the same age. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wei Mushue who just spoke to you on the phone. I am also the exclusive housekeeper of Villa number 3. I will take you to Villa number 3 now. Please wait. I will take the staff car of the villa area to guide you. No, just get in the car. Yi Qing pointed at the co-pilot seat. Good. Wei Mushue got on the passenger seat and guided Yi Qing into the villa area. The two little girls in the back row were looking at the luxurious villa next to them, both leaning on the windows with their noses pressed against the glass, like little pig noses. Wow, Dad, where are we now? Aren't we going back to our home? Dad will bring you to our new home, and we will live in our new home from now on. Upon hearing the news, Yu and Shiro came over. Even Wei Mushue turned her head suddenly. She was surprised in a different way than the two girls. What surprised her was that these two were Mr. Yi's daughters? She thought it was her sister. The country has allowed for second and third children. Perhaps some wealthy family has responded to the country's call. It seems that Mr. Yi's real age is a little older than he looks. This is normal. People are different. Looking at their faces, who would have thought that Jimmy Lin is the same age as Suna? But Dad, our toys haven't been moved in yet. And the little Pegasus that Yu was holding sleeping wasn't brought over either. Wait for Dad to buy you some new ones in the next few days. Yi Qing responded with a smile. After a while, they arrived at Villa number 3. After getting out of the car, Yi Qing looked at the Chinese-style villa in front of him and couldn't help but be distracted. As you step into the courtyard, an exquisite Taihu stone rockery comes into view, with holes connected together, like a three-dimensional ink painting. Under the rockery, there is a clear pond with rippling water. Goldfish are swimming leisurely in the water, occasionally jumping out of the water, splashing layers of ripples. On the corridor, the wood carvings are exquisite. Not only Yi Qing was shocked, the two little girls also opened their mouths into an O shape. Dad, is this a palace? Are Yu and Xiaoro going to become princesses? Xiaoro, let's go. Hey. Yu raised her chubby little hand, held Xiaoro's chin, asked her to shut her mouth, and then took her by the hand and ran in the yard. As for Wei Mushue and Yi Qing, they followed behind. Run slower, don't fall. Yi Qing looked at it and said a few words worriedly. Beside him, Wei Mushue was also introducing them one by one. After the introduction, it was already evening. The two little girls were running all the time. Now I feel like all the energy has been drained out and I am listless. As for Wei Mushue, she went to handle other procedures and left temporarily. Yi Qing looked at the refrigerator and saw a lot of fresh ingredients, which seemed to have been bought just today. Dad will cook for you, okay? Okay. Yu said loudly, and Shiro nodded heavily. Go wait on the chair, Dad will be ready in a minute. After saying that, the two girls came to the chair, used their hands and feet to climb up in a moment, sat down obediently, and waited for the delicious food to arrive. Yi Qingza brought the ingredients into the kitchen. Cooking is a piece of cake for him. After all, the living environment he grew up in does not allow him to become a rich young master. I am here. The meal is ready. The two girls were eating from bowls that were almost as big as their faces. Their bodies shook unconsciously as they ate. Occasionally when he put down the bowl, Yi Qing could see a chubby face filled with food, like a little hamster. After a while, both girls finished eating, carefully eating every grain of rice in their bowls. Dad. Yu held up the bowl and showed it to Yi Qing. There was anticipation in her eyes and her calves were shaking much faster. Yu eats really clean, that's great. Yi Qing said as he rubbed Yu's head. Xiaoro is really amazing. Yi Qing stretched out his other hand and touched the other girl. At this moment, Yi Qing showed a smile like an old father on his face. Anyone who sees these two little angels would probably feel the same way. Dad, it's getting dark, why hasn't Mom come home from get off work yet? Shall we go get Mom? Let's go, Dad. These few words gave Yi Qing a headache. Go find Bai Zhixi? How to find it? If he brought the two little girls directly to the door, he would probably be called a psycho. He had originally planned to meet Bai Zhixi tomorrow to talk it over. However, we still need to get some useful information first. Mom won't be back tonight. She's sleeping at Grandma's house. Mom said she'll come to see Yu and Xiao tomorrow. By the way, Yu, Xiao, do you know what secrets Mom has? Yi Qing suddenly asked. The two little girls who asked the question looked confused and thought seriously with their lips pursed. Yu knows. When Yu and Mom were taking a bath, she saw a heart on Mom's right buttocks. Mom said it was a birthmark. Dad, what is a birthmark? Yi Qing looked at Yu. Wow, this information is really important. This immediately increased the credibility a lot. Well done, Yo-Yo. Yi Qing praised, and Yu raised his head. Turn your head. Yi Qing saw Xiao was still pouting and thinking carefully, but she looked particularly cute this way. Okay, don't think about it, Xiao. Dad, I didn't expect it. Xiao was a little depressed. Yi Qing picked up Xiao and said, It's okay. Daddy, I want a hug too. Yu hugged Yi Qing's legs and shook him. Okay, come on. Holding two girls. Feeling the happiness welling up in his heart, he now understood why some fathers would cry their hearts out when their daughters got married. If it were him, he would cry too. Who can bear this double critical hit? Forget it, this matter is still a long way off. The most urgent thing is to deal with my wife first. As Yi Qing was thinking, a light curtain popped up in front of him. Take your wife home, reward, random multiple rebate on spending only for wife and children, God-level figure. When sleeping at night, Yi Qingkai discovered a problem. These two girls actually have a habit of sleeping with their arms around his. And, hold it tightly. Yu, Xiao, if you do this, Daddy won't be able to move. Yi Qing said helplessly. Dad, this is always the case when you accompany us for naps on weekends. And why can Mom do it but Yu and Xiao can't? Mom also sleeps with her arms around yours every day. As she spoke, Yu pouted her lips with her eyes still shining. Okay, I know another habit of Bai Zhixi, she must sleep with something in her arms. Moreover, these two little girls seem to have inherited this habit perfectly. Yi Qing wanted to touch Yu to make her quiet little mouth, but just as he was about to raise his hand, he suddenly remembered that his other hand was still held by Xiao. Helpless, I could only sigh. Go to sleep. Good night, Dad. As Yu spoke, Xiao beside her also whispered something. Get up the next morning. After dinner. Wei Muxue also arrived. Yi Qing looked at Wei Muxue, I need to trouble you today. Mr. Yi, please tell me. Please help me look after the two little girls today. I have something to do outside. After hearing this, the two cute babies playing nearby ran over and hugged Yi Qing's thighs. Dad, where are you going? Are you going to work? Dad is going to bring Mom back. Don't you miss Mom? Do you understand? Oh. Wei Muxue also squatted down and touched the heads of the two cute babies. Just looking at their little faces, she felt her heart melt. So cute, and so beautiful. It can be seen from these two cute babies that their mother must be quite beautiful as well. Sister will take you to braid your hair later, okay? I will braid beautiful braids for you. Okay, thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. Hearing that they were going to braid beautiful braids, the two girls happily followed Wei Muxue. However, Wei Muxue felt something was not right. Hiss. Shouldn't I call myself sister? This is a generation difference from Mr. Yi. Forget it, it's just a generation difference. She looked at the two adorable babies and a big smile appeared on her face. You two little cuties are mine for the time being. Yi Qing drove out. After a while, they arrived at the campus of Jiangbei University. However, on this campus, the Rolls-Royce is still quite eye-catching. Many students watched with envy. Although Jiangbei University is the best university in Jiangbei province and a 985 prestigious university, few students here dare to say that they will be able to drive this car in their lifetime. Which big boss is here to inspect the school again? Which senior is it? As the two boys were talking, they stared at the approaching Rolls-Royce. However, they then saw the young face of the person driving the car. Is this a student? Damn rich guy, are you here to pick up girls in our school? I've seen people driving supercars before, but this is the first time he's driving a Rolls Royce. As they talked, they watched Yi-Ching get out of the car. Still a handsome guy? In an instant, alarm bells rang in the hearts of several boys. There was no doubt that another girl in the school was going to be in trouble. Yi-Ching got out of the car and looked at a girl passing by. Hello, classmate. The girl is obviously a freshman, otherwise, she wouldn't be attending class so early. The girl looked at Yi-Ching, then at the car next to her, with a hint of nervousness and embarrassment on her face. Hello, can I ask you about someone? He's also a freshman. A few boys nearby were watching and thought, as expected, this restless guy started chatting up girls as soon as he got off the car. Because there were many colleges, after an hour of asking and searching, we found the one we wanted. Yi-Ching Kai arrived at the door of a classroom. It was the break between two classes. He walked in through the back door. The first glance fell on the most dazzling girl. The girl's eyes are like the brightest stars in the night sky, clear and bright, and her eyes seem to hide a bottomless pool of autumn water. The other facial features are perfectly embedded in that oval face. At this moment, she was standing up and chatting with a few girls next to her. Her lips were red without any makeup, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, like a faint smile that made people feel like spring breeze. As for the figure, it was not much different from what Yi-Ching remembered. The proportions are just more perfect, with the long legs wrapped in jeans revealing perfect lines. The slender waist is not even wide enough to be held in one hand, but is just enough to hold. On the internet, it's suddenly expanded. It feels like there are great fruits hanging on twigs. Bai Zhixi felt the gazes, looked towards the back door, and saw Yi-Ching with a puzzled look in his eyes. It was as if he was calculating in his mind when he had met her before. Come on, let's continue with the class. Following the teacher's words, everyone sat down. Yi-Ching did not enter the classroom either. He stood outside the classroom against the wall, thinking about how to talk to Bai Zhixi later. I still have to let Bai Zhixi meet the two little guys today, but I have to lay some groundwork. As for paternity testing, it must also be done. Otherwise Bai Zhixi would definitely not be sure. After class, Bai Zhixi came out. Yi-Ching, you must have been waiting for a long time. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Bai Zhixi came to Yi-Ching with her bag and smiled. You are much more sunny now than you were in high school. You recognize me? What are you saying? How could I not recognize my old classmate? Even though we were in the same class in the first year of high school and you later transferred to another school, my memory is not that bad, okay? Bai Zhixi said angrily. Then he put his hands behind his back, leaned towards Yi-Ching, and stared at him carefully. I have to say, if you changed a lot more, I might not be able to recognize you. Have you also been admitted to Jiangbei University now? No, I'm at Jiangbei University of Science and Technology. I came here today to see you. Do you have classes later? Today there is none, just 2 sessions in the morning. Then can you go to a place with me? I want to tell you something important. Yi-Ching said. Bai Zhixi frowned, as if hesitating about something. However, looking at Yi-Ching's expression, he was relieved and said, okay. Not far away. The boys in the morning looked at this scene with their eyes wide open, and they couldn't believe what they saw. That guy. Is he the guy who drove the Rolls Royce this morning? Fuck, it's true. The one following behind is my junior schoolmate Zhixi. I'm Zhua. Just because you have money you can do whatever you want. We seniors are still eager to make a move. But it's already been taken away, huh? In an instant, they all wailed collectively, each of them feeling heartbroken. Just as they were wailing, a boy came over and whispered, okay, this isn't the first time this has happened. You didn't take action earlier. Now you can only put her down here. But the girl you can't put down, someone else may have to put her in. I'm boiling. Everyone stared at the person who spoke, and their hearts broke even more. Beat him. Good. Hey, why are you coming towards me? I didn't put it in there. Ah. While there's still a lot of noise here. Yi-Ching had brought Bai Zhixi to the side of the Rolls Royce. Zhixi, get in the car. I'll take you to a place. I'll organize my words and talk to you in the car. You're driving this car now? You've suddenly become rich, old classmate? Let's go, get in the car. Yi-Ching opened the car door. Bai Zhixi hesitated. Let's talk about it here if we have anything to say. What I'm going to say next may sound absurd, but it's all true. As Yi Qing spoke, Bai Zhixi's expression became visibly tense. If you want to confess, don't say it out loud. I don't want to date right now. We can reminisce about the past, but as for the rest, I'll take care of you. Bai Zhixi spoke first and warned with her hands crossed in front of her chest. Seems to have quite some experience. Yi Qing said, we have a pair of twin daughters. Chapter 4 Mom is here. Boom. This sentence was like a thunderbolt from the sky, striking Bai Zhixi directly, leaving her with an expression of obvious surprise. She looked at Yi Qing, and for an instant, her eyes were filled with extremely complicated expressions. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how. She's only 18. A freshman. I've never been in love. Still the first time. Now you tell me that you and I have 2 daughters? Is this a beaver? Bai Zhixi wanted to complain, but she didn't know where to start, because there were complaints everywhere. There was silence for quite a long time. Bai Zhixi looked at the Rolls Royce next to her, took a breath and said, Yi Qing, are you under too much pressure because of your sudden wealth? How long has this situation lasted? Have you considered increasing the dosage of the medicine? Yi Qing. He looked at Bai Zhixi in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Okay, you can curse without using any swear words, right? Are you treating him like Fan Jin who passed the imperial examination and suddenly became rich and then went crazy? Don't blame me for being rude. Then let me give you some proof. Do you have a heart-shaped birthmark on your right buttock? Tai. A sentence. Bai Zhixi's face suddenly turned red. It's so red that it's about to bleed. This expression made Yi Qing understand that this must be true. Now my words are more credible, right? Then, in his eyes, Bai Zhixi took out her cell phone and typed something. Yi Qing came over. The huge 110 suddenly appeared. Hey. Don't get excited. I'm not a hooligan, and I've never peeked at you taking a bath. My 2 daughters told me this. You believe me? You bastard. Go to the police station and see the police, believe it or not. Bai Zhixi was about to dial out when Yi Qing pressed her finger. Then Yi Qing took out his phone and said, look at this, look at them. I'm telling the truth, these are the 2 girls. Looking at photos on the phone. Bai Zhixi frowned, these 2 little girls. In her mind, she compared her childhood self with the photo in front of her. At least 70% similar. Moreover, these 2 cute babies are so cute. It's so cute. With just one glance, Bai Zhixi felt a strange feeling in her heart. This seems like a blood connection. Looking at Bai Zhixi, who was slowly calming down, Yi Qing sighed in his heart. It turned out that cute kids are really useful. If I had known this earlier, I would not have told Bai Zhixi's secret, which almost caused Uncle Hat to take action. He opened the car door and said, come on, I'll take you to see the 2 little girls, and then we'll do a paternity test. As Yi Qing spoke, Bai Zhixi also had a complicated expression on her face. Finally, she nodded and got into the car silently. Yi Qing drove away. At the same time, the boys who were playing around before were watching the scene not far away. Their hearts are now broken. In their opinion, the situation just now was, Yi Qing proposed to support Bai Zhixi, but Bai Zhixi refused with her hands crossed in front of her chest. Yi Qing raised the stakes, Bai Zhixi was angry, and finally, Yi Qing took out the secretly taken photos and videos and said, By the campus beauty, you don't want this video to spread, right? Poor Bai Zhixi could only submit obediently. This bastard. In an instant, they roared in their hearts, and some even wanted to smash Yi Qing's car when he came to Jiangcheng University next time. Of course, this idea is just a thought. They are just students and no one can afford to hit them. I can only go back and heal my wounds slowly. In the car, Bai Zhixi sat in the back row with a cold expression. She slowly came to her senses and realized that the secret that Yi Qing had just told her was probably told by the 2 little girls. After all, she had never taken a bath with anyone else since she grew up, and only her closest relatives in the family knew about it. They would not spread the news, so Yi Qing would never know through this channel. If it is really as Yi Qing said, she is just a freshman. Is this what it means to be a mother? And my future husband is Yi Chang? Bai Zhixi thought about it and secretly glanced at Yi Qing. Yi Qing was driving attentively. His angular profile and serious expression further highlighted his good looks. From this perspective, he seems quite handsome, and not bad. Pooh. Bai Zhixi, what time is it now, and you still have such thoughts? You are really hungry. Bai Zhixi spat at herself in her heart. Let us think about what to do when we meet two cute kids later. Let us take it one step at a time and see the results of the paternity test. Halfway through the journey, Yiqing stopped the car and said, "Wait for me for a moment." As he spoke, he left the court and came back with a bag. Then we started driving again. After a while, the two of them came to Ziyun Pavilion. Looking at this environment, there is also a villa area. Yiqing, are you living here now? Yes, the two little girls are at home now, you will be able to see them in a while. Come to villa number 3. Inside, Wei Muxue had already helped the two little girls to braid their hair into pigtails, and was now taking them to run around in the huge yard. From time to time, the sound of Yu and Xioro laughing could be heard. It's like a happy paradise. As Yiqing's car arrived, their attention was also attracted. Yiqing got out of the car. Dad! Dad! Yiqing looked at the two girls running over with a smile on his face. He squatted down and opened his arms, ready for a big hug. However, the two little girls deviated from their route as they ran, and ended up passing directly past Yiqing. Mom! Mom, you're off work. Two voices came. Yiqing. So Dad just isn't as attractive as Mom? Bai Zhixi, who had just got off the car, was hugged by two girls on the legs. She lowered her head and looked at the two pink and tender little porcelain dolls. She felt her heart beating rapidly. A sense of blood bond suddenly came over me, just like the feeling of seeing a blood relative who is far away in another province and still feels extremely close after not seeing him for more than 10 years. However, she seemed not to have expected the situation to be so intense right from the start, and she stood there in a daze. Not sure what to do next. After Yu and Xioro rubbed their faces on Bai Zhixi's pants, they also looked up, their eyes full of confusion. What's wrong with you, Mom? Usually at this time, they will give them a big kiss first. Mom, what's wrong with you? Is Mom okay? Mom, we were very good today. Mom, are you unhappy today? Mom, we didn't sneak out. We were sleeping, and when we woke up, we were not in Grandma's house. We were clearly lying in bed when we were sleeping. The two little girls thought that Bai Zhixi didn't kiss them because of this incident. In the blink of an eye, tears started to fill her eyes, and there was a hint of crying in her eyes. It seemed as if a flood was about to burst at any moment. Bai Zhixi panicked. She looked at Yiqing, who was still stunned beside her, clenched her fist, winked, and made a gesture with her mouth, "Save him." Yiqing rolled his eyes at her, she couldn't even coax a child. He came over, squatted down, and touched the two children's heads. If you cry, you're not a good child. Mom is just too tired from work today. Yiqing said. The two little girls seemed to understand as well. Mom, are you tired? Then Yu will help you with the hammering. Yu is very good at it. Every time, Mom says that she feels much better after Yu has done the hammering. Xiaoro can also help Mommy pinch it. Xiaoro raised her little face, unwilling to be outdone. Okay, then thank Yu and Xiaoro. Are these the nicknames of the two children? Bai Zhixi also came back to her senses, reached out her hand, and touched the two children's heads. The strange feeling in her heart became more obvious. She squatted down and looked at the two girls. They were so beautiful. Add to that the fact that she looked 70% like her when she was a child, and I'm afraid it's really as Yiqing said. I really want to steal those two little girls away. But there is also Yiqing. She looked at Yiqing thoughtfully. Why? I'm telling you, don't have any unrealistic ideas. Yiqing understood the look in the father's eyes and warned him. Bai Zhixi was seen through by Yiqing and she puffed her lips, looking very angry. Mom, can you kiss Yu and Xiaoro? Yu and Xiaoro are not being naughty on purpose. Mom, you used to kiss them every time you got off work. And they bring us presents. Mommy kisses you. Bai Zhixi said, kissing the two girls on the cheeks. However, Bai Zhixi still felt uncomfortable saying the word mom. He. Yiqing also got in the car and took out the dessert she bought on the way. This is a gift from Mom for you, a little dessert. Wow. I knew Mom wouldn't forget it. Mom, let's go to the sofa and give you a massage. As she spoke, Bai Zhixi was pulled away. The first step into the villa at Bai Zhixi. The host is really fast, completing such a difficult task in such a short time. Now issuing rewards, random multiple rebates for consumption only for wife and children, god-level body. A light curtain popped up in front of Yi Qing, and then a magical feeling surged into his body. A warm current surged through his body. It's like reshaping something. In the yard, Wei Muxue looked at Bai Zhixi with confusion in her eyes. Forget about Mr. Yi, but why does this guy look like he just entered college? When did they have a child? Is there really anyone who has such ageless beauty? What can she say when faced with such a situation? Except envy. She also introduced the hostess who was visiting the villa for the first time. In the end, Yi Qing was the only one left standing outside the door. He spread his hands. Well, that's what being a father is like. He parked the car silently and walked into the room. The two girls had already started serving him. Yi Qing looked at it with envy. After sitting down, he sighed, when can I be treated like this? Bai Zhixi, who was enjoying herself, glanced at Yi Qing, this guy. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow in response. The campus beauty has adapted well now, and is completely different from her previous appearance of shouting and killing. As expected, no one can resist the temptation of a cute baby, if possible, then two. Dad, Shiro will also help you to massage, you just lie here. Yu is here too. Just a moment later. Yu said helplessly, Dad, your body is too hard, like stone. Mom is soft and gentle, it feels so good to press on her. No more pinching, Shiro, let's go. Eh? Yi Qing was enjoying it, but it ended so suddenly? Ha ha. Bai Zhixi just laughed. What are you laughing at? Yi Qing came over and said unhappily, and tapped Bai Zhixi on the head. Ah. Bai Zhixi covered her head and pouted, looking angry. Chapter 5 Paternity Test. There is more important business. Yi Qing said softly, and Bai Zhixi understood. She stood up and looked at Yu. There are a few strands of your hair that are particularly long. Can Mom pull them out for you? Okay. Xiaoro, you have some here too. As Bai Zhixi was talking, Yi Qing quietly wrapped it in a plastic bag behind her. Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi also pulled their hair later. While the two girls were taking a nap at noon, Yi Qing asked Wei Muxue to go down and look after them at night, and he went to the appraisal agency with Bai Zhixi. Yi Qing chose the special express option. After paying 5,000 yuan, it is detected that the host spends 5,000 yuan, triggering a random rebate, a rebate of 1,000 times, and now 5 million has been issued. Yi Qing didn't expect that this first rebate would directly give him 5 million? Seeing Yi Qing's expression, Bai Zhixi also handed over the phone, we'll pay for this fee in half. If Yu and Xiaoro are sure that this is our child, I will pay half of the cost of raising the child in the future. As she spoke, Bai Zhixi started fiddling with her phone. Okay, call up the payment code and I'll transfer the money to you. Bai Zhixi said. Yi Qing also understood what she meant. This girl just now went to various payment methods to collect the money. Yi Qing understood this operation very well. Generally, for large expenditures, he would transfer the money scattered among various payment methods to his bank card and then pay it all together. He thought about Bai Zhixi's previous situation, and it seemed that the situation at Bai Zhixi's family was just average. Of course, his situation is much better than before the system was turned on. To be honest, someone with Bai Zhixi's background is not qualified to compare with him. However, he now has a rebate system, so the money is not necessary. No. Yi Qing hadn't even uttered 2 words when Bai Zhixi couldn't say a word. Let's wait and see the results. Yi Qing waved his hands and ignored Bai Zhixi at all, which made Bai Zhixi want to hit him. Sure enough, it's different when you give money. As soon as night fell, the two received the identification results. The result was not surprising, and it was confirmed that the 2 girls were their children. The two parked the car at Jiangcheng University. In the car, the two looked at the results in silence. The mentality of going to see the girl and now that things have settled down is completely different. Walk with me around the campus. Bai Zhixi said. The two of them also wandered around Jiangcheng University aimlessly. I don't quite understand what's going on now. This is unscientific. Bai Zhixi said. Science? Those Taoists on Mount Wudong said they believed in science, but they ended up creating a sonic boom and then using a ladder to climb up to the roof. There are so many unscientific things. Could it be that just because I have a system it is scientific? However, Yi Qing also had a clearer understanding of this matter. According to my thinking, these two little girls traveled from the future, and the timeline has become chaotic. While Yi Qing was talking, Bai Zhixi had already started brainstorming. Of course, she didn't think about these advanced physics things. She, a management major, couldn't figure it out. She was thinking about what to do with these two girls in the future? And how could she face her family with these two girls? She told Yi Qing her thoughts. I don't have such a problem. My parents died before I could remember. Bai Zhixi. What a joke from hell. Okay, no more jokes. I will take care of the child. He is almost old enough to go to kindergarten now. I will see. If he can't go to a public school, he can go to a private school. It's just a matter of money. Also, don't tell your family about this for now. There is no way to explain it. Anyway, I'll figure out everything. Yi Qing returned to his serious state from his previous ruffian state, which made Bai Zhixi feel much more secure. He nodded as well. I won't be irresponsible. Oh, then how do you want to be responsible to me? What is my responsibility to you? Damn it. How can I, a college student, have any chastity? You and I already have a daughter, and you want to be a scumbag who abandons your husband and child? You. Bai Zhixi felt Yi Qing's gangster aura and stomped her feet violently. How dare you say such nonsense? You are the only one who has chastity? I don't? Also, why did I abandon my husband and children? We clearly didn't do anything. Bai Zhixi roared in her heart. Yi Qing watched from the side with a smile on his face. At this time, we must use this kind of carefree attitude to pull Bai Zhixi out, otherwise this girl will probably think more and more and feel a lot of pressure. Yi Qing walked forward with his hands on the back of his neck. Wait for me. Bai Zhixi said, and shouted angrily, chasing forward. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Yi Qing slowed down his pace and strolled with Bai Zhixi in the school, chatting with her from time to time. Come back to the villa with me tonight. Yi Qing said, last night, the two girls asked me where their mother had gone all night, and whether she didn't want them anymore. Thanks to my resourcefulness and coaxing, I finally calmed them down. If they still can't see their mother tonight, I'm afraid I will be torn apart. He looked at Bai Zhixi's expression, and thought that his statement seemed to have stirred up waves in Bai Zhixi's heart, although it was a little exaggerated. Bai Zhixi also had this idea, but since Yi Qing didn't speak up before, she was too embarrassed to speak up. To be honest, whenever she thought of the two little girls' chubby faces, she couldn't help but smile, not to mention holding them to sleep, how comfortable that would be. It's okay. If you feel embarrassed, I will go back and pick up the little girl and put her in your dormitory. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Zhixi's face showed visible panic. But when she looked at Yi Qing's naughty smile, she knew he was lying to her. Bad guy. Bai Zhixi pursed her lips and muttered something. But a strange feeling arose in my heart. But the next moment, a shout was heard. Careful! A basketball flew across the court and towards Bai Zhixi. Just as Bai Zhixi was about to hold her head in her hands, Yi Qing took the lead and caught the basketball steadily. Sorry, bro. We didn't mean to do that. The boys looked apologetic as they spoke. If someone was injured by the collision, they would be in big trouble. Yi Qing threw the basketball in his hand. Swish! Long distance hollow into the net. Yi Qing looked at his palms. It seemed that after having a god-level body, not only did his body get better, but his strength and control over strength also became much stronger. Ai chow. You're awesome, brother. We are 5 and short of 1. Can you come and fill in the gap? No, I'm with my girlfriend. Yi Qing waved his hand and said loudly. This sentence made Bai Zhixi next to him blush. She hit Yi Qing's arm and whispered, What nonsense are you talking about? We are not. As she spoke, she fell silent. She would be Yi Qing's wife in the future, and she and Yi Qing would have 2 beautiful daughters. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with saying she is my girlfriend now. But it's very strange. They had clearly just gotten to know each other today. Just thinking about it, Bai Zhixi felt a headache coming on. The amount of information and shock she had received today had already exceeded the threshold she could bear. Wait until Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi left. 5 people continued to shoot, and without one of them, they couldn't even play half the game. That guy was really good at basketball just now. He could score a goal from such a long distance. What a pity. He already has a girlfriend at such a young age. He has tasted the bitterness of love and gave up his beloved basketball. The person next to him. Why does it sound sour when you say this? But the girl just now was really pretty. I think she's pretty much the school beauty. If I were her, I would choose the school beauty too. Besides, they just don't want to play with us. You can still play ball with your girlfriend at night. Play ball? What ball do you play? The boy who spoke first was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something and a hidden smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhao. What are you talking about? This is not a car going to the kindergarten. Let me get off. I want to jump out of the car. Ha, you're already in the thief's car and you still want to get out? I've welded 100 doors shut. Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi, who had left, didn't know what was happening after they left. They were preparing to drive back to the villa. You have to go through a small woods behind the campus. Yi Qing was quite touched when looking at the grove, as if every university had such a place. As for its function, Yi Qing understood the role of the grove in Zhongcheng Institute of Technology. How about giving it a try? Yi Qing murmured. Ha? What experiment? Bai Zhixi looked at Yi Qing with confusion. Then, Yi Qing was heard anxiously saying, "The principal is here. The principal is here." Rustle. A sound suddenly came from deep in the grove. Then one black shadow after another jumped out. Bai Zhixi. Yi Qing. I thought that students at Zhongcheng University were all devoted to studying. Isn't this 985 grove filled with the strong smell of hormones? Listening to Yi Qing's words, Bai Zhixi had already begun to seriously consider something. That's the thing about raising a child alone. After all, Yi Qing is so shameless that he might be beaten to death one day. She also spat at herself in her heart, thinking that she was so despicable. I will fall in love with such a bad boy in the future. Chapter 6, Sharing a Bed. Don't blame me, don't blame me. There's always a line in short videos saying you're so bad, I like you so much. All women are like this, all like this. Bai Zhixi muttered, and then went on to think about raising a child alone. At the same time, I also consider working to support my child. After a while. In Ziyun Pavilion. Wei Muxue was strolling in the villa area with her two little girls. Yu Yu looked up at her and said, "Sister, it's so late, why haven't Mom and Dad come back yet?" Don't worry, Yu Yu Xiaro. Mom and Dad must have been working overtime, so they came back a little late. We should go shopping and they will be back soon. Wei Muxue pinched Yu Yu's little face, which was soft and puffy, just like a steamed bun made from leavened dough. This touch struck Wei Muxue's heart in an instant. So cute. These two human cubs are so adorable. If possible, she would like to bring these two human cubs home to sleep together at night. But she also knew that this was not realistic. Mr. Yi will definitely not give in. Ah, cat. Dud did day. Yu Yu called out, then pulled Xiaro towards the kitten in front. Then the two girls surrounded the kitten. There seemed to be stars in Yu Yu's eyes as she looked at the kitten. She slowly squatted down, put her hand on its head, and then gently touched it, as if touching a treasure. Xiaro didn't do anything, but just looked left and right. Xiaoro, you can touch it too. It's very cute. As Yu Yu spoke, the kitten lay down after being touched, making a purring sound. Just as the two of them were touching the kitten, Wei Muxue also saw the two people following the kitten. A young man and a beautiful woman, both looked to be in their 20s. The young man was tall and big, with a hint of arrogance on his face, while the girl had a cold temperament, like an ice beauty who kept people at a distance. They strolled and chatted. Wei Muxue looked at them and recognized them. These two people are also the owners of Ziyun Pavilion, but they are not husband and wife, but siblings. The boy is called Lin Han and the girl is called Lin Yu. The two of them were taking a walk with their uncle cat at home after dinner, but they didn't expect that they would encounter a roadblock after just a few steps. Lin Han, how old am I? I just graduated from college. Look how anxious my parents are. They even want to arrange a blind date for me. Who wants to get married so early? What's the point of getting married? I'm free and easy on my own now. Isn't that right? What do you think? Lin Han felt a headache listening to his elder sister's nagging. He had originally planned to come out to digest his food, but ended up being bombarded like this. Did it have anything to do with him? He was just about to see where the uncle cat in front had gone, but unexpectedly, the uncle cat had been knocked down by the two little guys. He looked at the two human cubs and nodded to Lin Yu next to him, making a gesture. What? Lin Yu was furious. Did this naughty little brother listen to him carefully? She turned her head and looked at the two human cubs and was also stunned. He took 2 quick steps forward. He walked around the two little girls. Yu Yu and Xiaoro looked up and saw Lin Yu. They smiled broadly and said, "Sister. Is this your kitten? It's so cute. Wow." The word sister stirred up huge waves in Lin Yu's heart. Her face suddenly turned red. Lin Han, these two little girls are so cute and beautiful. Lin Han. Your face is as red as a bubble teapot. Then you can have one yourself. With your looks, as long as you don't marry someone ugly, the child you give birth to should be very cute. Lin Yu let out a light exclamation and stared at Lin Han. Lin Han slapped himself lightly on the mouth and said, "Just treat it as my fart." Snort. Lin Yu felt her whole body inside. She didn't bring any candy or anything. Lin Han watched her movements from the side and said helplessly, "Sister, you have become accustomed to rescuing so many animals. Don't think of feeding human cubs just because you see them." This sentence made Lin Yu feel embarrassed. Lin Han also chatted with Wei Muxue for a few words. He was a little surprised to know that this was the child of the owner of Villa Number 3. Villa Number 3 was also one of the most expensive villas in Ziyun Pavilion. At least it is much more expensive than his villa. Hee itchy. Attracted by the little girl's laughter, Lin Han looked over and saw that the elder sister had already started. He put his 2 hands on Yu Yu's waist, ready to pick her up, but it made Yu Yu laugh because she was itchy. Lin Yu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and an unprecedented emotion was gathering in her. Lin Han looked at her, walked over, and whispered in Lin Yu's ear, "How about we take these 2 children home?" "Is it feasible?" "It's not feasible," Lin Han said helplessly. "My sister really has such an idea?" Not far away, 2 figures also walked over. Yu Yu Xiaoro watched and struggled to get out of Lin Yu and ran towards Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi. Lin Yu looked at her empty arms, sighed, and felt a hole in her heart. "Mom and Dad. You guys are back?" Yu Yu and Xiaoro are petting the kitten. "Come and see, the kitten is so cute." Maybe because they hadn't seen Yi Qing and the others all afternoon, the 2 little girls shared eagerly. Lin Han and Lin Yu also looked at Yi Qing and the others. "TSK, such young parents? Sister, take a look at that boy's face. If you're looking for a partner, you should find someone who's much more handsome than him." "Why?" Lin Yu was puzzled. "Oh, you still don't understand. If you want a child with the looks of those 2 little girls, then you have to match the looks of these 2. Fuck. Are you saying that I'm less pretty than the kid's mother?" Lin Han put his index finger and middle finger together, leaving a gap. "The difference is not that big, just this much." "That's not much." "Oh? Sister, can you see the sea of stars in the gap?" Lin Yu. Lin Yu immediately started to show her teeth and claws. Yi Qing, who was not far away, looked at the 2 of them. Oh my god, why did they start fighting? They went over and Yi Qing got to know them. Looking at Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi's looks up close, Lin Han and Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. It was truly amazing. People with good looks do not look their age. These 2, even though they both have children, still look like they are only 18 years old. "I feel like you're older than me, so I'll call you Brother Yi. I see the 2 girls really like kittens. We have a club with a lot of fun things to do. If you have time, you can bring your sister-in-law and the kids over to play together. We also often rescue stray animals. We have kittens that are about to be weaned, and you can adopt one." "Brother, are you telling the truth?" As Yu Yu spoke, her big eyes blinked as she looked at Lin Han. Xiaoro also opened her mouth wide and looked at the kitten not far away, looking forward to their own little friends. "We're of different generations, baby. Call me uncle." Yi Qing picked Yu Yu up. Bai Zhixi picked up Xiaoro. "Uncle. It's better to call me brother." Lin Han smiled, took out his phone, and sent an address to Yi Qing, who he had just added as a friend. "Brother Yi, bring your family to play when you have time." "Good." Yi Qing poked Yu Yu's little face with his hand. "Come on, shall we go home?" "Okay, let's go home." As they spoke, They also thanked Wei Mushue and let her go home. Wei Mushue stood there inside in her heart. She didn't want to get off this shift. Lin Yu was the same, looking at the little ones in the two men's arms with eager eyes. Especially when Xiao stretched out her little hand and waved at them, it almost made Lin Yu break down her defense. Okay, stop looking at my sister. I'll go back and see if there are any boys my mom sent me who are more handsome than him. Lin Yu said. Oh? Lin Han raised the corner of his mouth. Wow, there is an unexpected surprise. But, for some reason, he seemed to see a hint of paranoia in his elder sister's eyes, that is, to kill the father and keep the son. Chapter 7. It turns out that the two children have to hold something while sleeping because they inherited it from you. On the way home, the two little girls were looking forward to the kitten all the way. Dad will take you clothes shopping tomorrow, okay? Okay. Thank you, Dad. Then we can see if we have time tomorrow and go pick up the kitten. Really? Of course it's true. Dad, you're the best. Beside her, Bai Zhixi listened to the talk of buying clothes and thought about her account balance, and nodded. She also wants to buy beautiful clothes for her daughter. Although you may not be able to buy a lot now. Back home. A curtain of light suddenly popped up in front of Yi Qing. Sleeping with your wife and children, rewards, God-level driving skills, enhanced appearance. Oh? Yi Qing looked at the light curtain. This task was really easy to complete. It could be said that he didn't even have to make any effort to complete it. After all, I have two little babies. Let us see how to operate it later. After washing up. Hey, I can sleep with mom and dad again. Yu Yu held Bai Zhixi with one hand and Yi Qing with the other, with anticipation and joy in her eyes. Xiao climbed onto the bed early with the same expression on her face. Ah? Sleep, together? Bai Zhixi didn't expect there would be such a segment, as she had never slept in the same bed with a boy. How about this, mommy takes you to sleep in another room? Oh, damn it. Yi Qing cursed in his heart. Are they going to isolate me? Is the task completed? Meeting Yi Qing's gaze, Bai Zhixi felt a little guilty. No. Mom and dad can't be separated, our family must sleep together tonight. Yu Yu said this firmly, but her little mouth was already pouted. Xiao also got off the bed, tears in her eyes. Mom and dad, please don't separate, okay? Looking at the expressions of the two girls, Yi Qing couldn't help but nodded in his heart. Well done to my two precious girls. Hey, mom and dad don't mean to separate. Bai Zhixi panicked. That's right. She didn't know how to explain, so she looked at Yi Qing, who was smiling beside her. Don't just watch the fun, help him. You didn't tell me when you were going to isolate me with your daughter just now, but now that you can't handle it, you want me to save you? TSK, woman. Bai Zhixi listened and bit her lip, her face full of embarrassment. Seeing that things were not progressing, Xiao's little pearls had already fallen down. Sleep. Mommy, Daddy, and Yu and Xiao, can we sleep together tonight? Bai Zhixi quickly helped Xiao wipe away her tears. Xiao nodded, and Yu came over, held Xiao's little face, wiped it for her, and then looked at Bai Zhixi and Yi Qing. With his hands on his hips, he didn't say a word, but it seemed like he said a lot. She looked like an elder sister protecting her younger sister and wanted to bring the crime to justice. It's as if to say, you two adults, do you think it's fun to bully a child? At this moment, even Yi Qing's momentum was weakened a lot. Bai Zhixi even slumped to the floor. She could see that the two girls had different tempers, one like Yi Qing and the other like her own. One is domineering, the other is gentle. Especially Xiao's gentle knife, every cut was life-threatening. Dad, lie down here. Mom, you're here. Good. Oh. Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi also obeyed obediently, changed into pajamas and lay on the soft bed. Bai Zhixi looked at the distance between her and Yi Qing, and her nervous heart relaxed. There is still some space left in the middle. The two precious daughters were separated in the middle. Mission completed. The host's speed is getting faster and faster. Rewards issued, God-level driving skills, enhanced appearance. The appearance enhancement will change slowly over a period of time, and will not change in an instant. Looking at the light screen in front of me, I also felt that there were a lot more things in my mind. They are all knowledge related to car skills. Okay, time to go to bed. Yu hugged Yi Qing's arm, while Xiao hugged Bai Zhixi sideways. Both girls looked relieved. Yi Ching stretched out a hand and touched the little koala hanging on his body. Go to sleep. Dad will take you out tomorrow. After turning off the lights, Yi Ching closed his eyes. But then, he felt like someone was watching him. He turned his head, opened his eyes and looked at Bai Zhixi. Under the moonlight shining in, Yi Ching saw Bai Zhixi with her eyes closed. Could it be my illusion? He closed his eyes again, and the feeling from before came over him again. Hiss. He opened his eyes again, only to find that the person on the other side still had his eyes closed. This time, he simply didn't close his eyes and stared straight at Bai Zhixi. As expected. After a while, Bai Zhixi quietly opened her eyes, and her tender and watery peach blossom eyes were about to blink secretly to look at Yi Ching. But he was caught by Yi Ching. The two looked at each other. Bai Zhixi pursed her lips, her peach blossom eyes flickering. I dare not look into his eyes for too long. It's like being caught doing something bad. In the end, I could only close my eyes, but my mind was still sorting out today's events. I don't know how long it took before my breathing became even. Night. Yi Ching's dream was not very good. He dreamed that he was tied up and imprisoned in a cage. After waking up, Yi Ching looked at the wide ceiling and breathed a sigh of relief. However, he felt something strange about himself. One of her legs was held by a little girl, and next to her was Bai Zhixi. She hugged Yi Ching's arms, and her slender white legs were resting on Yi Ching's belly. Wow! In an instant, Yi Ching knew who the two girls inherited the habit of sleeping with something in their arms from. The original source is here. However, Yi Ching did not move. He was in a situation where a single move would affect the entire family. If he moved, the whole family would probably wake up. Forget it, just lie down. After a while, Bai Zhixi also woke up slowly, opened her peach blossom eyes, and looked at the side with sleepy eyes. Then she saw the boy Yi Ching. She was startled and was about to scream, but then she stopped herself as a sea of memories flooded into her. What happened yesterday is remembered. After calming down for a while, she discovered something embarrassing. She seemed to treat Yi Ching as her own teddy bear, and now she was in such an awkward posture, so embarrassed. Bai Zhixi blushed and quietly let go of Yi Ching's arm. Then she slowly raised her legs, turned around, and rolled off the bed. She stood up and looked at the scene on the bed. A slap on his forehead. Wow, it's obvious that these two girls are his biological children. The way they hug people is exactly the same. Will Yi Ching sleep like this every day from now on? Suffered. Thinking of this, Bai Zhixi looked at Yi Ching with pity and sighed silently. Then I went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Followed Bai Zhixi out. Yi Ching also sat up, looked at the two girls, gently moved them away from his legs, and then gave them the two little things to hold. He got out of bed and headed towards the bathroom. In a moment. In the kitchen, Bai Zhixi made some breakfast, brought it out, walked into the master bedroom, and prepared to call the two children together to eat. Then I heard the bathroom door open. Then I saw Yi Ching coming out. However, at this time, Yi Ching had the bath towel tied around his waist, his upper body was bare, and one hand was still wiping his hair with the towel. Bai Zhixi's first reaction, don't look at anything inappropriate. Second reaction, something is wrong. She looked at Yi Ching. Stare at the muscles that seemed to be carved by a knife and an axe, the six-pack abs, and the other perfect muscle lines. Hiss. If you like, you can touch it. Bah, hooligan. Bai Zhixi curled her lips and watched Yi Ching change his clothes. Breakfast is ready, let's go out and eat. Okay. Yi Ching moved closer to Yu Yu and Xiaro and patted their butts gently. The sun is shining on your butt, get up and eat. Woo. The two little girls opened their eyes, but they were a little sleepy, and sat up, their hair was already messy. The little hand was clenched into a fist and he was rubbing his eyes. As if trying to wake himself up quickly. I'll take them to wash up. After Yi Ching waited until they woke up, he picked them up one by one. Let's go and wash up. Looking at the little girl who was standing on two small stools and washing herself at the sink, Yi Ching also sighed. What a cute human cub. Delicious. Yi Ching praised generously. The two little girls next to them were also eating and shaking their bodies. Mom, breakfast is delicious. But it's so strange. Is today a special day? Mom usually doesn't get up in the morning to make breakfast. Yu Yu asked doubtfully. What's going on? Yi Ching stared at her. Does this mean he has to get up early and make breakfast from now on? Bai Zhixi was helpless. How would you know? As he said this, he still felt a little aggrieved. From now on, you have to get up and make breakfast. Yi Qing said nonchalantly. Okay then. Bai Zhixi pursed her lips and puffed them out. This could be considered a mistake she would make in the future. Ha! That's not right. Why should I take the blame for my future self when I haven't even enjoyed it yet? But, it doesn't seem right. Well. After thinking for a while and still not figuring it out, Bai Zhixi sighed heavily. After dinner, the family set off. Arrived at the mall. Yi Qing decided to go shopping today. Make good use of your rebate. Have some hot water. Bai Zhixi took out her bag and prepared to open the kettle for the two girls to drink some water. However, due to the steam pressure, she tried to open it several times but couldn't. Here, Yi Qing, help me twist it. Yi Qing took it, bang. Then it opened. Yu looked at Bai Zhixi, who was pouring water for them, and asked in confusion, Mom, why is your strength getting weaker? Mommy isn't very strong to begin with. No, Dad said that when you're angry, you can split your skull in half with one hand. Yi Qing. Then he felt like a thorn in his back. Turning back, Bai Zhixi stared at him angrily. Is that what you said to the two kids? Hey, that's not what I said. As he said this, Yi Qing also felt that something was wrong. It's not what I said now. Then I'll try and see if I can split your crown open. Seeing Yi Qing was about to run, Bai Zhixi looked at the two girls who had just finished drinking water and said, Catch him. Come on. Dad, don't run. Chapter 8 Caught Dad. The two little ones also started shouting, clamoring to catch Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing dodged it. The noisy noise attracted many people nearby to look over. They looked at the two little girls, and each of them had an anti-smile on their face. Perhaps, no one can resist the temptation of cute babies. Stop making trouble, stop making trouble. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he saw two little girls rushing towards him, especially Yu, who was ready to charge at Yi Qing with her little head. He raised the corner of his mouth, and after exerting his strength, he lifted up the two little girls. We got Dad. Yu was excited. Dad caught you. Sister, I am the one who caught Dad. Xiaoro grabbed Yi Qing's pants with a happy expression on her face. Behind, Bai Zhixi also came over and raised her fist towards Yi Qing as if in protest. Okay, let's go shopping for clothes. Yi Qing said this and took them to the children's clothing store. Wow! I have to say, these children's clothes are really beautiful now. Yi Qing looked at the various clothes and nodded. The clerk looked at Yi Qing and the other three, and her gaze finally fell on Yu and Xiaoro. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Such a beautiful child. Unable to resist taking a few more glances, she walked towards Yi Qing. Hello sir, do you want to pick out some clothes for your child? We have. Following the shopping guide's introduction, Yi Qing also picked out a few pieces, including daily clothes and pajamas. Bai Zhixi took the two happy children in to change clothes. After a while, he ran out. Dad, look, isn't it beautiful? Yu was wearing white bear pajamas and jumping in front of Yi Qing, just like a cute bear cub. Xiaoro also followed out. It's just that Xiaoro walks more steadily and looks a bit silly. Yes, wrap this up. Then he changed a few more sets, and Yi Qing nodded. Pack them all up. The shopping guide was so excited that she felt she was so lucky today. Not only did she see such beautiful treasures, but she also sold so many clothes. How much? Just when Yi Qing was about to pay, a message came on WeChat. He clicked it and Bai Zhixi transferred 2,000 yuan to him. I also want to buy clothes for the child. We'll split it in half. These may not be enough. You can help me out first, and I'll pay you back later. Bai Zhixi bit her lip and spoke in a low voice. Do you have any money on you? And another 500 for this month's living expenses. Yi Qing thought, it's only the beginning of the month, the silly girl, no wonder the second baby is so stupid. It turns out she inherited this gene. Oh, there's still a lot of private money left. Choose, are you going to kneel on the washboard or sleep on the floor? Yi Qing said something, and Bai Zhixi suddenly covered his mouth. What are you doing? I'm just telling you your future words first, so that you won't have anything to say when the time comes. Forget it, just keep your private money for now. I hope you can be more tolerant towards my private money in the future. Yi Qing smiled wickedly and returned Bai Zhixi's money. I will never touch your private money in the future. Bai Zhixi looked at the phone, understood Yi Qing's meaning, and muttered softly. It is detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan for his daughter, triggering a 3,000-fold rebate, a rebate of 15 million yuan. After paying, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qing. There is so much rebate. Next, Yi Qing took Bai Zhixi and the two little girls and started shopping. It is detected that the host spent 2,000 yuan for his daughter, triggering a 1,000-fold rebate, a rebate of 2 million yuan. Come on, try these on. Yi Qing said this and took the little girl to buy some clothes. Wow! Yu looked at a women's clothing store and looked at the beautiful women's clothes inside. Dad, this dress will look really good on Mom. Xiao also echoed. Yu wants to buy this dress for her mother. Yu raised her chin and said to Yi Qing. This tsundere little look made Yi Qing laugh. You little girl, you are so smart, and you still buy clothes for your mother. Do you have money? Bai Zhixi came over and pinched her pouty little face. Sister and Xiao are both rich. Mom and Dad, you take our New Year's money away every year, saying that you will save it to buy meaningful things in the future. Yes. Yu also echoed. Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes. They didn't expect that after getting married, they would become unscrupulous parents who defrauded their children of their New Year's money. However, Yi Qing's eyes lit up soon after. He had almost bought all the things for the child. If he wanted to spend more money, he could only start with Bai Zhixi. Okay, then let mommy try it on. Yi Qing said. Bai Zhixi was also stunned. This dress looks a bit expensive. I have some clothes. She waved her hand, but Yi Qing gave the two girls a look. Yu understood and took Bai Zhixi in. After a while, several people came out carrying several sets of clothes. It is detected that the host spent 10,000 yuan for his wife, triggering a 2,000-fold rebate, a rebate of 20 million yuan. Holding the clothes, Bai Zhixi sighed and looked at Yi Qing. He was the one who bought this for her. After all, the child had traveled through time and space, so how could she get any New Year's money? I'm afraid the amount I owe is increasing. You still have a lot of New Year's money, how about we go buy something for Mom? Okay. Let me see, this cosmetic store is nice. Set off. Yi Qing took the two little girls and walked forward. Bai Zhixi also stamped her feet anxiously behind her. Why? Why do I still have to buy cosmetics? I've bought enough. However, while Bai Zhixi was speaking, they had already rushed into the store. This looks good, should I buy some for Mom? Okay. Dad, this is so beautiful, buy one too. And this. By the time Bai Zhixi arrived, they had already bought a lot. How much does this cost? These are high-end cosmetics. Mom, look, we bought a lot. Yi Qing. Bai Zhixi came over and pulled the corner of Yi Qing's clothes, with an embarrassed look on her face. Please don't buy so much, okay? I don't usually use so much. I've bought enough for today. A few words, coupled with that slightly aggrieved expression, Yi Qing couldn't help but feel moved. He reached out and gently pinched Bai Zhixi's face. Compared to Yu Xiao's chubby face, Bai Zhixi's is more firm. He leaned close to Bai Zhixi's ear and whispered, "This is not just for you. Aren't you going back to school for class soon? Take it back to the dormitory and distribute it to them. After all, if the little girl cries and asks you to accompany her in the future, it will delay your class time. Then, won't you have to help answer the questions?" A soft voice sounded, coupled with Yi Qing's exhalation, which made Bai Zhixi's ears itchy. A strange feeling arose in my heart. After all, ears are a sensitive point for girls. That doesn't need to be so much. Just listen to me. As Yi Qing spoke, he couldn't help but feel helpless. This silly girl, he was spending money like crazy. Then I'll change some from those you've chosen. Some of them are not suitable for our age. Bai Zhixi also understood Yi Qing's personality. She was afraid that even if she wanted to give up, she couldn't. In that case, she decided to change some. At least lower the price. After a while, everyone came out carrying large and small bags. However, Bai Zhixi seemed to be more focused and looked around. Finally, they landed on a men's clothing store. "Let's go buy some clothes for Dad, how about that?" Okay. After finally spending the 2,000 yuan, Bai Zhixi had a smile on her face. Yi Qing looked at her and sighed helplessly, this girl. However, he looked at his own information on the screen. After I swiped the money just now, my total assets are now close to 300 million. In such a short time, he became a billionaire? After putting the things in the car, they returned to the mall, found a pet store, bought some bottles, cages, cat litter and other things, and then returned to the car. After wandering around for a whole morning, the two little girls seemed to be running out of energy. After returning home and having dinner, they went to sleep. Yi Qingzi moved all the things out of the car. After arranging Wei Muxue to take care of the child, Yi Qing then sent Bai Zhixi to Jiangcheng University. When we arrived at Jiangcheng University, it was noon and there were not many students. I'll pick you up after class. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Yi Qing. Bai Zhixi got out of the car carrying a lot of bags. The next moment, a light curtain popped up in front of Yi Qing. Chapter 9 New Ways to Flirt. The host has been forgiven by his daughter and wife, but his wife's friends are still angry about your behavior of hurting them. Please regain their recognition. Reward, a Maserati president, God-level cooking skills. Oh. Yi Qing looked at the light curtain. This is simple, just a matter of raking grass and catching rabbits. Yi Qing looked at the time. When he returned to the villa, the child would be almost awake. Bite. The cell phone beeped. Third brother, fourth brother, damn, where the hell have you been? It's been a long time since you came back to the dormitory. Third brother, I answered your question today. You and second brother have been acting really strangely recently. What are you doing? One of you stayed out all night, and the other cried bitterly. I think something is wrong with second brother. Yi Qing, third brother, I may not be home at night recently. Third brother, hey, you have a girlfriend, right? Hey, who the hell is this witch who dares to absorb my fourth brother's young energy every night? Yi Qing. Yi Qing, I'll treat you guys to dinner when I get back, at Tiancheng Hotel. Third brother, why are we still talking about these nonsense? Let us put it this way, brothers can't do anything wrong. We will take care of it when the teacher calls on us. At the same time. In the girls' dormitory. Lin Yun was sitting on the bed, her calves swinging. Zhang Meng and Wang Yi were also lying leisurely on the other two beds. The three of them chatted idly. Hiss. It's really strange, why hasn't Zhixi come back yet? Hey, Lin Yun, you've never been in love, so you don't understand. Zhixi has fallen in love. Isn't it normal for this young couple to stay out all night? Otherwise, the small hotels around us would have closed down long ago. Ah? Zhixi is really in love? There is no sign at all. No, I must interrogate her thoroughly when she comes back. Yes. That's right, we must interrogate her thoroughly. As they were talking, they heard the sound of a key entering a hole. Tai. The three of them sat up abruptly, looking at the door with a look of amused delight. Then, a pretty figure came in quietly. When she looked up, she saw three pairs of piercing eyes staring at her. Bai Zhixi was even shocked. I thought you guys took a nap at noon. No, I'm waiting for you. I bought you some cosmetics. Bai Zhixi was talking, and Lin Yun waved her hand. Want to use these to seal your mouth? Don't even think about it. Hey, you two, leave some for me. You're spending too much. The three looked at the cosmetics and knew they were quite expensive. There is an embarrassed look on his face. There is no reward without merit. How about this, I'll cover for you. If you stay out overnight or have to take roll call in class, I'll help you deal with it. Me too. Zhang Meng cupped his hands with a funny look on his face. Bai Zhixi chuckled and started to pack up her books. Wang Yi came closer with a probing look on his face. Who is it? Who? TSK. A flower thief. He's from another school. He's my high school classmate. You don't know him. Bai Zhixi's face gradually turned red as she listened to her roommate talking. Now, her relationship with Yi Qing is really weird. More than husband and wife, but less than lovers? They already had a child before they even confirmed their relationship. If I were to tell my roommates about this relationship, I'm afraid their heads would explode. Oh. So it turns out that the one who was close to the water gets the moon first. Then you must bring her to us next time. We will see what kind of handsome guy can take our beautiful girl home. Stop it. Bai Zhixi said angrily with a blushing face. They had never seen Bai Zhixi with such an expression before, and each of them had an anti-smile on their face. But they showed disgust and fanned their hands. Hey, this is the sour smell of love. Okay, I have to go to class soon. Bai Zhixi couldn't stand their teasing and could only avoid the spotlight for the time being. In the classroom, Bai Zhixi was also listening to the class, but she was in a daze from time to time, as if she was thinking about something. The corners of his mouth are often raised. Look at Zhixi, tsk. Oh, this is the case for everyone who has just fallen in love. Besides, this is Zhixi's first time in love, so this is normal. The stinky man in the class is still dreaming. He didn't expect that his dream girl has been picked up by someone else. Zhixi, what are you doing? Are you thinking about your boyfriend? Zhang Meng came over and asked in a low voice. How is it possible? I was thinking about this question in the book. Oh, Zhang Meng opened her mouth. Oh, I said our Zhixi is gifted and can understand a book even if it is read backwards. After hearing the words, Bai Zhixi suddenly lowered her head, and sure enough, the book was upside down. Ah! Bai Zhixi's ears turned pink from embarrassment, and her face looked like it was about to bleed. Lin Yun looked at Zhang Meng. You were so mean. The get out of class is about to end. Outside, Yi Qing had already arrived at the classroom door and was looking at the scenery through the window. Many girls passing by also noticed Yi Qing. Do you see that handsome guy over there? She has a nice figure too. Which college is she from? Does anyone know? I don't know. I haven't seen it. How about going up and asking for WeChat? Yi Qing turned his head, looked at the girls who were eager to make a move, and shook his head gently. His refusal was obvious. After seeing this, the girls looked gloomy, but they didn't hesitate anymore and just walked away. Soon, a boy holding flowers came over. Oh? Is there any confession to this? Yi Qing came over. Hey, buddy, who are you going to confess to? The boy was bored waiting, looking at Yi Qing. Seeing that he should be a freshman, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Junior, you are quite curious, but you should know this person. Have you heard of Bai Zhixi? Yi Qing narrowed his eyes. Damn it, he ended up eating the melon on his head. Blanche. He looked at the boy and said, you are just using the same old tricks. Girls nowadays don't eat them. This one sentence made the boy's self-confidence a little shaken. This guy looks handsome and a bit badass. He must have had many relationships. Is there any new way to seduce girls? Do you want to learn from him? He was just about to speak when the bell rang. The students rushed out, and finally, Bai Zhixi and Zhang Meng came out. Because the temperature had just turned from cold to warm, and the classroom was chilly, Bai Zhixi couldn't help but breathe into her hands. Several other roommates also came out chatting and laughing, and then their eyes fell on Yi Qing. Wow! So handsome. And the figure looks good too. The type that looks thin when dressed but has muscles when undressed. The one holding the flowers next to him is just average. The boy holding the flowers was about to move when Yi Qing patted his shoulder and held him down. After giving him a look that said, look at me, brother, he walked towards Bai Zhixi. Hey, pretty girl, it's quite cold in the classroom. Yi Qing pretended not to know him. The girls next to her also pursed their lips. As expected, boys still look at faces. Next to Zhixi, they can only be supporting roles. The handsome guy came straight towards Bai Zhixi without even looking at them. Bai Zhixi saw that Yi Qing was actually waiting for her outside, and it seemed that he had been waiting for quite some time. She felt warm in her heart and a sweet smile appeared on her face. It is no exaggeration to say that her smile is enough to conquer the city. The boy holding the bouquet was stunned. So beautiful? Where is the iceberg beauty you promised me? Why is she smiling whenever she sees someone? Yeah, it's quite cold in the classroom. Bai Zhixi nodded. Come on, brother will take you to eat hot pot tonight. The boy holding the flowers listened and snorted in his heart, thinking, this guy must be crazy, you just say this right away, there's no way she will agree to you. I'm lucky enough that I didn't beat you to the point where you can't take care of yourself. But the next moment, Bai Zhixi opened her lips and said, okay, thank you brother. Boom. This sentence made the boys freeze, their eyes suddenly widened, and they couldn't believe what they heard. I Blanche? You agree now? Are you kidding me? In an instant, he began to regret it. He didn't expect Bai Zhixi to fall for it. Miscalculated. Come, give me your hand, and I will cover it for you. As Yi Qing said this, Bai Zhixi also blushed and stretched out her little hand. I'll go. The boy was completely confused. Even Zhang Meng and others nearby felt their mouths twitching and their brains reacting wildly. Then, an idea suddenly occurred to them. Could this person be? While everyone was thinking about it, Yi Qing was about to take Bai Zhixi away. At the back, the boy suddenly said, "Wait. Bai. Junior sister Bai, I can also take you to eat hot pot." Bai Zhixi. Yi Qing beside him had a smirk on his face. "What are you doing? Didn't you see that she has already agreed to go out with me? How about this? How about you pay for the hot pot tonight, so that you can feel involved?" Boy. I feel like I'm involved. Beside him, Bai Zhixi punched Yi Qing. This guy was too unruly. Seeing the boy choking, Yi Qing laughed and walked forward with Bai Zhixi. The boy looked at it, feeling as if a stone was pressing on his heart. Why can't I do it? Damn it. Why can this kid do this? Zhang Meng and others looked at him, listened to his mumbling, and couldn't help laughing any longer. Sorry, we have received professional training and generally do not laugh. Unless I can't help it. Ha ha ha. It's said that men's IQ drops to 0 when they see a beautiful woman, but you can't even see that. He's Bai Zhixi's boyfriend, so why can't you? They are just having fun with each other, why do you take it so seriously? As they spoke, Zhang Meng and the others also chased after Bai Zhixi. The boy holding the flowers listened and froze in place. After a long time, he threw the flowers directly to the ground and shouted, "Fuck." He cursed inwardly and left in disgrace. Fortunately, there were few people around, otherwise, he would have been in great disgrace. He really wanted to find a crack in the ground, crawl into it, and never come out again. So embarrassing. Chapter 10 Kitten. Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi were also waiting for their roommates in front. "Zhixi, please introduce your handsome boyfriend to us. But to be honest, you two were really good at acting just now." "I didn't react at first," Wang Yi said, looking at Yi Qing closely. "I have to say that Yi Qing is the type of person who looks stunning at first glance and becomes more attractive the more you look at him. This is Yi Qing, he's mine. Bai Zhixi was thinking about what to say. After all, the two of them had not confessed their love yet. The child's father. Yi Qing took over the conversation and grinned. "Bai Zhixi. You are too blatant." However, the girls on the opposite side did not take Yi Qing's honest words to heart at all. Instead, they thought that Yi Qing had a sense of humor. "Zhixi should only have a boyfriend like you, otherwise she is too cold." "Handsome Yi, thank you for buying cosmetics for us. However, these cosmetics are not enough to bribe us. You can't be mean to us, Zhixi, otherwise, we won't let you go." As he said that, Zhang Meng clenched his fist and shook it in front of Yi Qing. "Don't worry. It depends on your performance in the future." They looked at each other and were all happy that their roommate had fallen in love. Then, in front of Yi Qing. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task and gaining the recognition of his wife's friend. The reward is a Maserati President, which will be issued in a reasonable form. God-level cooking skills." After the light curtain popped up, a cool feeling surged into Yi Qing's body. Yi Qing felt his muscle memory and the recipe in his mind. Have I become the cooking saint now? If this were to be revealed, wouldn't he have to cook for him from now on? Forget it, just do it. After all, they are your wife and children, not outsiders. Then, I'll take Zhixi away. I won't be back tonight. Yi Qing held Bai Zhixi's hand openly. With just one sentence, Bai Zhixi was embarrassed again. After all, doesn't Yi Qing's words mean that they are going to do what they love at night? Etc. The two were about to leave when Zhang Meng spoke. Yi Qing turned around and looked at Zhang Meng in confusion. Zhang Meng rubbed his hands with a smile on his face. "Handsome Yi, do you have any brothers?" This one sentence made Wang Yi and the other person secretly curse him as cunning. This girl is so cunning. She actually spoke first and asked the other person if he had any brothers after seeing that he was handsome. That's not the case. After being pestered for a while, Yi Qing finally agreed to take Bai Zhixi away only if there was a handsome guy to introduce to them. "Zhixi, do you have a driver's license?" "Yes, but I haven't driven it much since I learned it." Bai Zhixi said this, wondering why Yi Qing asked this. Yi Qing, stop by the roadside for a while. I'm going to buy some food for the kids. I always bring gifts after get off work, so don't forget today. I'll go buy it. After shopping, Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi returned to the villa. Dad! Mom! You guys are back. Yu and Xiao, who were playing with Wei Muxuan in the yard, saw the two of them coming back, and also took short steps and rushed towards them. Wei Muxue watched from behind with a bitter look on her face. It seemed that her wonderful time of taking care of the baby was coming to an end. You've only been away for a short while, and you're already missing Mom so much? Bai Zhixi also handed the things she bought to the two maids. They are two little Pegasus dolls. This was specially chosen by Yi Qing. After all, he didn't want to have the nightmare of being tied up every night. As for why he didn't buy one for Bai Zhixi, Yi Qing naturally wouldn't buy it. After all, if he bought it, he wouldn't be able to have sex with her. He is still calculating when to fire. Thinking about. His phone also started ringing. Oh, please send it over. As Yi Qing was speaking, a large truck arrived nearby and the loaders began loading and unloading. Yi Qing took Bai Zhixi and the others out to watch. A brand new black Maserati President appeared in front of everyone. The smooth lines, the stretched waistline, and the iconic trident, every detail is designed with aesthetics in mind. Do you like it? Yi Qing looked at Bai Zhixi, who couldn't help but open her cherry lips. This. Yi Qing had asked her if she had a driver's license before, but he actually bought her a car, a luxury car. By the time she reacted, Yi Qing had already put the key in her hand. Yi Qing, can I not do it? Xiao, Mommy doesn't want to drive you out to play. Yi Qing directly started the substitute attack. In an instant, the two girls looked at Bai Zhixi with aggrieved and hopeful eyes. Bai Zhixi. Bad guy. But my driving skills are really not that good. What if I get hit? You're not good at driving? It doesn't matter. I'm an experienced driver. I'll take you out to practice at night when there are fewer cars on the road. I guarantee you'll learn it. Yi Qing was full of confidence. After all, he was now a man with God-level driving skills. Bai Zhixi pursed her lips and nodded. Thank you, Yi Qing. We are all family, why thank me? After all, I am the child's father. Yi Qing's words reminded Bai Zhixi that Yi Qing had introduced himself to his best friend in the same way. Okay, let's pack up, go out for a meal, and then go pick up the kitten and take him home. Ah. Go pick up the kitten and take it home. We're going to have our own kitten. The two girls had excitement on their faces and their big eyes were full of hope. Night. The family had a hot pot meal. So he set off towards the address Lin Han had given him before. This club is quite interesting. It is not located in the downtown area but on the mountain, away from the crowd. At first glance, it is obvious that this is the place where these young men and women gather, and it is not for profit at all. They had just reached the mountain road. Then I heard the roar of an engine in front. Yi Qing looked and saw a Porsche 911 in front of him, which was drifting through the first corner with a tailspin. So this is where they race cars. They really know how to have fun. He thought about it and recalled the details of the Porsche's cornering just now. He shook his head slightly. There were still major flaws and the cornering speed was not fast enough. As he thought about it, Yi Qing spat at himself. This is my occupational disease coming back after I acquired God-level driving skills, right? However, he would not go speeding because his children and wife were still in the car. What if he scared them? If he went speeding, they would also worry about their safety. Dad, the lights in the distance are so beautiful. Mom, you look too. In the back row, Yu jumped down from her seat, leaned close to Bai Zhixi's ear, and pointed at the lights of thousands of homes in the distance. That's the city we just came from. Isn't it beautiful? At this time, several young men and girls were already waiting in front of the club. They looked at the mountain road, and then they heard the roar of an engine. Then, the Porsche appeared. It came at a very fast speed, and with a flick of its tail, it stopped steadily in front of everyone, stirring up a wave of dust. Lin Han got down from the main carriage. He waved at them with a proud look on his face, as if to say, "Dude, aren't you handsome?" As for the co-pilot, Lin Yu opened the car door, her face turned pale, and then she staggered and sat down on the ground like a duck. Why? Lin Han prepared to help her up. Don't touch me. Lin Yu growled, and then cursed herself in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would not have provoked this boy. Now, he taught her a good lesson. Zoing came over and said, "Sister Yaya, the ground is cold." Let me help you up first. Good. Let's go in and have a rest first. His younger brother Zhou Kai also said this, which helped Lin Han out. They and the other young masters and ladies were just about to go in. Behind, a car came. Labor? Whose dad is coming here after buying a new car? Everyone looked at each other. Don't look at me, my dad is still a Maybach. My family hasn't bought a car recently. Let's take a look. When the Rolls-Royce stopped, Yi Ching got out. Oh my god. It's you, Brother Yi. This is your car. Lin Han said, and introduced the person next to him. This is Brother Yi Ching. He lives in the same villa area as us. I met him while strolling around yesterday, and I invited him over. As Lin Han spoke, he thought that Yi Ching already had a daughter. Although she looked much younger than him, her actual age should be older than him. That's why I called him Brother Yi. Yi Ching walked to the back row and picked up the two little girls. It's Uncle Lin and sister. Hello uncle, hello sister. Hey, there are other brothers and sisters. Hello, brother and sister. Yu and Xiao were not shy and greeted them openly. Everyone looked at the two little ones and was stunned. What a pretty girl. Just one glance and they thought the little angel from heaven had descended to earth. Lin Yu also put aside her previous discomfort, and went over with the girl next to her, and each of them picked up the two girls. This soft feeling immediately touched Lin Yu's heart. The girl next to her was the same. She opened her mouth and stared at Lin Yu in surprise. It turns out human babies are so cute. Several young men looked at the two little angels and were ready to go up and hug them, but they remembered that they had just finished smoking. They have already slapped themselves in the face and their hearts and decided to quit smoking from now on. Lin Han also looked at the two girls with an aunt's smile. However, I gradually felt that something was wrong. Hey, no, why are the others all brothers, but I am the uncle? Lin Han said helplessly. Lin Yu looked at her brother who was as tall as an iron tower and had wheat-colored skin. Do you look like your brother? Isn't it just that I'm not that handsome? Lin Han curled his lips. Sister, where is the kitten? Xiao looked at Lin Yu and asked impatiently. Yes, it's almost time for the kitten's dinner. Let's go over there. There's a room dedicated to kittens, and the other big cats are kept in another room. Everyone went over. As they entered the door, Yi Ching and the others saw a row of prepared milk bottles. Then Lin Yu clapped her hands. The kitten inside seemed to have heard the call. They all ran out. They were all furry and swaying, and used all four legs to run outside. Wow! So many kittens. So cute. The two little girls ran towards them, ready to pick one up. But the kittens cleverly avoided them and went towards the bottle. The two girls also experienced the feeling of me reaching out for nothing that day. Yi Ching said with a smile. When the other kittens are eating milk. Inside the room. A month younger, equally furry kitten also ran out. However, it shakes its head more when running, and its round shape makes it look even cuter. A little tabby cat. Chapter 11. Bai Zhixi is jealous. This little fool was the last one to run out. Lin Yu looked at the kitten and said, we met this kid when we were rescuing a big cat, but we still failed to rescue its mother in the end. It's also silly and always the last one to run out. How can it be so round? Bai Zhixi said beside her. I can't just watch it starve, so I can only feed it with my hand, so it's round like this. Lin Yu said, and saw that the little fool had been stopped by Yu and Xiao. The little fool looked at the two girls, neither taking a detour nor dodging, but staring straight at them, his big eyes full of confusion. You guys feed it. Lin Yu came over and handed the bottle to Xiao. Xiao nodded, squatted down, and placed the pacifier in front of the kitten. Little fool also came over to eat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two girls also took the opportunity to touch him. Then he cast an expectant look towards Yi Ching. It looks like the two girls have chosen our little fool. Lin Han laughed, that's good, it's fate. We were also afraid that this little guy would be bullied by other kittens. Brother Yi, what do you mean? Then let's take this little guy. We will treat him well. Yeah. Lin Han and the others looked at the two girls' gentle movements towards little fool and their eyes full of joy. They also knew that it would not be wronged in Yi Ching's home. Little fool has already received various vaccines here. Of course, there are some things to pay attention to. Lin Han explained everything in detail, and Bai Zhixi wrote it all down. Okay, let's take the little fool home tonight, okay? Dad, can we not call it little fool? Yu stroked the kitten lovingly. Okay, can you give it a new name? Then. Tuan Yuan. How about calling it Tuan Yuan? Yu said, looking at Xiaro, do you think this name is okay? Okay. Xiaro also responded, this name also seemed to carry hope. The family is reunited and never separated. Okay, let's call it a reunion. Thank you, Dad. A babyish voice came, almost melting the hearts of the sisters next to her. How can a human cub be so cute? Did they grow up eating cornetto? How about we take them away secretly? Hey, you guys are being a bit blatant. The child's mother and I are still here. Yi Qing teased as he listened to what they said. Oh, just saying, but I do have a suggestion. Lin Yu looked at Yi Qing, we are neighbors. If it is inconvenient for you to take care of your child one night, you can send your child to my place to sleep for one night and pick him up the next day. Inconvenient? Bai Zhixi listened and gradually understood what was implied, and couldn't help biting her lower lip. This is not something that cannot be considered. Yi Qing was in deep thought, but was twisted by Bai Zhixi. Hiss. There were sounds of people gasping for air, and everyone burst into laughter. Brother Yi and his sister-in-law have such a good relationship, no wonder they have such a treasure. Lin Han couldn't help but envy. It's still early, so you're not in a hurry to go back, are you? This is Brother Yi's first time visiting our club, so I'll do my best to be a good host and take you around so you can get some exercise. Along the way, Lin Han led Yi Qing and the others walking in front. Behind them were the people surrounding the two girls. At this time, Yu was holding Tuan Yuan, who had just eaten and fell asleep, while Xiaro, who was beside her, would touch him from time to time with a satisfied smile on her face. Then he staggered slightly. Ouch! Slow down. This small action seemed to stir up a huge wave, and everyone around became excited. They all prepared to help. With these young masters and young ladies accompanying him, Yi Qing was no longer worried. Strolling around with Lin Han. This club occupies quite a large area. There is an auto parts section, a kitten adoption section. The largest area is the fitness and fighting area. We often exercise here at night. How about, Brother Yi and sister-in-law, join us for some activities tonight? Lin Han suggested. Okay, just treat it as a way to digest the food. There's a changing area over here, with disposable tight sportswear. My two little cuties, how about we teach you some yoga later? What is yoga? Yu looked up and asked puzzledly. It's a kind of exercise. Bai Zhixi also said, it can enhance the flexibility of the body. Bai Zhixi chose yoga as her physical education class at university. Sister-in-law, come with us today? Let's go change into yoga clothes. Everyone went into the locker room. After a while, Lin Han changed into tight sportswear, stood in the mirror, looking at his figure with a proud smile on his face. Although my buddy is not as handsome as Brother Yi. But these tight muscles, these dimensions, wow, awesome. Oh my god, Brother Lin, you've been practicing well lately. It's just a little more practice. Lin Han said, and strode out. After a while, the next few young masters also came out, but compared to Lin Han's figure, they were far inferior. Ha, I'll train you guys a little bit more. Is there anyone who wants to fight with me tonight? Who wants to fight with you, Brother Lin? Do you want to die? That's right, you're a typical bully. Several young masters who had been abused quickly waved their hands. Well, I'll take Brother Yi to fight later. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu's hand touched his waist. Brother Yi is a guest, and he has a child with him. What do you want to do? Hey, don't let your imagination run wild, sister. I just want to get closer to Brother Yi. Men are always passionate. We can quickly integrate in this way. You don't understand, sister. This is romance between men. What kind of logic is this? But you have to pay attention to your strength. Don't hurt yourself. These few words moved Lin Han so much that he almost burst into tears. Look, this is what a real sister is. This is a real sister. She cares about me so much. Why are you barking like a dog? Lin Yu crossed her arms and pouted, aren't you supposed to help me move things tomorrow? If you hurt yourself, I'll have to ask others for help, and I might even have to pay them to help. Lin Han. Everyone. I've confirmed through eye contact that she is my biological sister. Zhou Kai couldn't help but hold back his laughter, but then Zhou gave him a look and the smile on his face disappeared a lot. After all, blood suppression also works on him. Just when the two of them were frustrated. Not far away, a beautiful figure appeared. It was Bai Zhixi who had changed her clothes. It can be said that Bai Zhixi's figure is simply perfect in the yoga clothes, especially her slender legs, waist, and the fruits hanging on the branches, which all attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Zhou, Lin Yu and others felt envious and jealous. Is this someone who has given birth to a child? Is your figure still so perfect after giving birth to a child? This recovery is so good. However, Lin Han and the other boys looked at them and then let them off the hook. After all, they were not thieves and still had some moral integrity. By the way, has Brother Yi come out? Could it be that Brother Yi is a thin dog and is embarrassed to come out after changing his clothes? Lin Han teased. Brother Yi looks quite thin even with his clothes on. Don't bully Brother Yi. How many people can have a body like yours? That's right, Brother Yi doesn't seem to exercise often, Brother Yi. Lin Han turned around and looked at the figure walking slowly out of the changing room, and his voice stopped abruptly. Here, Lin Yu and others also looked over here. Everyone couldn't help but cover their mouths and gasp for air. What kind of body shape is this? Against the backdrop of tight sportswear, Yi Qing's bulging, explosive muscles are even more prominent. Just like carving with a knife or an axe. This is too exaggerated. Lin Han murmured. Damn it, is there any justice in this? I thought it was my home turf, but a bully came. Not to mention he's handsome, his figure is also so much better than mine? So you're going to crush me in all aspects? Lin Han looked at the young ladies here. Their eyes all fell on Yi Qing. There was still a blush on her face, and I don't know what she was thinking. Some young ladies were too embarrassed to stare at him directly and would glance at him from the corner of their eyes from time to time. Lin Han came over and said, Brother Yi, do you exercise regularly? Oh, I don't usually exercise. Yi Qing said, looking at Lin Han's eyes that looked at him as if he was showing off, and leaned over to whisper, I just did more than 100 push-ups before I came out to replenish my blood. Lin Han. Blanche. You cheated. Seeing Lin Han's expression of having eaten shit, Yi Qing raised the corner of his mouth and walked towards the big sandbag next to him. Lin Yu came over quickly and said, Hey, brother, are you still going to fight with Yi Qing? If you want to fight, let's get some low-fat snacks and watch the show. Ha! Lin Han clenched his fists and cracked his neck, and the sound of bones rubbing against each other suddenly rang out. Fighting, why not? What's the use of having muscles? Everyone has them. Today, I think I have to show some real skills. Lin Yu listened and became interested. She went back and told the girls about it. They went to get some snacks and prepared to do yoga after watching the show. Zhou Kai handed Lin Han a sports drink. Lin Han opened it and stared at Yi Qing, who was about to punch. Took a sip. The next moment, Yi Qing threw a punch. Call. There was a noisy sound of breaking wind. One punch. Fall hard on the sandbag. The sandbag suddenly flew up. It rose up in a strange manner. If it weren't for the chains on it, it would have flown far away. Puff. The drink that Lin Han had just drunk sprayed out directly from his nose. Looks like a blastotortoise. He looked at Yi Qing, who was shooting at the sandbag left and right. His eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't believe what he saw. My goodness, this is too violent and scary. What kind of power is this? Is there a small universe inside this body? He stared at the sandbag, as if the sandbag now was his future self. Thinking of this, a chill rose from under Lin Han's feet and rushed straight to his crown. He felt his legs begin to go weak. That's it, and you still want to fight? What the hell is fighting? Do you want to live? After a while, Lin Yu brought them back, looking like she was watching a show. Hey, are you guys done warming up? No. Lin Han said, but his teeth seemed to be chattering. Are you cold? It's not cold, but I think you're right, sister. Boys shouldn't use this method to enhance their relationship. I think we should use a more gentle method. Ha! Lin Yu raised her eyebrows, thinking to herself, I've already prepared the snacks, and you're telling me this? Yi Qing. My brother wants to. Lin Yu was ready to challenge him directly, but before she could say anything, Lin Han covered her mouth with his hand, and she could only make a humming sound. You guys practice first. I'm going to talk to my sister about something. You guys practice first. Having said that, Lin Han dragged Lin Yu out. What are these two siblings doing? They are so unruly. Zhou couldn't help but say. But his eyes were still glancing at Yi Qing. Bai Zhixi saw all of this, and a faint feeling of jealousy arose in her heart. She seemed to understand why some boys didn't let their girlfriends wear revealing clothes. Don't buy tight clothes for Yi Qing anymore. Yes, buy loose ones. The looser the better. Bai Zhixi whispered and made up her mind. Chapter 12 Driving with Bai Zhixi. After a while, Lin Yu walked in. There was still a little excitement on his face. However, Lin Han, who came in later, did not have such a good expression. He checked the balance on his cell phone. He originally had 20,000 yuan in pocket money, but now, there was only 500 yuan left. She is too dark. Lin Han beat his chest and stamped his feet, but this was also his fault for pretending to be cool. He couldn't blame anyone else, alas. Come on, let's do yoga. Lin Yu came over and said. Then why did we bring snacks over? I thought there was a fighting show to watch. Zhou said. When Lin Han heard the fighting performance, he staggered. Don't worry about that, let's go. Lin Yu took the money and took everyone, the two little ones and Tuan Yuan, into the yoga room. Doing actions. After a while, Xiao's face turned red. Mom, this move is so difficult. She knelt on the ground, supported herself with her hands, then raised one hand and one foot, keeping still. Next to them, Tuan Yuan was imitating the same movements as them, with his little legs raised, his round head tilted, and a look of confusion in his big eyes. As if to say, what is the meaning of this action? Is this move difficult? Lin Yu in the front was leading everyone in the movements. Looking at the two little girls and the reunion movements, she couldn't help but smile. This reunion and the two little ones are a perfect match. But when she saw Bai Zhixi, she couldn't laugh anymore. This movement fully demonstrates Bai Zhixi's beauty and perfect curves. It made her envious to the extreme. It is true that when people are compared, they die, and when goods are compared, they are thrown away. Outside. After seeing Yi Qing's violent actions, the young masters present couldn't help but look at Yi Qing with a little more fear. Standing in front of Yi Qing, they couldn't help but bend their bodies a little. As for topics, they never mentioned exercise or fighting. Lin Han even directly turned the topic to the two little girls. Brother Yi, I think these two little girls should be about 4 or 5 years old. They should be going to kindergarten. Well, that's true. Yi Qing thought, but it also gave him a headache. After all, going to kindergarten and going to school in the future also required proof of ID. Now he and Bai Zhixi haven't got their marriage certificate yet, so the two little ones can be said to be complete illegal residents. But it is consolation enough. Yi Qing now has the system, and in the future he can use money to pave a path of knowledge for the two little ones. Hey, old Zhou, aren't the new students here? Lin Han looked at Zhou Kai next to him. Oh? How do you mean? Yi Qing also asked. Old Zhou's father is the head of Hope Kindergarten. Hope Kindergarten can be said to be the highest level kindergarten here. It is full of children of high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Not to mention the various conditions and facilities, which are all relatively perfect. Although the tuition is not cheap, with conditions like yours, Brother Yi, it must be nothing to you. Tuition fees are not a problem. Yi Qing looked at Zhou Kai. It's just that my child's documents are all in my hometown. I don't know where they are. It may take time to get them back. Brother Yi, this is not a problem. I will go back and talk to my dad tonight. These are just small matters. Zhou Kai also patted his chest and said this. He looked at Yi Qing and also wanted to be friends with him. He is so young, but he drives a Rolls-Royce. He has no restraint when talking about money. You can tell at a glance that he comes from a wealthy family. We still need to make good use of such resources. Wait for my call tonight, Brother Yi. I'll ask my dad to make all the arrangements and see if we can get Yu and Xiao into kindergarten tomorrow. They're so cute, the kindergarten will definitely welcome them. Well, thank you for your hard work. Oh, Brother Yi, why should we be polite to each other? Zhou Kai waved his hand. As he spoke, he walked aside and started making a phone call. After a while, The girls walked out of the yoga room, each with sweat on their face. Yu and Xiaro were no exception, with beads of sweat on their faces. Come, Dad will wipe it for you. Brother is coming too. Lin Han said this, but his tone was still awkward. This feeling of being of different generations is really weird. He called me brother on one side, and called Yi Qing brother Yi on the other side. It was really strange. Forget it, as long as I can rub the little cutie's chubby face, I'll be satisfied. Watching the two girls being surrounded by a group of men. Zoing and the others also felt helpless. Look, these boys will all be daughter slaves in the future. A man who looks like a black tower actually started to use repetitive words and wipe his sweat? No, I'm getting goosebumps. This contrast is too strong. A few people were joking, but the boys here ignored them and asked what was wrong with reduplication of words. Who says boys can't use reduplication? Rest indoors for a while before leaving, got it? Otherwise, you'll catch a cold if you get blown by the wind. Lin Han looked at Yu and Xiaro and said. Okay. Oh, that's good. On this side, Yi Qing also waved to Bai Zhixi. What's wrong? I just contacted a kindergarten for the two girls. They are 4 or 5 years old now, so they can go to kindergarten. After all, they need to interact with other children more. Woo. Bai Zhixi pondered. She had never thought about these things. However, Yu and Xiaro were now illegal residents, which was also a rather troublesome issue. It's good to go to kindergarten, but it's not easy. After all, there are Yu and Xiaro. Sure. Yi Qing nodded, signaling Bai Zhixi to relax. Dad, what is kindergarten? There are a lot of kids there. Yu and Xiaro can make a lot of good friends and play with them. You can also learn knowledge, eat delicious food, and have fun. Then, can Mom and Dad also accompany us to kindergarten? Xiaro asked. Yu and Xiaro are children, and Mom and Dad are adults, so it's definitely not possible. However, Mom and Dad will pick up Yu and Xiaro from the kindergarten on time every day. Think about it, they can play with other children during the day and play with Mom and Dad at night. Isn't that great? The two little girls were in deep thought, as if they were considering something. Then he nodded, not quite understanding. Their little heads couldn't figure out such a problem. Brother Yi, it's settled. You just need to take them there tomorrow. Someone will take you to process the admission. As for the documents, you can get them later. My dad has already made arrangements. Good. Now that Yu and Xiaro are going to kindergarten, will Mom and Dad miss us? Yu hugged Yi Qing's legs and asked with her head raised. Of course I do, but I'm also very happy to see you guys again in the evening. Oh. After a while, everyone's sweat disappeared. They were also preparing to go home. Brother Yi, drive slowly and come often when you have time. Lin Han helped Yu close the car door, and Yi Qing also lowered the rear window. Goodbye, brother, goodbye. Sister Yu and Xiaro are going to kindergarten tomorrow. Goodbye. Lin Han's tone was extremely gentle. Come and visit us often when you have time. Remember to eat well. Got it? Be obedient. Seeing the boys reluctant to leave, the girls present felt helpless. Is this still the rough guy they knew? Until the Rolls-Royce drove away, the taillights of the car could no longer be seen. They turned back. There was a sudden loneliness in his eyes. Okay, you won't cry soon, will you? Lin Yu came over and joked. Go, how is that possible? Sister, I've decided that I will help you choose a partner. After all, your looks are not as good as Bai Zhixi's, so the person you find must be more handsome than Brother Yi. You want a beating? Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Who was he scolding? What about you? Are you going to find a beautiful wife? As for me, there is no hope for my life. I have fallen too far behind and I can't catch up. Everyone. Lin Yu. From the looks of it, it seems like you weren't scolding me just now. I misunderstood you. After arriving home, the two girls took Xiao Tuanyuan to see their new home. Reunion, this will be our home from now on. Next time you go to the toilet, you have to go here. Yu said, pointing at the cat litter box. Also, I got your bottle back. And this. Yu took out a ball of wool and slowly rolled it forward. Tuanyuan looked at the ball of wool, his originally silly face now showed a hint of excitement, and he skipped forward. Okay, let's go take a bath with Mom. Bai Zhixi waited for Yu and Xiao to play with Tuan Yuan for a while, and then talked to them. Oh. Xiao picked up Tuan Yuan and carefully held him in his little bed. You should get some sleep, and we'll play together tomorrow. Xiao finished speaking, then remembered that she had to go to kindergarten tomorrow, and added, let's play together again tomorrow night. Then, Bai Zhixi pulled him to take a bath. Yi Qing, who was outside, couldn't help but feel distracted when listening to the sound of water in the bathroom. Then, laughter was heard from inside. Tell me, you two little rascals, did you tell Mom and Dad that there's a heart birthmark on your butt? Bai Zhixi said this while her hands kept moving as she applied shower gel to the two babies. Yu said that. Yu seemed to be taking credit for it. Indeed, that's right. Apart from this channel, Yi Qing had no other way to find out. After taking a shower, Bai Zhixi dried the two girls' hair and came out. Over there, Yi Qing had also finished washing. The two girls went to bed. Maybe it was because they had exercised today, their eyelids started to droop as soon as they lay down. By the time Yi Qing and the others arrived, the two girls had already fallen asleep. Come on, let's go out for a while. What? Go out and practice driving, let's go. Yi Qing is full of confidence. Oh. Bai Zhixi nodded and walked out with Yi Qing. Don't worry, don't be too stressed. I'm a driving god. I'll teach you, and you'll definitely be able to drive. Yi Qing was full of confidence. Only. Half an hour later. Hiss, Zhixi, do you see the dog in front? I saw it, what's wrong? Step on the gas and hit him to death. That's a life. Oh, I thought you wanted to kill him by not letting up on the accelerator. Oh. As Bai Zhixi spoke, she quickly released the accelerator and honked the horn, and the dog in front of her calmly left the middle of the road. Don't play tricks on me. Bai Zhixi frowned slightly, looking aggrieved. Yi Qing took a look and felt a surge of self-blame in his heart. Who wouldn't be confused seeing this little boy? He reflected on it and realized that it seemed that his god-level driving skills had affected him. He was now like a mathematician watching a primary school student solve basic arithmetic problems. Moreover, this elementary school student often makes mistakes in calculations. How could his mentality not explode? It can't be like this. It can't be like this. Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He also noticed Bai Zhixi's nervousness. He also brought up the topic of high school to cheer Bai Zhixi up, talking about their little experiences in high school. Although it was only 1 year and they had very little interaction, it still made Bai Zhixi feel a lot better. Bai Zhixi looked at the empty road ahead. She was only a freshman in high school back then, and now she is a freshman in college. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Not to mention that it has only been a few days and she, who was originally a single mother, has already given birth to 2 baby daughters and a bad guy in the passenger seat. But this seems to be a good idea. Thinking about what happened before, Bai Zhixi couldn't help but sigh, time really flies. May we have gone through thousands of sales, and still return with few? What do you want to say? Yi Qing interrupted, only I can return as a young man. You. Yi Qing looked at the pride on Bai Zhixi's chest, are you a returnee or a young woman? Bai Zhixi. Why is it a young woman? Why can't it be a young girl? If you don't like young ladies, you can also be a major. Bai Zhixi. I'm going to get angry. Bai Zhixi's peach blossom eyes drooped slightly in her mouth pouty, which made Yi Qing laugh out loud. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I did a pretty good job of driving today. At least I'm familiar with the driving conditions. Let's go, turn right ahead and go home to sleep. Yi Qing gave the instructions, Bai Zhixi nodded, and looked towards the rearview mirror on Yi Qing's side. Yeah, not bad. Turn on the turn signal, even though there are not many cars right now. Oh. Bai Zhixi nodded. The next moment. 2 streams of water splashed on the windshield and the wipers started to move. Yi Qing. He looked at Bai Zhixi, whose face instantly turned red. Coach, I was wrong. Chapter 13, sending 2 girls to kindergarten. The 2 of them returned home after much trouble, and Bai Zhixi was almost exhausted. Too tired, driving is too tiring. Especially since there was an experienced driver next to her, she instantly recalled the days of driving practice. Nightmare. They didn't turn on the lights. But I found that under the moonlight, a small black shadow was moving around in the living room. Yi Qing went over and picked up the black shadow. It's a small reunion. That's what night owls are talking about. Forget it, let it run. After all, it is a living habit. Bai Zhixi came over and stretched out her hand to touch Xiao Tuanyuan lovingly. Entering the bedroom, the two girls were each holding a little Pegasus tightly, with sweet expressions on their faces. Looks like he slept well. Let's get in bed too. As Yi Qing spoke, Bai Zhixi's heart trembled. I spat at myself and wondered what I had been thinking about all day. Aren't you coming over? After lying down, Yi Qing's voice came from the side. Bai Zhixi also knew what Yi Qing was referring to. Hugging him to sleep? How could she do such a thing now that she is sober? No. Bai Zhixi simply turned her back to Yi Qing, and Yi Qing curled his lips. It seems like you're never going to get through. As if she heard Yi Qing's murmurs, Bai Zhixi moved further away. But my arms feel empty. Bai Zhixi was very uncomfortable with this. She fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Bai Zhixi opened her eyes in a daze. Then she saw Yi Qing staring at him. The two were very close to each other. It was obvious that she had come over and hugged Yi Qing uncontrollably that night. The result is like this, why bother struggling last night? No. I'm going to buy a big teddy bear today. Bai Zhixi was teased and immediately fought back. Bai Zhixi turned over, rolled a few times, came to the bed, changed clothes, and went to cook. Yi Qing also got up. When I arrived at the living room, I saw Xiao Tuanyuan still sleeping soundly, so I touched it. Then he went outside. Yi Qing, where are you going so early in the morning? I'm going out to buy some things. Yi Qing said this and drove out. Not far from the villa area, there is a high-end supermarket which has just opened. There were all kinds of things in there. Yi Qing picked out two pretty little school bags, and then bought a little bear pendant and a little rabbit pendant to hang on the school bags to distinguish them. Then Yi Qing started shopping. Sweeping the snack area. After all, it's the first day, so you still have to give new friends some gifts. It is detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan for his daughter, triggering a 10,000-fold rebate, a rebate of 50 million yuan. Yi Qing looked at the light screen. He now felt a little numb to the numbers. Then, another light curtain popped up. Before, the host did not send his child to kindergarten due to work schedule conflicts. Please make up for this regret. Task rewards, advanced ornamental fish, god-level painting skills. Oh. That's possible. I got in the car and put the two small backpacks in the back seat. So he went back home. At this time, the two girls at home had woken up. After washing up, they came to Xiao Tuanyuan's nest and looked at Xiao Tuanyuan, who was still sleeping. A smile appeared on his face. Neither of the two little girls reached out to touch Tuanyuan, as if they didn't want to disturb the kitten's rest. Finish breakfast. Change your clothes. Dad will take you to kindergarten later. Okay. Yi Qing, won't I come with you? Bai Zhixi asked. Don't you have classes today? Just drive to class and I'll take you there. After all, if you go there too, I'm afraid the two little girls won't be able to control their emotions when we say goodbye and will start crying in the kindergarten, which would be a bad ending. Okay. Bai Zhixi nodded silently. She also knew that Yi Qing was right. After finishing her meal, Bai Zhixi also left early. Mom has to go to work. Bye, Mom. Remember to rest. You too, be good in kindergarten and get along well with other children. Bai Zhixi gave a few instructions before leaving reluctantly. Watching the Maserati go away, Yi Qing pondered for a moment. This girl should be able to get on the road. Okay, Mom's going to work, shall we go too? Okay. Yi Qing opened the car door and carried the two girls in his arms. Dad. What is this? Yu pointed at the two school bags on the chair and asked, her eyes still shining. This is the school bag for you. There are snacks in it. You can take a look. Pick out which bag you want? After Yi Qing finished speaking, Yu pulled Xiaro, which one do you want? Rabbit. Okay, then the little bear is mine. Yu took the backpack, opened it, and what came into view was a pile of snacks. Looking at the dazzling array of snacks, Yu's calves couldn't help but shake. Thank you, Dad. These are not all for you. Today is your first day in the kindergarten. You must get along well with other children. You can share some of these snacks with other children. Do you understand? Okay. Yu nodded, and Xiaro was the same. At the entrance of the kindergarten. Early in the morning, many luxury cars had arrived, and the children were dropped off one by one and welcomed into the kindergarten by teachers. The children also greeted the teacher. Wait until the first climax is over. There was another teacher waiting outside. After a while, a Rolls-Royce drove over from a distance. The teacher looked at it and felt it was about the same, so he also headed forward. Yi Qing got out of the car. "Excuse me, is this Teacher Lu?" "You are, Mr. Yi?" Teacher Lu looked at Yi Qing and felt his eyes light up. This father is too young. Although she's wearing more formal clothes, she still looks so youthful. It's the feeling of first love. Yi Qing opened the back door and carried the two girls down. Teacher Lu looked at Yu Yu and Xiao and couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands. These two little girls are so cute. Yu Yu, Xiao, call me teacher. Hello, teacher. Hello, teacher. Hello, you two little cuties. Teacher Lu was a face-obsessed person. He was extremely happy to see Yi Qing and the two little girls. "Mr. Yi, I will take you to handle some formalities now. Your boss has informed me of your situation in advance, so the process is relatively simple. When you have obtained the necessary documents, you can come here to complete them. But there is no need to rush, considering that you may be busy during normal times." Teacher Lu said this and started to process it with Yi Qing. It is detected that the host spent 10,000 yuan for his daughter, triggering a 10,000-fold rebate, a rebate of 100 million yuan. We are one of the highest level kindergartens in Jiangchang, so the fees may be a bit expensive. Teacher Lu explained, but we will also cultivate children in all aspects, including art, habits, discipline, vision. Then I'll trouble you. Then I'll leave first. Teacher Xiaolu took Yu Yu and Xiao, squatted down, and said to them, "Yu Yu and Xiao, say goodbye to your daddy." "Dad." Xiao's face was full of reluctance. "Get along well with the kids, and Dad will come to pick you up in the evening." Yi Qing waved his hand. He knew that at a time like this, he had to cut the Gordian knot. He quickly got into the car and drove away. "But I feel like there's a void in my heart." Detected that the host sent the child to kindergarten, mission completed. Mission reward, advanced ornamental fish, god-level painting skills. Yi Qing looked at the extraction button and thought that this high-end ornamental fish should be the same as the Maserati, and the system should issue it in a reasonable manner. As for painting skills, Yi Qing felt the things pouring into his mind and his muscle memory. It seems to have been issued. Watching Yi Qing leave. Teacher Lu also entered the classroom with two children. "Children, today, we have two children entering the kindergarten." This sentence attracted everyone's attention. "Yu Yu Xiao, say hello to the kids?" "Hello everyone, my name is Yi Wanyu, you can call me Yu Yu." "My name is Yi Wanru, Xiao." "Great." Teacher Lu gave the two children some encouragement. "Then Yu Yu and Xiao will sit." "Teacher, I have a seat here," a girl in the distance raised her hand and said. After she raised her hand, she happily moved two small stools and placed them next to her. "Okay, Yu Yu Xiao, let's go to Xiaodan's place." "Yu Yu, Xiao, hello." Xiaodan saw the two of them sitting down. "I'm Xiaodan, Zhou Xiaodan." Yu Yu nodded. She turned around and saw Xiao opening her school bag and looking for something. After a while, a few snacks were placed in Xiaodan's hands. "Wow!" Xiaodan's eyes lit up when she looked at the snacks. She knew that this snack was very valuable. She has only eaten it a few times. However, I became a little nervous afterwards. "Yu Yu, Xiao, don't take out these snacks like this." Yu Yu was also confused when she heard Xiaodan's whisper, "Dad bought this for us. He told me to share it with my good friends. But there is a fat teacher who doesn't allow us to eat snacks here, saying that it is bad for our teeth. If she finds any snacks, they will be confiscated by her." Yu Yu couldn't help but hug her bag. Xiao came over and said, "How about we give it to other friends quietly?" "Good idea." The three little girls hit it off immediately. It just so happened that the snacks Yi Qing bought were all in small packages. It gives the three girls a lot of room to operate. During the activity. "Xiao Chang, this is for you, keep it to yourself." "Mingming, this one is for you." "Xiaomei, these are snacks for Yu Yu and Xiao. Let me give them to you. Please hide them well so that the fat teacher won't find them." As the snacks were distributed, everyone's pockets were bulging. Everyone also began to accept Yu and Xiaoro more. Yu, come over here and play this. Xiaoro, you come too. Ha ha. Wei. The children's laughter and joy could be heard. Teacher Lu looked at the smiling faces of these children and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. These kids are so adorable. After lunch, it was time for a nap. Yu, Xiaoro, this is your bed. Watching Yu and Xiaoro get on the bed, Teacher Lu helped the two girls cover their quilts and tucked in the corners of the quilt. Then he went to cover other children with blankets. Children, go to sleep. As he spoke, Teacher Lu also walked out and closed the door. At noon, teachers also take turns on duty. Lunch break area corridor. The fat teacher Li was on duty. She was the management director of the kindergarten and a middle-level manager. She was walking in the corridor and looking through the window at the children in each class who were taking a nap. My heart also feels warm. Sure enough, being with these little angels is quite healing. But sometimes the children are a little afraid of her. I thought she would confiscate the snacks and set some rules. There is no way. Children are now in a critical period of developing habits, world outlook, and discipline. If we don't keep a tight control during this period, it will be difficult to correct the situation later. Someone always has to play the good guy, and someone always has to play the bad guy. Only she can be the bad guy. Well. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. A glance. He was staring into the eyes of a little boy. The little boy was holding a snack biscuit in his hand and eating it. It seems that he was eating in bed before, but now he is sticking his head out to see if there is anything going on. Unexpectedly, she caught me. When the boy saw Teacher Li, he took 2 bites at a time and swallowed the biscuit. Then he wrapped himself in the quilt and pretended he knew nothing. Teacher Li. Chapter 14, Running in Both Directions. She pushed the door open gently. In my ears, I could hear the crunching sound of little hamsters cracking melon seeds. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she carefully lifted the quilt of a little girl. I saw the little girl eating snacks. Lift another one, and it's the same thing. Teacher Li. Ah, this. What's going on? The teacher is here. A little boy spotted Teacher Li and shouted, and the noise in the room stopped abruptly. The teacher looked at the little boy and asked, "Can you tell me? Who gave you your snacks?" Have no idea. The little boy raised his head, looking as if he was ready to be killed or chopped up at will. Teacher Li. Ha? Is this the role I play in the children's minds now? It seems that he has become a completely bad teacher. Well. When she sighed. I felt someone tugging at the corner of my clothes. She turned around and saw 3 little girls standing there. It was Yu, Xiaoro, and Xiaodan. Teacher, I'm sorry, I took it. Yu apologized with pursed lips. Xiaoro also spoke up, "Teacher, my sister and I gave these to other children. And me, I helped others too." Xiaodan also spoke quickly, as if sharing the blame. Looking at the 3 children with their heads down, Teacher Li immediately wanted to slap himself. Look at you, what kind of image have you established in the hearts of these little angels? It's okay, it's okay. Teacher Li quickly waved his hands. Are you the new kids here? Is this your first day and you want to share your delicious food? Yeah. Yu raised her head, as if she was understood. It's okay, but promise the teacher that you won't bring snacks in the future. Some children will not eat after eating snacks, which may be bad for their health. Teacher Li said, and touched the heads of Yu and the other 2 girls. Okay, teacher, can you guys go to bed? Okay, thank you, teacher. You're welcome. After settling the 3 girls down, Teacher Li waved at them and said, "Go to sleep. The other children should also go to sleep quickly." Okay. Many children in the room responded. Teacher Li also closed the door. Walked towards the next room. Although the child's matter ends here. However, we still need to talk to the parents. It's impossible that the kindergarten teachers are helping the children develop habits while the parents are doing more harm than good, right? Teacher Li plans to make a phone call after lunch break. At this time, among the children in Villa number 3, Yi Qing was preparing to receive high-quality ornamental fish. He stood in the yard, holding Xiao Tuan Yuan in one hand and stroking her with the other. Xiao Tuan Yuan squinted his eyes slightly and made a snoring sound, enjoying this state very much. Mr. Yi, I just received a message from the security guard that the things I sent to you should have arrived, and the security guard is coming over with the car now. After a while, another large car stopped. Yi Cheng and Wei Muxue went to take a look and saw some koi inside. These koi are so beautiful. It's not the ones in the park at all. All of them have symmetrical patterns, or special patterns in colors. Just by looking at them, you can tell they are worth a lot of money. Look towards the innermost part. Wei Muxue also had a puzzled look on her face. What was that? There seemed to be two huge creatures inside, but they were not clear. Okay, let's move out first. Yi Qing was directing. The workers moved it out carefully. After moving out, Wei Muxue finally saw clearly what the two huge objects inside were. They were two blood-red dragonfish with extremely graceful bodies. Their scales shone like rubies. The red and purple colors complemented each other, presenting a riot of color. Wei Muxue bit her lip unconsciously just by looking at them, calculating in her mind how much these two blood-red dragonfish would cost. I'm afraid it won't be less than 6 figures. Moreover, this thing should be a priceless treasure. I really don't know how powerful Mr. Yi is to be able to get something like this. Let's put these koi in the pond in the yard. The water in this pond is drawn from underground running water, and the water quality is good. These two blood-red dragonfish are kept at home, and there is a fish tank here. Yi Qing directed the transportation into the yard. Then his phone started ringing. Pick up the phone. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi, Yu and Shiro's father? A female voice came, revealing her seriousness. I am. Hello Mr. Yi, I'm a kindergarten teacher, and I want to discuss something with you. Hiss. With such a serious tone, could it be that the two little girls did something wrong in kindergarten? You say. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and prepared to listen. Today, did you buy a lot of snacks for Yu and Shiro and let them share them with their classmates? It's like this. Children are now in a critical period of developing habits and discipline. Besides, they are now around 5 years old, which is also the period when they are changing their teeth. I feel that the growth of children requires the joint efforts of schools and parents. Am I right? Yi Qing. So it was me who got into trouble. This teacher is really scary. Yi Qing has just experienced the nightmare-like life of senior year in high school, and now what this teacher said is true. As he felt guilty, his tone was a little weak. Yeah, right. How about this, Mr. Yi? Do you have time to come to the kindergarten today? Let's chat. Just one sentence made Yi Qing feel helpless. The teacher directly invited the parents to come over for a talk, and since it was he who made the mistake, shouldn't he reflect on himself when he goes? I don't have much time today. It's okay, Mr. Yi. Let's do it tomorrow. You can come early to pick up the child and we can take some time to talk. Good. Yi Qing had no choice. It seemed that this teacher was determined to have a fight with him. It seems I need to think of a way. Yi Qing pondered for a moment, and an idea slowly appeared in his mind. After the workers finished loading and unloading, Yi Qing looked at the scene and couldn't help but nodded. Needless to say, the two blood-red dragonfish inside are simply gorgeous. Even the koi fish outside seem to be swimming in the air without support, and with the high-end looking patterns, the style of the entire home has been elevated a lot. I think the two little girls would be happier when they come back. At 4 o'clock, Yi Qing packed his clothes. So they set off. This was his first time to pick up his child, so of course he had to go early. Of course, he just waited outside. He didn't want to communicate face-to-face with the serious teacher. When Yi Qing arrived at the door, no parents had come yet. He simply waited in the car. After a while, parents came over one after another. As school is over, the little kids ran out of the kindergarten one by one. Yu and Shiro also came out with a little girl. 2 pairs of big eyes are looking for the parents. Yu, Shiro. Yi Qing waved his hand, and the 2 girls rushed over as if they had seen the person they had been thinking about day and night. Dad, you're here to pick us up. Good boy, are you happy in kindergarten today? Happy. We have met a lot of good friends. By the way, Dad, this is our good friend, Xiaodan. As he said that, Yu also walked over holding Xiaodan's hand. Xiaodan, this is our dad. Dad? Zhou Xiaodan looked at Yi Qing with confusion in her eyes. What a handsome father! At least, he is much more handsome than her father. Afterwards, Zhou Xiaodan looked at the parents who came to pick up their children and a conflicted look began to appear on his face. Is this uncle or brother? Uncle. Hey. Yi Qing responded, and seeing that no one came to pick up Zhou Xiaodan, he squatted down. Xiaodan, where are your parents? Haven't they come yet? The teacher just told me that they had something to do today and might be a little late to pick me up. I'll go play with plasticine with the teacher and wait for her. Xiao Dan giggled. She was accustomed to this kind of situation. Why don't you just follow Uncle's car and I'll take you back? No need, Uncle. I'll just wait here. Mom and Dad haven't gotten off work yet, and there won't be anyone home when I go back. Zhou Xiaodan shook his head. Then he hugged Yu and Xiao. Well, see you tomorrow. Yeah. See you tomorrow. Bai Xiaodan. Goodbye. Yi Qing also picked up the two little girls and got into the car. Dad, we have distributed all the snacks today. Everyone is happy to play with us. Yu said this, blinking her big eyes. Yi Qing smiled bitterly. He already knew all this. After all, the teacher had already called him. Dad, where's Mom? Mom hasn't come back yet, but she should be back soon if we go home and wait for a while. Oh. When you go home today, you can see some new animals that Dad bought. What is it, Dad? You'll know when you go back and take a look. Yi Qing didn't answer, and the two children became even more curious. Xiao directly lay on the armrest from the back seat and looked at Yi Qing with her head tilted. Yi Qing felt helpless and could only slow down the car. The journey was supposed to take more than 10 minutes, but Yi Qing drove steadily for 20 minutes. We're home. Xiao, look at what Tuan Yuan is looking at by the pool. Reunion, reunion, reunion. Yu and Xiao came towards Tuan Yuan. The furry little tabby cat heard the sound, turned its head, and looked at the two little girls coming towards it with its big eyes. He also knew that his playmate had returned, so he left happily. This may be a two-way journey. Chapter 15. Bai Zhixi prepares to receive praise. Yu picked up Tuan Yuan and held him gently in her arms. Xiao also had a happy look on her face and reached out her hand to stroke it gently. Here, sister, you should also hug Tuan Yuan. As she spoke, Yu handed Tuan Yuan to Xiao's arms. Xiao took it gently, feeling Tuan Yuan's body temperature and softness, and smiled, with two shallow dimples appearing on her face. Crash! The sound of water in the pool attracted Yu's attention. She looked into the water and her mouth slowly opened. What a fat fish! Xiao, look, that big fat fish. Xiao also looked over there. Walked towards the pool. The two people and the cat just looked at the big koi inside. Dad, is this the one you were talking about? Right. You can feed them. Yi Qing said, and gave the fish food to the two little girls. Crash! Yu grabbed a handful and scattered it out. The koi fish moved at the sound, slowly twisting its body over and eating the fish food on the water surface. As for Xiao, the way of feeding her is different from Yu. She grabbed a handful of fish food and squatted by the pool. After a while, a big fat koi swam over and opened its mouth. Xiao directly fed a handful of fish food into the koi's mouth. Yi Qing's mouth twitched when he saw this. Good job. One is to cast a wide net, the other is to catch as many as you can. These two girls really have different personalities. Well, there are two more at home. Anything else? It's just that the two at home are different from these two. As Yi Qing was speaking, Yu and Xiao also headed towards home, while Tuan Yuan stretched out his legs and tried to keep up with their pace. Enter the house. What comes into view are two huge fish tanks with blood-red dragonfish swimming in them. The two girls put their little faces against the fish tank, looking at the big ruby-red fish swimming in it. Under the light, they are as perfect as works of art, shining with the luster of gems. So beautiful. Aha! Yi Qing also came over and touched the heads of the two babies. You can't feed these two. They bite people. You can only watch them. Do you understand? I know, Dad. Whoa. While they were chatting, the sound of vehicles was heard outside. Mom is back. The two girls ran outside. Now that you have a mom, you don't need a dad anymore? Yi Qing looked at the empty space around him, feeling helpless. What about these two girls? Outside, Bai Zhixi was holding the two little girls and asking them whether they were happy in kindergarten today. Looking up, he saw Yi Qing walking out of the villa. The moment she saw Yi Qing, Bai Zhixi's peach blossom eyes narrowed up with a smile, the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up, and the whole person seemed to become even happier. Night. After dinner. How was it? How did it feel to pick up the kids on the first day? That's great. I'm the first one to pick up the child from the kindergarten today. Look, who is as responsible as me? Yi Qing boasted. Okay, I know you've been working hard. Bai Zhixi pursed her lips. I only have 2 classes tomorrow afternoon, shall I pick up my daughter tomorrow? Okay, oh, by the way, the teacher called today and said that she wants to talk to the parents. It's a good opportunity for you to go early tomorrow and talk to Teacher Lu. What are you communicating about? Bai Zhixi is a new mother and has no experience in dealing with kindergarten teachers. Maybe, just some parenting experience. After all, our 2 daughters are so cute, right? The 2 girls who had just finished washing came out and heard Yi Qing's words. Yu nodded heavily. Mom, the teacher also praised us for being well behaved today. Right. In an instant, Bai Zhixi was led astray. Yi Qing stood by with a wandering look in his eyes, but didn't say anything. He probably knew the outcome of his future. He stood up and walked around the house. No washboard was found. Good. He then hid items such as keyboards. Night. Everyone lay down and turned off the lights, and Yi Qing felt a light coming on next to him. Yi Qing saw Bai Zhixi looking at her mobile phone, then quietly moved over and looked at the words on the screen. The search bar showed how can new mothers communicate with teachers about parenting, how should I respond to praise from kindergarten teachers, and official jargon for responding to praise. Then, Bai Zhixi pasted the search results into the memo. Yi Qing looked at this scene and his mouth twitched. He turned over and fell asleep. But he said today that it might be the case. The rest is all made up by your own imagination. It's none of my business. The next morning, Bai Zhixi got up early to cook. But just as he was about to enter the kitchen, he pushed Bai Zhixi out. Yi Qing shrugged. It's not that he didn't want to do it. He fed the arowana and finished his meal. Bai Zhixi went to send the child away. Drive slower. Yi Qing said this worriedly, and Bai Zhixi nodded. This was indeed a test for her. As soon as Yi Qing sat down, a light curtain popped up. It is detected that the host and his wife have been treating each other with respect recently, but how can their married life be like this? They should do more intimate things with their wife to ensure that their love does not cool down. Mission rewards, God-level medical skills, 5 kilograms of top-grade Dahongpo, and God-level musicality. Wow! Good job. Look, he's anxious again. Shouldn't this be done step by step? Something more intimate? He and Bai Zhixi have now reached the point where they are holding hands. He didn't even make second base, let alone a home run. Just as he was thinking about it. Bite. The cell phone started ringing. Third brother, fourth brother, do you have time? Second brother's problem is getting worse. Yi Qing, what happened to my second brother? Third brother, if his crying before was a sign of a breakup, then now we must have broken up completely. He stayed in the dormitory all day. When we went out in the morning, we saw that his trash can was empty, but when we came back at noon, it was full of tissues. Third brother, I'm really afraid that he will beat himself to death. Yi Qing. Third brother, let's help him vent his anger today? Yi Qing, hey, we are young people, we don't want to go to places like that. Third brother, Fool. What are you thinking? I mean, we should accompany him to have a good drink and let him relax. He just can't get over the hurdle in his heart and insists on hanging himself on a tree. In our Polytechnic University, what good herbs are there? Why do we have to look for them around us? There are not many in the first place, not to mention the poor quality. Yi Qing, yes, I have a deep understanding of this. I recently feel that the number and quality of beautiful girls at Jiangcheng University are much greater than ours. Third brother, how did you know? Third brother, I feel like you have a bigger problem than the second brother. Let us get together tonight. Yi Qing, okay. It was afternoon. Yi Qing got dressed and prepared to take a taxi without driving. Wei Mushue saw it and said, Mr. Yi, are you going out? Well, you can arrange for someone to clean the house. Okay, you don't drive? No, I need to drink some wine tonight. I'll take a taxi. I'll arrange for the property management to take you there. Wei Mushu said, and started to make arrangements. Yi Qing took this opportunity to send a message to Bai Zhixi. Yi Qing, I have a dinner party with my college roommates tonight. One of them just broke up recently, so they might want to drink some wine. Bai Zhixi, drink less. Bai Zhixi, then I will prepare a hangover soup for you tonight. In the classroom, Bai Zhixi was replying to messages. Zhang Meng came over and said, the teacher has moved on to the next chapter. Ah. Bai Zhixi quickly flipped through the book and gave Zhang Meng a reproachful look. You too, just choked me to death. Alas, when can I find a sweet love? You are beautiful, have a good figure, can dance, and are a member of the dance club. If you want to fall in love, it won't be a matter of minutes. Then why hasn't anyone confessed to me? Zhang Meng touched his chin and then looked at Bai Zhixi. I know. It's because of you. You must be too beautiful. I'm just a supporting role next to you. Everyone looks at you instead of me. So no one will chase me. Bai Zhixi. I don't care. Ask your handsome boyfriend to introduce me to someone. I'll accept him even if he's not that handsome. The real purpose is revealed now. Yeah. Zhang Meng raised her chin. No way? You can't just live a comfortable life and ignore the lives of your sisters, right? Who moisturized it? Bai Zhixi's face flushed. You're still shy. Pay more attention. Zhang Meng raised her eyebrows. Bai Zhixi was also helpless. I really might not be able to do it. I care about it. I definitely care about it. Only after Bai Zhixi agreed could she escape the disaster, and she also listened to the class again. I was also thinking that after class I would have to go to the kindergarten to receive praise. I wonder what kind of evaluation the teacher will make of these two little cuties. When the time comes to ask her to talk about parenting, she will repeat the note she made last night. It's pretty standard and there won't be any problems. She is so smart. Chapter 16 Yi Qing, the big bad guy. Yi Qing took the property's car and looked at the scenery outside. Then his cell phone rang. Hello. He looked at the unfamiliar number and said politely. Excuse me, is this Mr. Yi? I am Zhong Jianda, the Jiangcheng branch president of Huahong Bank. President Zhong. Yi Qing listened and nodded. Huahong Bank is one of the 4 major banks in China. He probably guessed the reason why the other party called him. All the rebate money he received was in Huahong Bank, amounting to several hundred million yuan. That's several hundred million in liquid funds. Although the other party is the president of a city bank, Yi Qing is also a not-so-small client. We still need to grasp such customers well. Otherwise, what if the money is transferred to another bank in the future? This is also a loss. Hello, Mr. Yi. You are now an SVIP user of our bank. When do you have time? Can I visit you? The other party was humble. Yi Qing looked at the gloomy weather outside. I don't have much time today, and it looks like the weather is not very good today, so maybe tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Yi, your WeChat is your phone number, right? I'll add you later. Good. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qing talked for a few words and then sent the address of the villa. After a while. Back to the dormitory. Guys, my buddy is back. The third brother Yuan Bo looked at Yi Qing and curled his lips. Where have you been these days, kid? You look so happy when you come back. I'm afraid you didn't do anything good, did you? It cannot be said. Yi Qing said mysteriously. This look, coupled with the arrogant tone, made Yuan Bo a little overwhelmed. This guy really seemed to be showing off. He must have a girlfriend. Where are the eldest and second brothers? The eldest brother saw the depressed look of the second brother and dragged him out to smoke. You don't know that the second brother has been smoking a lot recently, besides shooting glue a lot. I am afraid that he will get lung cancer. Why bother hanging himself on this tree? Let's give him some advice tonight. You're just being too picky. After a while. The eldest brother Dong Honghe and the second brother Zhang Hongwei are back. Isn't this Weizi? I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you so tired? Roll. Zhang Hongwei sighed when he saw Yi Qing making fun of him. What are you doing? You are so depressed. Otherwise, I would say that your vision is too narrow. Our Jiangcheng Polytechnic is a Buddhist temple. It is the kind of place that worships the girls in our school. Don't be so introverted. You should switch from domestic sales to export sales. You often go to Jiangcheng University or Jiangcheng Art College. To be honest, our guys are more handsome than the guys from those universities. Yi Qing said while putting his arm around Zhang Hongwei's shoulders. Hiss. Dong Hongha and Yuan Bo couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. Wow, this seems to be the case. I think the fourth brother sees things clearly. No wonder she can stay out all night so many times and still look so happy. Zhang Hongwei was somewhat moved by what he heard, but he felt depressed as he thought about the person he just broke up with. Especially when I think about how good I was to her, yet she was hooked up by someone else. It was like a gift from heaven. No matter how much you talk today, it's useless. Just accompany me to drink a few bottles tonight. No problem. I'm here to help you relieve your worries today. Yi Qing patted his chest and smiled. Let's go to Tiancheng Hotel. My buddy is treating us today. Let's have a good meal. Real? Old four, you are a rich man. I told my third brother before that you guys should help me deal with the dormitory inspections and the responses. I can't be a slacker, right? Let's go. Let's go. Zhang Hongwei looked at Yi Cheng. Why did he feel much better as soon as this guy came back? Blanche. This unscrupulous boy. On the way, Yi Qing also looked at the university campus and saw many students enjoying their time leisurely. Then he remembered the system's description of his future when he just turned on the system. That's a life like that of an ox or a horse. Oh, college life is still good. Ha! Who lives a good life? Dong Hongha said subconsciously beside him. As soon as he said this, the other three looked over. The look speaks for itself. Are you being ridiculous? Yi Qing said helplessly. He, I must have heard it wrong. Dong Hongha scratched his head. After a while, we arrived at Tiancheng Hotel. Yi Qing ordered a lot of delicious dishes. Old four, have you become rich recently? It's only a few $100s. I just want to teach my second brother a lesson. Yi Qing turned his head and said, if you give a girl a mobile phone worth thousands of dollars, they might think it's their due. But if you spend a few $100s to treat your roommates to a meal, they will definitely call you godfather. Zhang Hongwei. Zhao, I won't call you godfather. What if I add a king crab? Yi Qing said, looking at the waiter, add another king crab. Next to him, Yuan Bo spoke directly, godfather. Dong Hongha. Zhang Hongwei. Zhang Hongwei sighed in his heart. This was Yi Qing's second critical hit. To be honest, after these two steps, his depression began to waver. Come on, take a seat. Yi Qing made the arrangements. After a while, the dishes came up one after another, and Yi Qing also brought over 2 boxes of Tsingtao. Are you going to use force? Zhang Hongwei asked. Of course you're going to get out. Can't you get out? I'll just kick you out. Yi Qing laughed. Bang! The bottle cap flew straight off. Then he handed a few bottles in front of the 3 people. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone started toasting each other, and Zhang Hongwei also picked up the bottle with a slightly relieved look on his face. Brother, bring a bottle, cheers! Brothers walk together for life, whoever gets single first is a dog. Come on, do it! As Zhang Hongwei was speaking, Dong Hongha and Yuan Bo both raised their bottles, ready to clink their glasses. But on the other side, Yi Qing quietly put down the bottle of wine. There was a sudden silence at the scene. The 3 of them twitched their lips. This action is simply self-explanatory. Damn it, are you here to show off your love today? Oh no! Zhang Hongwei felt that his chest, which had just been unblocked, was blocked again. Boil! With a low growl, Zhang Hongwei raised his head and drank a bottle of wine. Yi Qing looked at him and moved to the side, fearing that he would turn into a fountain. After drinking a few bottles of wine, Zhang Hongwei also started crying. Yi Qing patted his back and said, put the wine in front of him. Come on, you've shed a lot of tears. Rehydrate yourself. Zhang Hongwei. You want to drink me to death. Ha, I just want to drink you through tonight. On the other side, Bai Zhixi has arrived at the kindergarten. Teacher Lu was also waiting at the door. When she saw Bai Zhixi, she was also stunned. Whose parent is this? How can she be so beautiful? Also, she doesn't look very old, so she shouldn't be a parent. She could be a sister or something like that. Hello, teacher. I'm the mother of Yu and Xiaoro from the kindergarten class. I'm here to see Teacher Lu. Yu and Xiaoro's mother? So young? So beautiful? No wonder she could give birth to such a beautiful girl. So you're Yu and Xiaoro's mother. I'm Teacher Lu. Please come in, let's go to my office to talk. It's still some time before school is over, so we still have plenty of time. Although Teacher Lu was enthusiastic, there was still a serious look on his face. This made Bai Zhixi feel something was not right. When they arrived at the office, Teacher Lu invited Bai Zhixi to sit down and poured her a cup of tea. Bai Zhixi also talked to her. After all, she had just recited the parenting tips from last night twice on the way, so there was absolutely no problem. Even if she couldn't talk about it fluently, at least she could still compete with the teacher. Mom Yu, why didn't the child's father come today? He had something to do today, and I happened to get off work early, so I came here. Bai Zhixi almost said the get out of class was over. Oh, is that so? I understand. After all, we are all successful people. It is okay to be busy, but we cannot spoil our children and cannot relax our management of them. I originally called the child's father yesterday. After all, it was he who brought so many snacks to the child, although it may have been an unintentional mistake. This one sentence, coupled with the serious expression and tone, made Bai Zhixi feel that something was not right. Boy, what does this mean? This seems to have changed. Bought so many snacks? How come she doesn't know? Aren't you here today to listen to the teacher praise Yu and Xiaoro, and then exchange parenting tips? Why did it seem like things were heading in a direction she had never expected? Her momentum suddenly became lower. The happy expression from before was gone. Sitting on a chair with his hands on his knees, he looked like a student. I can understand that the father had good intentions in asking the child to bring so many snacks to share with other children yesterday, but the impact it caused was not good. Now is the time for children to develop habits and discipline, and kindergartens are working hard to develop them. It is also a critical period for tooth replacement. If we spoil them now and allow them to eat snacks, it will have a negative impact on their personality and psychology in the future. You said so? Yes. Yes. Bai Zhixi responded with gritted teeth, but her momentum was getting weaker and weaker, and she couldn't help but shrink a little. He clenched his fists on his knees and his face turned red from the scolding. I could only mutter in my heart. Bad guy. Bad guy. Big bad guy. The cry in my heart can be described as crying. Chapter 17, Eating for Free? After a while. After school, Bai Zhixi was also released from the office by Teacher Lu. Yu's mother, please go back and tell the child's father that the child's healthy growth is the result of the joint efforts of the school and the parents. Please also ask the parents to cooperate with our work. Bai Zhixi nodded heavily. In the evening, she would definitely go back and have a good talk with Yi Qing. Not only do I want to talk about this, there is something else as well. At the very least, she couldn't be cheated for nothing. Not far away. Yu and Xiaoro have already discovered Bai Zhixi. Mom! You're here to pick us up. Yu, Xiaoro and Xiaodan ran over with excitement on their faces. Hello, Teacher Lu. Yu looked at Teacher Lu and bowed 90 degrees. The school bag on my back almost flipped over. Xiaoro and Xiaodan are the same. Teacher Lu also bowed and greeted him. The child is very cute. Teacher Lu looked at Bai Zhixi with a smile on her face. Bai Zhixi also touched Yu, Xiaoro, and Xiaodan. Xiaodan looked at Bai Zhixi with her big eyes, blinking continuously. What's wrong, Xiaodan? Bai Zhixi asked puzzledly. Yu, Xiaoro, your mother is so beautiful. Right. Yu immediately put her hands on her hips, looking proud. Xiaodan, your parents haven't come yet? They usually come a little later and haven't gotten off work yet. Bai Yu, Bai Xiaoro. Xiaodan said this and waved at them. Bai Zhixi also pulled them back. Mom, why do you seem unhappy today? Xiaoro asked. No, why wouldn't Mom be happy? Oh, what about Dad? Why didn't he come to pick us up today? Dad had something to do today. Bai Zhixi said. Then I felt raindrops falling. Run, it's raining. Following Bai Zhixi's order, the two little girls ran towards the car laughing. After putting the child in the car, he got in the car himself. Crackling. Raindrops as big as beans fell. Wow, Mom. It's raining so hard. Thank goodness we ran fast. Hey, hey. The two little girls at the back were enjoying the rain. Bai Zhixi looked at the heavy rain and felt a little worried. I wonder if Yiqing brought an umbrella with him. After muttering, she pouted, "You just know how to bully me." Then she looked back. "Okay, everyone sit down, we are about to leave, let's go back and finish our meal, then go pick up Dad, okay?" Okay. After returning home, Bai Zhixi also started making the hangover soup and prepared dinner. Although she knew Yiqing should have eaten dinner, she still left a portion in the pot. Come on, time to eat. Come on. The two children were watching as the milk in Tuan Yuan's bottle was finished. Also wash your hands before eating after cleaning. After a while, Bai Zhixi sent a message to Yiqing, and after receiving a response, she prepared to set off. Why don't you stay home? It's still raining outside. Don't want. We're going to pick up Dad. Okay, I can't resist you. Bai Zhixi took the hot milk and hangover soup, got in the car, and headed towards the hotel. This way. There was a row of wine bottles in front of Zhang Hongwei. Yiqing was taking pictures with his mobile phone. Old four, what are you filming? The Emerald Throne. Yiqing said with a smile. Go away. Zhang Hongwei waved his hand. Although his face was red, he was still relatively sober. I did drink a lot, but luckily it was done over a long period of time, so I was able to sober up while drinking. I'll pay the bill. Yiqing said, walking towards the counter. Fourth brother, let me do it. Zhang Hongwei rushed in front of Yiqing, but Yiqing pulled him back and said with a smile, Second brother, if you feel bad about it, just call me Godfather. From now on I will call you brother and you call me Dad. Let's talk about our own affairs. Get out. Zhang Hongwei's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He wanted to hit someone, he really wanted to hit someone. After Yiqing paid the bill, the four of them headed downstairs, staggering along the way. If they hold a lighter and play a young and dangerous song, they would be just like the Haonan and Shanji quartet. Oh. It's raining. Dong Honghe looked at it and said, looks like we have to run back in the rain. This ritual is really full of sense, okay? We drank to relieve our sorrows and came home in the rain. Second brother, I will give you all the rituals you want tonight. Zhang Hongwei glanced at Yuan Bo who was speaking inside. It seems that I need to get out of this dilemma. He was thinking, and then he heard the sound of a car door closing. Opposite. A girl got down from the Maserati. Open the umbrella in your hand. This beauty and figure immediately attracted everyone's attention. Fuck, where did this rich girl come from? He drives a Maserati. This is so beautiful. The three of them talked about this, but they didn't have any other thoughts. After all, they were just students, and they had to pay for their meals when they went out to eat. The other person's wealth and looks were simply beyond their reach. It's okay. I think it's just normal. Many girls in Jiangcheng University are like this. Yiqing said. Hearing his tone, Zhang Hongwei snorted, What are you doing, Lao Si? We are praising a beautiful woman, and you are getting so proud. Looking at your proud look, someone who doesn't know would think she is your girlfriend. Yes, it's still ordinary. You are really drunk, old four. After being criticized for a few words, Yiqing was too lazy to talk to them. He waved his hand and walked into the rain. Hey, are you ready to go back in the rain? Dong Honghe looked at the heavy rain and planned to wait until the rain was lighter before leaving. The three of them also stepped into the rain. Feeling the raindrops hitting my body. Only. The moment Yiqing stepped into the rain, the beautiful girl opposite also started to jog. Under the gaze of several people, Yiqing was brought under the umbrella. Boom! Just in time. A loud thunder exploded from the sky. It also seemed to strike the souls of the three people behind. They all gasped and their eyes widened, unable to believe what they saw. Fog grass? What does this mean? Is this reasonable? Yiqing turned around and looked at them. It's raining so hard. Why don't you wait until the rain stops before going back? Why are you running out? Did your girlfriend come to pick you up too? Phew. Yi Qing's words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the chests of the three people. Damn it! Killing people and destroying their hearts? Bai Zhixi looked at them and waved her hand gently to greet them. Leave first. Having said that, he and Bai Zhixi headed towards the Maserati, leaving the others behind in a daze. Yi Qing whispered, "Where are the two little girls?" They were in the back row. It was raining, so I didn't let them get off. Oh, how was your communication with the teacher today? To be honest, Yi Qing still felt a little guilty when he said this. Very happy, very happy. The teacher asked me to come back and have a good talk with you. As she spoke, Bai Zhixi's hand reached for Yi Qing's waist. Yi Qing grinned. It seemed like the conversation was not very pleasant. He grabbed Bai Zhixi's hand and whispered, "Give me some face. There are so many people here. When we get home, I'll kowtow to you on the bed." Phew. Bai Zhixi smiled. This bad guy. She grumbled to herself. Then he tilted the umbrella towards Yi Qing. I was thinking, is this called a matching umbrella? This was the first time she shared an umbrella with a boy. Yi Qing also noticed that Bai Zhixi's shoulders were exposed outside the umbrella. He opened his arms and embraced her. They looked so intimate that the three bachelors behind them were jealous. Damn it! Is it not enough to abuse dogs? Do we have to kill dogs? At this time, back seat of the car, Yu and Xiao looked outside. Dad and Mom are coming. Hey! Xiao, look, isn't that Uncle Hongwei? Yu made room for him, and Xiao came over to watch. He looked at Zhang Hongwei in the distance, his mouth slightly opened. Sister, it's really Uncle Hongwei, but why does Uncle Hongwei have long hair? How strange. When the two little girls were confused, Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi also got in the car. Dad! Dad, are you wet? No. Yi Qing said, and saw the two girls looking out the window. What's wrong? What are you looking at? We are looking at Uncle Magnificent with long hair. Yi Qing turned his head and asked, didn't your Uncle Hongwei have hair originally? Yes. Uncle Hongwei's head can reflect light. Yi Qing. Bai Zhixi. He and Bai Zhixi looked at each other inside. It is inevitable to have less hair when people reach middle age. Dad, drink milk and hangover soup. Okay, thank you Yu and Xiao. This is what Mom made. I know. Yi Qing smiled, then looked at Bai Zhixi with a doting look on his face. Don't think that just by looking at me like that, you can let go of lying to me. Oh, I'm drunk. This alcohol has a strong after effect. No, I'm dizzy. Yi Qing said, leaning back, looking drunk. Bai Zhixi gritted her fangs, feeling that Yi Qing was pretending, but she also saw the appearance of Yi Qing's other three roommates, who were also walking unsteadily, and it seemed that they had indeed drunk a lot that night. Forget it, let him go this time. Bai Zhixi thought to herself. In the distance, three roommates also retreated from the rain. But there was silence for a long time. Old 4, isn't this like living off someone for free? That should be it. Dong Hongha and Yuan Bo were talking, their hearts filled with envy. This could no longer be described as envy. While they were still struggling, the fourth child had already found a rich woman. Not only is she a rich woman, but she is also a beautiful and pure rich woman. Although the words pure and rich woman don't really go together. Brother, why are you silent? Yuan Bo looked at the silent Zhang Hongwei and thought that the fourth brother's actions must have made the second brother, who had just smiled a little, become autistic. However, Zhang Hongwei looked at him and asked, what did Lao Si say just now? He said, did your girlfriend come to pick you up too? Zhang Hongwei. Not this one. Didn't he say, many girls in Jiangcheng University are like this? Oh, yes, I think I did say that. Dong Hongha also nodded. Zhang Hongwei's eyes gradually brightened. I feel that what Lao Si said is right. There are beautiful women everywhere in the world. Why do we have to look for them around us? I have decided that I will set my sights on the whole Jiangcheng. I will go to Jiangcheng University and Jiangcheng Art College to have a look. My thoughts opened up immediately. Yuan Bo looked at Zhang Hongwei's re-energizing look, and his mouth twitched, thinking, Old 4, this is not what you expected, right? Bite. Just as they were silent, Zhang Hongwei's cell phone rang. He picked up his phone and looked at it. he found that Yi Qing sent him a confusing message. What does this mean, old for? Listening to Zhang Hongwei's words, Dong Hongha and Yuan Bo also came over to watch. Yi Qing, second brother, take good care of your hair. Zhang Hongwei touched his hair. It was thick and dense. What does this need to protect? Baffling. Zhang Hongwei said something and then hummed a little tune. Damn scumbag. Yuan Bo muttered inwardly. This guy left too quickly. Chapter 18 Intimate Actions. On the way back, although Yi Qing pretended to be dizzy, he could indeed feel the aftereffects of the wine. He was not very good at drinking. But with his god-level physique, he was able to fight with these guys from the north in the dormitory. Arrived home. Yi Qing got out of the car. Bai Zhixi hurried over and supported him. Slow down, please. Bai Zhixi said this, supporting Yi Qing and walking forward. The two maids beside him also accompanied him slowly. He said seriously, Dad, you should drink less. Otherwise, Mom will be worried at home. And Yu and Xiaoro are worried about you too. Yi Qing looked at him and nodded, okay, Dad, drink less in the future. Be good, Dad. As Yu spoke, she was about to touch Yi Qing's head just like he touched hers, but she couldn't touch it at all. Bai Zhixi helped Yi Qing onto the bed. Seeing Yi Qing still wrapped in his outer coat, his face slowly turned red. What should I do about this? We can't let Yi Qing sleep in his coat, right? But if I help to change it? Bai Zhixi looked at Yi Qing with a blush on her face, and then slowly uttered two words, bad guy. Bai Zhixi changed Yi Qing's coat. When it comes to pants. Bai Zhixi's face has become extremely red, but she is still a pure girl. But Yi Qing seemed to have fallen asleep. Yes, after drinking so much, he must not know anything. Thinking of this, Bai Zhixi also started to take action. After changing it, Bai Zhixi was so tired and embarrassed that she was sweating. Yu, Xiaoro, take good care of Daddy. Mommy is going to take a bath. Yu listened, stood up on the bed, and patted her chest. Don't worry, Mom, we will definitely take good care of Dad, then we will wait for you to finish your shower before washing up. Bai Zhixi after taking a bath. Xiaoro also went to pour some hot water. Dad. Xiaoro patted Yi Qing's chest with her small hand. What's wrong, Xiaoro? Yi Qing was woken up by the slap and yawned. Drink hot water. Okay, thank you, Xiaoro. After Yi Qing drank the hot water, where's Mom? I'm taking a shower. Yi Qing became even more distracted as he listened to the sound of water in the bathroom. After all, the system task has not been completed yet, and Bai Zhixi has to complete the intimate actions. As for how intimate the action is, the system hasn't said it yet, but third base is definitely the most intimate action. Dad, go to bed. Xiaoro patted Yi Qing's chest and imitated the way Yi Qing coaxed him to sleep. Yi Qing smiled. This girl is really a little adult. After a while, Bai Zhixi came out of the bathroom with water droplets still hanging on her hair, looking like a beauty just out of the bath. So pure. Mom, keep your voice down. I'm trying to coax Dad to sleep. Xiaoro whispered, and Bai Zhixi also came over quietly. Go wash up quickly, we will go to bed soon. As the two children left, Bai Zhixi also looked at Yi Qing. Looking at Yi Qing's face, Bai Zhixi showed a faint smile, and two dimples appeared on her face, making her look even more pure. Then he thought of something and said angrily, bad guy. You actually lied to me today. You don't know how badly I was scolded by the teacher. As he spoke, Yi Qing's ears moved slightly. Don't lie to me again, understand? Don't bully me again. I asked Yu and Xiaoro, and they said that you would bully me in the future, but it seems that I will bully you more often. As long as you don't bully me in the future, I will bully you less. Do you think we are in love now? Bai Zhixi looked at Yi Qing's face and leaned towards him gently, as if to confirm whether Yi Qing was really asleep. I didn't know what love was, and I had never been in love before. I became a mother without knowing what was going on. This may be considered as having children first and then love. But Xiaoro said that you will be the one chasing me from now on. Bai Zhixi paused for a while. She whispered, but it seems like you didn't catch up with me until you were almost 30. That's a long time. So, it doesn't matter if you don't chase me. I can still chase you. But I can take 99 steps, and you have to take that one step. Bai Zhixi pursed her lips, recalling the story of her and Yi Qing that she had heard from Xiaoro. It's a very sweet love. Although there is noise and it can be unpleasant at times. But Yi Qing would always coax her and take care of her. The more she thought about it, the redder Bai Zhixi's face became. She looked at Yi Qing's face, then looked back, and seeing that Yu Xiao had not come out yet, she gently bent down. One hand was around his chest and the other hand was on the bed. Imprinted on Yi Qing's lips. Touch and leave. Yi Qing's whole body froze. I didn't expect that after pretending to sleep, I would get such an unexpected gain. The kiss was stolen. No, I must not let Bai Zhixi see anything unusual now. If this girl catches me pretending to sleep, I'm afraid she will stab me. Yi Qing thought about Bai Zhixi's current appearance, and he was afraid that her face had turned red. Maybe the ears are all pink and tender. It should be quite cute. Yi Qing was thinking, and then a curtain of light rose up in front of him. It is detected that the host and his wife have done something more intimate, ensuring that their love does not cool down. Rewards: God-level medical skills, 5 kilograms of top-grade Dahongpo, and God-level musicality. Since it was my wife who took the initiative, I will issue a special reward, which will be inherited randomly. The host's daughter can inherit the skill bonus talent obtained by the host. Any unexpected gains? Yi Qing looked at the light curtain. I also feel the changes in my body. He fixed his eyes on the last item. Can Yu and Xiao obtain talents? Yi Qing recalled these talents. Writing and drawing are okay, music is okay, damn, but there is a fighting skill. If either Yu or Xiao inherited the fighting skills, wouldn't that be annoying? Will you be able to get married in the future? However, it seems that it doesn't matter. If I don't want to get married, then I won't get married. Anyway, he can support 2 little girls. After a while, Yu and Xiao finished washing up and ran into the room. Shoo! Bai Zhixi put her hand on her lips, signaling the 2 little girls to speak softly. Oh! Yu nodded. Then the 2 girls climbed onto the bed and hugged their dolls obediently. Bai Zhixi also turned off the lights. Sleep. The world has become quiet. The next day. When Yi Qing woke up, he was still wrapped up. Well. From now on, I'm afraid that every day will be like this. The next moment. Bai Zhixi didn't know what was going on. He hummed softly, then headed towards the bathroom. Came back after a while. However, after returning to bed, he began to toss and turn. It's like a spinning top. Yi Qing felt something was wrong and opened his eyes. Come over. What's wrong? Yi Qing looked at Bai Zhixi's face, which turned a little pale. It's okay, I just need to do that. Bai Zhixi was embarrassed and said while biting her lip, she was quite embarrassed to say this. Yi Qing knew it, and he glanced at the 2 little girls. Afraid of waking them up. I got up quietly and then went to the other side of Baiji Creek. One arm was around her legs and the other was supporting her shoulders. The next moment, Bai Zhixi felt a sense of weightlessness. She was gently picked up by Princess Yi Qing. She leaned on Yi Qing's chest, and her heartbeat quickened. This was the first time she was carried like a princess. It's like a kitten being held in someone's arms. Wrapped in a sense of security. Come to another room. Yi Qing gently put Bai Zhixi down from his arms. I have learned some medical skills, such as massage. I will give you a massage. It should help you feel better. Bai Zhixi nodded. Well, I'll start then. It may be a little painful at first, but it will be fine after a while, and it will be more comfortable later. Yi Qing said, placing his hand on Bai Zhixi's lower abdomen. As soon as he put it on, he felt Bai Zhixi's body tense instantly. Become stiff. Okay, relax a little. Yi Qing said softly. Bai Zhixi turned her head and nodded. After all, no one had ever touched these places on her. Following Yi Qing's massage, Bai Zhixi's body gradually relaxed. It seems to really work. Yi Qing's hands were still very hot. The heat from the friction made her lower abdomen feel warm. There is also Yi Qing's unique angle and strength. Bai Zhixi felt more and more comfortable. It was as if electric current was constantly running through her body. Still very comfortable. As Yi Qing exerted force. A light hum came out of Bai Zhixi's mouth unconsciously. When a voice came out, Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi were stunned. Yi Qing raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Bai Zhixi didn't know what to say. She spat at herself in her heart. Why did she make such an embarrassing sound? Does it hurt? Can you please be gentler? Yi Qing came to the rescue in time. It's okay. I'm fine. After Bai Zhixi finished speaking, she took a pillow from the side and covered her face with it. It's so embarrassing. After Yi Qing massaged for a while, Bai Zhixi felt much more comfortable. But she also felt something was not right. As Yi Qing was pressing, he pressed on her leg. Yi Chang, do boys like to touch girls' legs? That's impossible, I just don't like it. Don't think I'm touching your legs now, but I'm massaging the acupuncture points on your legs, which can relieve your pain. You haven't studied medicine, so you don't understand. Yi Qing turned his head and looked at Bai Zhixi. Could it be that you are doubting me? I've tried my best to give you a massage to relieve your menstrual cramps, and now you doubt me? Look, my muscles are so tight that they ache, and you actually suspect me of taking advantage of you? Is this right? Yi Qing asked several rhetorical questions in a row, which seemed to imply beautiful legs and I can never coexist, and he also felt extremely aggrieved. As if he had suffered a great injustice. No, that's not what I meant. I do feel much better now, Yi Qing, please don't misunderstand me. Bai Zhixi said this with an apologetic look on her face. It seemed that she really misunderstood Yi Qing. Apologize immediately. I will forgive you this time. Don't worry, I am a college student and I have integrity. Go, take off your silk pajamas and change into sports shorts. I'll help you press the acupuncture points. Your silk pajamas are too slippery, so it's hard to apply pressure. Ah? Bai Zhixi was stunned. What's wrong? It's okay. I'll change it now. Bai Zhixi got out of bed after a while. She changed into sports shorts and came over. A pair of slender legs glowing white appeared beside Yi Qing. After lying down, Yi Qing started directly. Sure enough, without a layer of diaphragm, I felt much more comfortable. Chapter 19 I can help you massage more. This is my moral blackmail. Isn't this Xiaobai feeling dizzy? Xiaobai, you are too young to fight with me. After trying it a few times, Yi Qing knew that if he continued, it would really arouse suspicion. Okay, Zhixi, how do you feel now? Much better. Bai Zhixi felt that the pain was almost gone and looked at Yi Qing. You are amazing, Yi Qing, you actually know medical skills. I know a lot more. Yi Qing smiled. I'll go cook today, and you can take a good rest. I'll be there. Before she finished her words, Yi Qing gave her a domineering look. Okay, I'll go wash up then. After Yi Qing left, Bai Zhixi stomped her feet and said, Why are you being so overbearing? However, there was also tenderness in her eyes. As Bai Zhixi went to wash up, Yi Qing also started to busy himself in the kitchen. Sure enough, with God-level cooking skills, as long as you think about what dish you want to cook, the relevant cooking skills will emerge. There is also muscle memory associated with picking up pots and pans. Then, Yi Qing began to sit up. After a while. Woo! Yu opened her eyes, rubbed them, and looked around. Only Xiaro was sleeping soundly while holding the little Pegasus. Her parents were gone. She patted Xiao's butt. Xiao hummed and twisted her body. Xiao, get up, it's daybreak. Sister, I want to sleep a little longer. All right. As Yu spoke, she turned around and hugged Xiao. After waiting for a while, Bai Zhixi looked at the two sisters and felt a little helpless. These two girls have to hold something when they sleep because they inherited it from her. So who did she inherit the requirement of holding something when sleeping from? That's really strange. She thought of her parents and felt a little touched. Although her family is not wealthy, she has been pampered by her parents since she was a child. But she doesn't know how to tell her parents now. It certainly cannot be said that this was born by her. After all, she was only 18 years old, the two girls were 5 years old, and she had been pregnant for a year. She wanted to lie, but her parents were not stupid, so how could they believe her? Even if I did, I would definitely tell my parents the truth. I don't know if they would be able to accept it. I wouldn't be considered a mental patient by my parents, right? Thinking of this, Bai Zhixi began to have a headache. Then, she thought about the two little cuties and Yi Qing. Mom and Dad will definitely accept them. Bai Zhixi nodded. It can be considered as an affirmation of myself. But as for when to take the children to meet their parents, In what form should you explain it to them? I still need to explain this to Yi Qing clearly. After all, it has to be said sooner or later. After figuring it out, Bai Zhixi also walked towards the two girls. Get up, get up. After being called by Bai Zhixi, the two little girls went to wash up. Dad is cooking. Hurry up and wash up. We will taste the food he cooked in a while. Okay. The two girls' eyes were full of anticipation. He went to wash up happily. I wonder if Yi Qing can cook and won't make a mess in the kitchen. Bai Zhixi thought about it and started to get nervous. After all, she also wanted to share more of the burden for this family since Yi Qing had contributed a lot financially. Then she wanted to make up for it in other ways. Yi Qing, how about I do it? Bai Zhixi opened the kitchen door and then looked at Yi Qing. I saw him cutting vegetables. Day. Dense and regular sounds continued to be heard. Bai Zhixi watched the kitchen knife being wielded by Yi Qing as if it were his own arm. Her little mouth couldn't help but open wide. So skilled. Oh my god. Yi Qing can actually cook? And it seems that he is much stronger than her. She always cuts vegetables slowly. After all, if she cuts them faster, she might see blood. I'm going to cook in a while. There will be smoke. You can go out and wait with the two little girls. Yi Qing looked at Bai Zhixi, who was looking at him curiously. He flicked her head and said, Why, are you still not confident in my cooking skills? Come over and supervise me. Oh. Bai Zhixi covered her forehead with her hands, looking like she was in pain. It hurt so much. No, I'm not worried, I just thought I could cook. The two little girls went to wash up, and I didn't have anything to do, so I wanted to help you, but you hit me. Bai Zhixi snorted, looking like a little girl, pouting to express her dissatisfaction. Okay, go out and wait, you can eat soon. Okay. Although Bai Zhixi retreated, she was still lying on the kitchen door watching. Yi Qing discovered her, but there was nothing he could do. I can only operate it on my own. Heat oil in a pan. Stir fry. The aroma suddenly rose up. You can smell the fragrance of Bai Zhixi even outside the door. Wow, Yi Qing is so amazing. Bad guy, he has such good cooking skills, but he hides them secretly. I thought he couldn't cook, but I didn't expect that there is a cooking god hidden in his home. She thought about Yi Qing, who seemed to know everything. Omnipotent. What a perfect boyfriend. Mother. After Yu and Xiao finished washing up, they saw Xiao Chuanyuan still sleeping and said, Little lazy cat. So I ran over to find Bai Zhixi. Just came here. Then I saw flames in the kitchen. The two girls were immediately attracted. Watching Yi Qing's operation inside. His eyes lit up as well, and he leaned against the kitchen door and watched. After Yi Qing finished stir-frying the vegetables, she prepared the omelets and staple food. I turned around and was startled. Good job. One adult and two children just lay on the kitchen door and watched. What are you doing? Yi Qing opened the door and said helplessly. Dad. You're awesome. I'm hungry. Yu pointed at the food inside and said with a smile. Come on, take it out, let's eat. Yu held the plate, and the aroma seemed to flow into her nose uncontrollably. Smells so good. After the food was served, Bai Zhixi and the two maids began to eat with relish. Bai Zhixi tasted it, her eyes full of confusion. Just a simple stir-fry? Can it be fried so deliciously? Is Yi Qing really a treasure boy? The two little girls also ate with relish. After Yi Qing finished his meal, he took a cup of brown sugar water and placed it next to Bai Zhixi. It's warm, I'll drink it later. Good. This action attracted the attention of the two little girls. Mom, what did Dad give you? Brown sugar water. Dad is biased. Why doesn't he give us anything? Yu said, asking a soul-searching question. Bai Zhixi had no way to answer. She wanted to explain, but it was too early for the two girls. I'm afraid that saying this will cause a lot of questions. After thinking for a while, she looked at Yi Qing. Yes, why not give it to them? Yi Qing. Why don't you know? Looking at Yi Qing's puzzled expression, Bai Zhixi sticks out her tongue playfully. Yi Qing had no choice but to pour some for them as well. If it still hurts, tell me and I'll rub it for you again. This sentence reminded Bai Zhixi of the feeling of being massaged by Yi Qing. That feeling of numbness all over the body. There was also the feeling of Yi Qing's hands wandering on her legs. Thinking of this, Bai Zhixi couldn't help but clamp her legs together and rub them a little. Chapter 20, Opening Up a New World. Aha! After a while, Bai Zhixi also began to relax her whole body. After finishing her meal, Yu looked at the brown sugar water. He started drinking. After a while, the cup of brown sugar water was finished. Xiaoro drank slowly and leisurely. You see, these two little guys have really different personalities. Yi Qing sat next to Bai Zhixi, looking at the two little girls with a smile on his face. Bai Zhixi drank brown sugar water with a look of happiness on her face. Yi Qing, I have an idea. I want to take Yu and Xiaoro back to show them to my parents and sister. Although this is hard to understand, the paternity test results are here, and they should have no choice but to accept it. When I went to pick up Yu and Xiaoro that day, they also asked me about their grandparents. I suppressed their question at that time, but I feel like they have been asking more and more frequently recently. Yi Qing listened and fell into deep thought. When he first saw Yu and Xiaoro, they said that before they traveled through time, they were sleeping soundly at their grandma's house, and when they woke up they arrived in this timeline. Combined with recent performance, it also shows that the child has a deep relationship with his grandparents. And, they were Bai Zhixi's parents and relatives. They will be his family in the future too. He probably won't do anything that would harm Yu and Xiaoro. After meditation. Okay, then let's find some time to take Yu and Xiaoro back and take a look. Thank you, Yi Qing. As Bai Zhixi was speaking, the two little girls next to her also looked over here. Mom and Dad, what are you whispering about? Yu has to listen too. As he spoke, Yu came closer. You are so weird. Yi Qing touched Yu's head and said, Look at Xiaoro, she's not that gossipy. No, my sister just doesn't show it. She is much more curious than I am. Isn't that right, sister? No. Xiaoro denied shyly. My mother and I are talking about taking you to your grandparents' house in a few days to visit them. Wow. As Yu and Xiaoro listened, their eyes lit up. Then let's go find Grandpa to ride a big horse. This one sentence made Bai Zhixi's face turn black. Her dad likes to play this game? When she was smiling, she also liked to ride a big horse. Her father was willing to be her servant and let her ride on the horse and crawl around on the bed. It seems that her two daughters not only inherited her hobby, but also successfully got their old father to come out of retirement. They are all generations apart. I wonder how their current father would react if he saw these two girls. However, there was Yi Qing's firm support and two happy little girls beside him. Bai Zhixi felt that the pressure in her heart was much less. Okay, change your clothes. Dad will take you to kindergarten later. Tomorrow the kindergarten will be on weekends. What do you want to do? Are we going to hang out, or what? Yi Qing asked. If the two girls were going to the amusement park or somewhere else, he would take them there. We want to invite the kids to our house to play. Okay, then Dad will write down a few copies of my home address and you can bring them to the children today. Okay. Dad, you are so nice. As Yu spoke, his calves swung under the chair. Looks happy. Bai Zhixi looked at Yi Qing, a daughter slave. Perhaps every boy has a dream of having a daughter, and Yi Qing has fulfilled this dream and achieved it doubly. Let's go. Yi Qing picked up the two little girls, one in each hand. I was thinking in my mind that when I come back in the evening, I will see what talents these two little girls have inherited. Test it out. Arrived at the kindergarten. Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye. Yi Qing waved his hand. Yu took Xiaoro's hand and walked towards the kindergarten. Yu, Xiaoro. Xiaodan and a few other kids also came over. Xiaodan, here you go. This is my home address. I want to invite you to come over to my house tomorrow. Xiaodan looked at the note, her face flushed. Okay. Then can I touch Tuan Yuan? I've always wanted to have a kitten, but my mom wouldn't let me. Okay, just touch her. Little Tuan Yuan is very well behaved and cute. Yi Qing looked back from a distance and saw a few children laughing, and it seemed that Yu and Xiaoro had already integrated into the group. Bai Zhixi should be going to class now. The courses at 985 universities are more intensive and the management is stricter. The situation at Yi Qing University is much more relaxed, and you can finish it with a final sprint. Of course, it is to ensure that you don't fail the course. Yi Qing thought that the president of Huahong Bank would come over today. He drove back. When I was almost there, I received a call from Zhong Jianda. Mr. Yi, I'm already at the gate of your community. I just went to take my kids to school and I'll be there in a minute or two. Okay, I'll wait for you. At the entrance of the villa area, there stood a man in a suit and tie. Although he was old, he was still a smart and capable man. He had no big belly and looked very mature. There is also the temperament that can only be cultivated by being in a high position for a long time. This caused the security guard nearby to come over. After asking for clarification, the security guard also invited Zhong Jianda to the security room to rest for a while. No, thank you. Zhong Jianda waved his hand. Although he was the president of Jiangcheng branch of Huahong Bank, the person who came to visit today had hundreds of millions of liquid assets in his hands. Even he would not dare to be arrogant, and the best thing to do was to stand here and wait. After a while, Yi Qing drove over. Zhong Jianda went to meet him. Looking at the young man in the car window, Zhong Jianda paused. Although the voice on the phone was relatively young, it was not that young. Hiss. I hope it's not this one. Zhong Jianda's heart was beating fast. Yi Qing asked, President Zhong? Mr. Yi, it really is you. I saw that you were so young that I didn't dare to recognize you. As he spoke, he also wrote down Yi Qing's license plate number. President Zhong, please get in the car. Zhong Jianda didn't waste any time and got on the passenger seat. He had prepared a lot of lines of speech and topics for discussion, including business management, children's education and the like, but he was caught off guard by Yi Qing's youth. Arrived at Villa number 3. Zhong Jianda came down and looked at the villa. There was shock on his face. It seems that this person should be the son of a wealthy businessman. Enter into the yard. Zhong Jianda also looked around. Looking at the koi in the yard, he recognized several varieties at just one glance. They are all rare varieties, and their patterns also prove that these koi are the best of each rare variety. And there is this layout, this flower pavilion and waterside pavilion. This villa is very valuable. Enter the villa. 2 blood-red dragon fish came into view. Zhong Jianda stood there in a daze, his eyes widened suddenly, he couldn't believe what he saw. Blood-red dragon fish, a blood-red dragon fish of such good appearance. My God, this one will probably cost several million. Moreover, this thing is a priceless treasure, and it is extremely rare to find one normally. There are still 2 of them, and they are in such good condition. What an energy this is. Yi Qing walked in on his own. He gestured to the sofa over there. President Zhong, please go sit over there for a while. I'll make some tea. Yi Qing said as he took out a little of the dahongpo. Brew it up. The aroma of tea filled the room. Zhong Jianda, who originally had a lot of momentum from being in a high position for a long time, now seemed a little restrained. He just stood there, fidgeting, and his momentum was much less. President Zhong, come and sit down. Yi Qing sat down with him and poured 2 cups of tea. When Zhong Jianda smelled the tea, he felt that this dahongpo was special. Entrance. He even nodded. His guess was correct. This dahongpo is more fragrant and smooth than any he had tasted before. It seems to be of top quality. As for its value, he mentally spat at himself. I've been working in the bank for a long time, and I want to measure everything with money. I'm afraid these things can't be bought with money. Mr. Yi, I came to visit you today to provide you with a plan. Take a look. This is the value-added plan for your assets in our bank. Zhong Jianda took it out and introduced it to Yi Qing. In addition to added value, the plan also offers a variety of benefits, including black cards and early access to various big brands. As Zhong Jianda spoke, he observed Yi Qing's expression. When Yi Qing hesitated a little, he would come up with new ideas for the plan. Make up for it as soon as possible. After all, he came here today and realized that this person is not just rich. Call. After a long time, the deal was finally reached. Zhong Jianda also breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Yi, I'll go back and revise it, and then bring you another version. Are you leaving now? Sit down and have some tea. Yi Qing tried to persuade him to stay. Zhong Jianda took a reluctant look at the top-quality dahongpo. I thought to myself that after this departure, I didn't know when I would be able to drink it again. No, I'll go back and revise the plan first. This is more important. I'm leaving first, Mr. Yi. Please don't see me off. If you need me for anything in your daily life, please let me know. After he left. It's really a rush to come and go. After seeing Zhong Jianda off, Yi Qing found a little guy running slowly in the living room. Then he sat under two huge fish tanks containing blood-red dragonfish. Yi Qing came closer and found Tuan Yuan staring at the two blood-red dragonfish. You little guy, don't be fooled by your small size, but you have really big ideas. Yi Qing picked up Tuan Yuan and said, you are still young, but you are dreaming of such a big fish. Meow. Tuan Yuan called out twice, as if to refute Yi Qing. Accompany Xiao Tuan Yuan to watch the blood-red dragonfish for a while. Yi Qing went out and bought some pens, ink, paper and inkstone. Pick up the pen. Muscle memory is activated. He thought about it. Then he started writing. The highest good is like water. One stroke down. It was like a flying ink dragon, sweeping across the paper. Flowing like water. All in one go. 4 words jump out of the paper. In terms of strength and power of brushwork, compared with Yen and Lu, I'm afraid they each have their own merits. After all, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. If Yu Yu inherited this talent. Yi Qing thought that Yu Yu's personality was lively and outgoing, so when it came to writing, the main focus should be on keeping a calm mind. If Yu Yu inherited this talent, she would probably be quite accomplished in cursive calligraphy. As he thought about it, Yi Qing thought of fighting skills again. He prayed in his heart that he would not inherit this talent. Right, God rewards hard work. Yi Qing thought about it but didn't write anything. Never mind. Yi Qing didn't like these 4 words very much, but it was true that hard work pays off. However, many times, whether you have money or not does not depend on how hard you work. If it just depends on diligence, then the richest man in the world must be a nuclear-powered donkey. Yi Qing skipped this and wrote a few more words. Hang it at home first. Bite. The phone beeped. Yi Qing looked at his phone. Then I found out that it was sent by Zhang Hongwei. Second brother, fourth brother, I took the third brother to Jiangcheng University. It is really unusual to come to such a comprehensive university or liberal arts university. Second brother, picture. Second brother, picture. Second brother, picture. Zhang Hongwei posted several pictures in a row, all of which were pictures of girls from Jiangcheng University. Second brother, I see more girls here in one day than we see in the Buddhist temple in a year. Second brother, you have opened up a new world for us. Second brother, I will share with you in real time. One should never forget the well digger. Wait, bro, I will go to Jiangcheng Art College soon. Yi Qing opened the photo and enlarged it. I have to say that the second brother's aesthetic taste has improved. The looks of these photos are all above 80 points. Moreover, most of them wore black stockings and calfskin round-toed shoes. It seems that my second brother has a special liking for black silk stockings. Then he took out his cell phone and started typing. Yi Qing, second brother, you guys just need to hang out here. I can't take care of too many of them. Please listen to my advice and don't go to Jiangcheng University of Finance and Economics or Jiangcheng Normal University. Chapter 21. There are wicked people who want to harm me. Zhang Hongwei, who was strolling in Jiangcheng University, looked at the message sent by Yi Qingfa. With a low growl, Chow. What's wrong? What did the fourth brother say? Yuan Bo came over and looked at the messages sent by the two. This boy already has such an ordinary girlfriend, and he still wants to see other girls? I'll tell my sister-in-law when the time comes. As Yuan Bo was talking, Zhang Hongwei also looked at the girls from Jiangcheng University. Although it's much better than their Buddhist temple. But after watching for so long, I haven't seen any girl prettier than Bai Zhixi last night. Where are you, the mediocre Louis Koo and the countrywoman Louis Fei? Zhang Hongwei curled his lips, thinking, this kid, he doesn't know how lucky he is. However, he should satisfy this kid. After all, he is his guiding light. Second brother, you kid, okay, wait. Looking at this message, Yi Qing smiled softly. He was joking. His own cabbages had not been harvested yet, so why would he go to look at other cabbages? However, I'm afraid it won't be possible in these 7 days. It will all work out. Yi Qing looked at the paper and pen in front of him. He cursed inwardly, these two old perverts had ruined his mood for writing. Never mind. I should go out and buy some ingredients for tomorrow. Why not ask Lin Han and the others to come along as well? Yi Qing picked up his phone and sent a message to the group. Lin Han, brother Yi, we were just talking about asking you to come out and play tomorrow. Lin Han, okay, I'll go to your place tomorrow. Lin Yu, I'll go too, sign up. I'll take the initiative to take care of the baby tomorrow. Zoing, hey, there is another person who wants to take care of the baby. Zhou Kai, then I will cook tomorrow. Lin Han, are you good at cooking? I'm not looking down on you. Zhou Kai, what are you talking about? I am quite good at cooking, sister, come out and testify. Zoing, yes, there are 2 brushes, but there are no bristles on them. Zhou Kai. Everyone was chatting animatedly in the group, while Yi Qing was about to set off. I went out and bought a cart full of fruits, snacks, and food ingredients. In the afternoon, Yi Qing began to deal with it. Looking at the phone that was as calm as water, I couldn't help but curse in my heart. Where did these 2 guys go? Could it be that he was captured by a goblin? I think I was dazzled by the flowers. The promises were not kept. As Yi Qing spoke, he also thought about himself. He was not one of them who would be dazzled by the flowers. After all, once you have seen the ocean, you will never be as drenched as you thought. Bai Zhixi is already extremely beautiful, a stunning beauty that can topple a country. As he was thinking, the phone rang. When Yi Qing picked it up and took a look, his head started to swell. The person calling was none other than Teacher Lu, who had asked him to go to the kindergarten to talk last time. Now he calls at this time again. Could it be that Yu and Shiro did something in school again to offend this serious teacher? Hello, Mr. Lu. Yi Qing picked up the phone. Yu's dad. When Teacher Lu called today, his tone was much better than last time. It's like this. We were singing nursery rhymes with the children today, and I found that Yu seemed to have a talent for music. She learned it once and was able to sing it, and the melody and pitch were relatively accurate. I feel that families can also focus on cultivating children's talents in this area. Oh? Yi Qing was listening. He was planning to test the talents of the 2 little girls in the evening, but he didn't expect to get such good news. It seems that Yu has inherited this talent. Where's Shiro, teacher? How is she doing in music? Xiaoro is okay, but she's still far behind Yu, Teacher Lu said tactfully. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lu. I understand. I will focus on cultivating Yu in this aspect. Okay, Dad Yu, both children are good. Teacher Lu gave a few compliments at the end and then hung up the phone. The next moment, a light curtain popped up in front of Yi Qing. It is detected that the host has not faced his mother-in-law and father-in-law directly since his wife and daughter returned to her parents' home. Please face his mother-in-law and father-in-law directly. Reward: Wuyo Media, Management, and Financial Ability. Yi Qing looked at the task. He had heard the 2 little ones say before that their grandparents were very kind to them. Bai Zhixi also mentioned this matter this morning. It seems that it is not difficult to deal with the mother-in-law and father-in-law. Now it just depends on whether they can hold on after knowing this extremely unscientific situation. Unexpectedly, I was about to meet Bai Zhixi's family. I don't know what the scene will be like. After cleaning up, Yi Qing looked at his phone again, and it was still as plain as ever. Blanche. Yi Qing cursed inwardly again, these 2 guys. Forget it, go pick up the kid. In the evening, I picked up 2 little girls. Dad, some friends will be coming to our house tomorrow. Okay, Dad will make you something delicious tomorrow. Dad is ready. Thank you, Dad. Yu said, then thought for a moment, Dad, the teacher praised me today and said that I sang children's songs well. Having said that, Yu paused for a moment. Yi Qing turned his head and looked at the little girl with her chin raised and her eyes shining. He looked like he wanted Yi Qing to praise him. Yu is awesome. Yi Qing didn't spoil the fun and started to praise him directly. Hey. Yu scratched his head embarrassedly. After arriving home, Bai Zhixi also came back and was cooking in the kitchen. Mom! We're back. Bai Zhixi looked at the 2 girls and was just about to come out and hug them. The 2 little girls turned around and went towards Xiao Tuan Yuan. Bai Zhixi was petrified on the spot. You look so lonely, how about I hug you? Yi Qing spoke loudly. In one sentence, Bai Zhixi was embarrassed. No. You are too hard, not as soft as my 2 daughters. Oh, this morning when I held you and gave you a massage, you didn't mind my hardness. Now you act like this. Women, they say one thing in front of you and another behind your back. After hearing what Yiqing said, Bai Zhixi remembered all the details of the morning and turned back to cook. Yiqing closed the door. I think I should take the little girl back in the next few days. It's my first time to visit my future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Are you in such a hurry? Bai Zhixi was planning to go back early to take the lead. She told Yiqing about her idea, and Yiqing shook his head. Maybe the two of them would understand when they saw the girls. That's right. After all, they look so much like me when I was a kid. They are just like two peas in a pod. Why, are my genes just so bad? Are there no similarities between them and me? I thought they were just like me when I was a kid. Yiqing retorted, but let's go back together. You can go home for a while and talk, and then I will show up with the two little girls. The two discussed for a while, and Yiqing also came out. While looking for the two little girls, I saw Yu playing with Xiaotuan Yuan. Xiaoro stood under the words "the best is like water" written by Yiqing in the afternoon and looked up. Her little mouth opened with a look of longing. Yiqing looked at this situation and felt something in his heart. Could it be that Xiaoro? Xiaoro, what's wrong? Why are you staring at what your father wrote? Yiqing squatted down and touched Xiaoro's head. Xiaoro turned her head and saw Yiqing. Her expression changed and she pointed at the words in surprise and said, "Dad, this moves." How amazing! It's like the word came alive. Xiaoro spoke while gesticulating. Yiqing also carried her to the chair. Hand her the brush. Xiaoro, you can imitate this word and write it. Xiaoro looked at the words hanging on the wall. Follow the example and write and draw on paper. Although it is still very immature, one can already see some strength in his writing. It seems that Xiaoro inherited this talent. Dad, can you teach me? I also want to learn how to write my own words. Xiaoro begged in a baby voice. Yiqing, who was originally a daughter slave, couldn't stand this. Use this to test cadres? Okay, then after dinner, Dad will teach you. Okay. After a while, the meal was ready. Two maids helped serve the dishes. While eating, Bai Zhixi started chatting. I feel like there seem to be a lot of boys from other schools coming to our university recently. My roommate told me that there seem to be quite a few guys from Jiangcheng Polytechnic University. There may not be many girls in their school, so they extended their evil claws to us. As Bai Zhixi spoke, Yiqing raised his eyebrows. At that moment, he said righteously, "Yes, I hate boys like this, thinking about girls all day long. Let's go to this school and then to that school. They are all filthy bastards. For a gentleman like me, no matter what kind of beauty I see on the street, I won't even glance at her." Dad is awesome. Although Yu and Xiaoro didn't understand, they were infected by the aura. Bai Zhixi also smiled helplessly. What is Yiqing doing so seriously? She was just joking. There are not many girls around people majoring in science and engineering. If she doesn't look for a partner in other schools, she might really be single. Have you always been like this before? Bai Zhixi asked, holding her chin and tilting her head. That's for sure. Yiqing swore solemnly. But, the next moment. Bite. The phone beeped. The corner of Yiqing's mouth twitched. Could it be that? Then. Bite. 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 A series of message alert sounds came. No need to think, it must be that those two bastards finally remembered him. Damn it. Yiqing just wants to curse now. Chapter 22 Bai Zhixi, don't move, let me hold you for a while. He looked at his phone and his expression changed. After all, just now he looked like he could never get along with other beauties. And now this situation has occurred. It's a bit embarrassing. Bai Zhixi also looked over, with a little confusion on her face. Yiqing, it seems like someone sent you a lot of messages. It's my roommate. What's the matter? Seeing that Bai Zhixi was still asking blankly and had no intention of looking at it, Yiqing also picked up his phone and looked at it. As expected. These are all pictures of campus beauties. Still carefully selected. You said there are bad people among the crowd, but these two people carefully selected girls with good angles and pure beauties. You said there are no bad people, and they are sending it now. Fine. After a quick browse, Yiqing discovered that although his second and third brothers had taken quite a few photos, in comparison, They are far inferior to Bai Zhixi Creek. It's too far away. He looked at Bai Zhixi, and then at the pair of slender legs. If Bai Zhixi also dressed like this. Balenciaga plus Valentino. It can kill them instantly. Bai Zhixi saw Yi Qing looking at her nakedly, and there was a look of confusion on her face. What's going on? Why did it suddenly become like this? Yi Qing's gaze made her feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Xiaoro was there to answer the call. Dad, you said you would teach me how to write in the evening. Xiaoro said this and pulled Yi Qing along as they trotted towards another table. Bai Zhixi also went over carrying Yu. However, Yu is already 4 or 5 years old, and it is indeed a bit heavy. Bai Zhixi has thin arms and legs. After hugging for a while, I felt my arms a little sore. Come over and start teaching me step by step. Yu and Bai Zhixi were also listening nearby. Bai Zhixi nodded. I have learned something from it. I didn't expect that Yi Qing could also write calligraphy. Bai Zhixi said that her father also liked calligraphy and taught her when she was a child, so Bai Zhixi had some basics. Now looking at the words written by Yi Qing, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Nice handwriting. Of course, she is not a professional calligrapher. As the saying goes, the layman sees the excitement while the expert sees the details. Although she cannot see too many details, she can still tell whether the basic characters are beautiful or not. Yeah, I know a little bit. Today I discovered that Xiaoro seems to have a talent for this. Plus, she is usually gentle and quiet, so she is suitable for quiet creations like writing and painting. It's good to teach, it can cultivate one's sentiments. Next to her, Yu also picked up another brush and wrote a little, but compared to Xiaoro's initial sketch, hers was still vague. Mom will teach you. Bai Zhixi also came over to teach Yu step by step. But the little girl felt bored after writing for a while. Yes, generally children are more lively and few of them can sit still and practice calligraphy. The other side. Inside Zhou Xiaodan's house. The family of 3 finished their meal and were watching TV on the sofa. Mom, please take me to this address tomorrow. Yu and Xiaoro invited me to play at their home tomorrow. As he said that, Xiaodan handed the note to his mother. The woman took it and looked at it. Oh, this place is a villa area. A man in his 40s came over and looked at the place. Yes, this community is one of the best in Jiangcheng. And judging from the number of the villa, it's number 3, so it should be worth a lot of money. Okay, let's not talk about this in front of the children. Zhou Kongming waved his hand and said, don't let children develop such a worldly attitude from an early age. Yu and Xiaoro, they are the 2 little girls who just transferred to the kindergarten that you often mentioned recently, right? Yes. When Zhou Xiaodan talked about his friends, he also responded firmly. I haven't seen the 2 little girls yet. Because usually Yu and Xiaoro's parents come earlier, and you come later, so we haven't met them. This sentence made the couple scratch their noses. In this regard, they are really unfair to the children. They almost never pick up the children early. Usually, they let the children play for a while in school after school before picking them up after get off work. Well. Mom, you haven't seen Yu and Xiaoro's mom. She's so beautiful, like a fairy. Xiaodan was thinking about Bai Zhixi and talking as well. One sentence aroused the desire to win among the women. Oh? Xiaodan, is Yu's mother more beautiful than me? Zhou Kongming, who was standing next to him, heard his wife's question and quickly sat up, looking at his daughter nervously. My dear, this is a life-threatening question. You must answer well. If you don't, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble tonight. Zhou Kongming prayed in his heart. Mom is the most beautiful in my heart. Call. As Xiaodan said this, Zhou Kongming also let out a breath. I secretly gave Xiaodan a thumbs up, she is worthy of being my daughter. It's just awesome. This ability to react on the spot is simply inherited from me. Liang listened to her daughter's words and nodded with a smile. However, he reacted immediately. That's not right. What are you talking about? In Xiaodan's heart, she is the most beautiful. That is, in the eyes of outsiders, it is definitely Yu's mother who is beautiful. Maybe I'll be the one who gets killed instantly. You little girl, you've been led astray by your father, using sweet words to coax women. Liang tapped the little girl's lips, then in the eyes of outsiders, is it definitely Yu's mother who is beautiful? This is beyond Xiaodan's ability. She could only look at her father, her eyes full of help. Zhou Kongming was also helpless. My daughter, you are pushing your dad into the fire pit. Oh, rich people, didn't you hear that? Not all girls are 18 years old, but there are always girls who are 18 years old. Generally, the wives of rich people are more beautiful. You know that too. You are a beautiful wife. However, I am different from those rich men. Back then, I could be said to be the Wu Yinzu of Zhengcheng. I was simply a handsome man. Otherwise, you, a beautiful lady, wouldn't have liked me back then, right? Those rich people are all fat and ugly. Fuck. As expected, his level was very high. Just a few words made Li Ying grumble and stop talking. However, Xiao Dan waved his hand and said, "No, Dad. Yu and Xioro's dad is also very handsome. All the kids in our class think their dads are the most handsome dads." This actually aroused the man's damn desire to win. Is he really that handsome? Even more handsome than my Jiancheng Daniel Wu? My daughter, you probably haven't seen how handsome your father was back then. Well, I'll go meet him tomorrow and see if he's as handsome as the rumors say. Zhou Kongming said unconvinced. Li Ying beside her also covered her mouth and chuckled, "Then I will take you there tomorrow, and by the way, you can also meet Yu and Shiro's parents." Xiaodan doesn't care about anything else. She just knows that her parents will send her there together tomorrow, and that's enough to make her happy. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Be good, go wash up in a while, we're going to bed. Then I'll sleep with you tonight. No, you are already a big kid and you can't sleep with Mom and Dad anymore. Li Ying said. No, Yu and Xiao both sleep with their parents. We are the same age, so why can't I? Zhou Xiaodan said with a pout. Well. Li Ying said helplessly, okay, but only for tonight. Hey, didn't we agree that today? Zhou Kongming suddenly became anxious. Look, it's urgent again. Li Ying glanced at him and opened her mouth. Wait until she falls asleep. Zhou Kongming understood what he meant. The other side. Yi Cheng and Bai Zhixi also prepared the ingredients for tomorrow and placed snacks on the table. As for the fruits, you can wash them tomorrow morning. It's time to go to bed, two little cuties, it's time to go to bed. Yu and Xiao are playing with Xiao Chuanyuan. Hearing Yi Qing's call, he gently picked up Xiao Tuanyuan, placed it in the nest, and then covered it with a quilt. Little Tuanyuan, it's time to go to bed. Meow. Xiao Tuanyuan seemed to understand the meaning. No one followed him out. Night. The two girls fell asleep holding the little Pegasus. Yu was thinking about tomorrow's party, while Xiao was thinking about the moving words. Bai Zhixi tossed and turned. She had a big worry in her mind. That is to take the two little girls home. I don't know how my parents will react. She sighed. Then, a hand reached out from behind. Touched her head. Go to sleep, I'm here, don't worry. Yi Qing said in a low voice. Bai Zhixi turned around. Under the moonlight, a pair of eyes are bright. I don't know if it's because of the natural reflectiveness or because of the mist. Go to sleep. Yi Qing touched Bai Zhixi's head again. A comforting look. Bai Zhixi nodded. The next day. When Yi Qing woke up in the morning, he was still hugged by Bai Zhixi. However, after Bai Zhixi woke up, she was no longer as reserved as before, and hugged him even tighter. His head even nodded towards Yi Qing's chest. This girl. Yu and Xiao, who were sleeping on the side, woke up after a while and looked at Bai Zhixi and Yi Qing as if they were used to it. However, she still came over as if vying for favor and hugged Yi Qing's hands and feet. He. That feeling of being trapped came back again. Yi Qing felt a little helpless. Dad, you're awake. Wake up, Dad will get up and cook for you in a while. As Yi Qing spoke, he also prepared to move Bai Zhixi away. Don't move, let me hold you for a while. Bai Zhixi said this with a slight blush on her face. Yi Qing, who had been ready, relaxed again and let the big and two small ones toss around. Chapter 23. Is this reasonable? Why is he so handsome? An hour later. After dinner. Yi Qing and the others also started to get busy. Yu Xiao, take these washed fruits out and save them for the children. Yu, don't eat snacks secretly. He. The whole villa became busy. Xiao Tuanyuan also ran around beside Yu and Xiao. Yi Qing also sent a message to Lin Han and the others. But there was no response. I looked at the time, it was just past 8 o'clock and it was a holiday, so it seemed like these guys hadn't gotten up yet. After cleaning up, it's almost time for the children to agree on a date. Yiqing and Bai Zhixi brought their 2 children to the gate of the villa area. Be prepared and wait. Far away, a Mercedes-Benz drove up. Zhou Kongming and Liang were sitting in the front of the car, while Xiaodan was looking forward through the gap in the armrest, looking like she was looking forward to seeing her good friend. Your daughter is anxious. I'm also very anxious. I want to see if there is anyone who can really compete with me, Jianqing Daniel Wu? Zhou Kongming's joke made his wife smile. After a while, we were near the villa area. Yu, Xiao. Mom and Dad, look, that's Yu and Xiao. Xiaodan said from behind. It also drew the 2 people's attention over there. What caught my eye were 2 delicately carved porcelain dolls, like little angels descended to earth. Hiss. These 2 children are so good looking. Then, they turned their attention to Yiqing and Bai Zhixi. When Liang looked at the 2 of them, she was stunned. His eyes suddenly widened, he couldn't believe what he saw. Are these 2 Yu and Xiao's parents? This mother takes such good care of herself. This dad is also very handsome. And he looks young too. Liang immediately admitted defeat. After all, among all the mothers of other children, she is not the only one who cannot compare to Yu's mother. I'm afraid all the mothers of other children cannot compare to her. She looked at her husband next to her. Hey, Jianqing Daniel Wu? Why aren't you talking? Why are you silent? I don't want to talk. Zhou Kongming's mouth twitched, and he looked like he had lost all hope in life. Ha ha. Liang laughed beside her. Go shopping with me today. This one sentence made Zhou Kongming even more desperate. Stop the car. Several people came down. Xiaodan ran straight towards Yu and Xiao, and then hugged them. Yiqing also came over and shook hands with Zhou Kongming. Everyone got to know each other. I look older than you, so I'm just calling you Brother Yi. I'm sorry to trouble you with the child today. It's no trouble. Look, they have such a good relationship. Yiqing said, we didn't expect you to come so early. Ha, this little girl woke me and her mother up early in the morning. She looked so impatient, so we had no choice but to hurry over. A few more polite words. Xiaodan, let's go first. Wait for your Uncle Yi to call me in the evening and I'll pick you up. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Xiaodan said this and waved his chubby hand. After a while, the children came over one after another. See, everyone is here. Shall we go home? Yu said this, acting like an organizer and host. Okay. I want to touch Xiao Tuan Yuan. I want to touch it, too. I've wanted to have a kitten for a long time, but my mom won't let me. Let's go. Escorted by property vehicles. Yiqing brought the children to villa number 3. Got off the car. Wow. Xiaodan looked at Yu, is this your home? It's so big. In the world of children, there is no concept of villas or large apartments. There is only the concept of big and small. Yu and Xiao brought the children into the yard and introduced them. Looks like a little adult. This is the fish pond. As Yu was talking, many children came over and squatted beside the fish pond looking at the koi inside. Yu, the fish here are so fat. Hey, there's fish food here. If you want to feed the fish, you can do so. Yu took out the fish food. Grab a handful and sprinkle it on the water. The koi fish around slowly swam towards this side. Xiao used the usual method to feed the fish. He would hold a handful of fish food in his hand and wait there, and when he saw a fish coming, he would stuff the food into the fish's mouth. Yu's main goal is to cast a wide net. Xiao mainly eats large amounts of food. The kids next to them were also feeding. Okay, let's go home and go see little Tuan Yuan. Okay. Yu led the children inside. Led by Yu, several girls put on slippers and ran into the room. Go straight to Xiao Chuan Yuan. Little Tuan Yuan seemed to have heard the sound and slowly poked his round head out of the room. This look made the little girl fall in love with him. Wow! This is little reunion? So cute and furry. I want a hug, too. Yu let everyone hug her, and Xiao Tuan Yuan was also quite well behaved. As for the boys, they stood in front of the blood-red dragonfish tank. Looking at the 2 huge blood-red dragonfish, everyone's eyes lit up. Don't you want to pet the kitten? Yi Qing came to a little boy and touched his eyes. Uncle Yi. These two fish of yours are so handsome. They look like they were carved from gems. Aha! Several little boys nearby also nodded in agreement. Don't be fooled by the slow swimming of these two fish, they are really good at biting people. As Yi Qing spoke, several children could be seen taking half a step back. Kids, here are snacks, fruits, desserts, and so on. They are all ready. Just eat whatever you want. Just treat this place as your own home and don't be restrained. As Yi Qing was speaking, he saw figures approaching outside the villa and realized that it was Lin Han and the others. Get ready to go out and greet. When the children heard Yi Qing's words, they came out to look at the things prepared outside. I was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Yi. The children's voices of gratitude continued to be heard. Yi Qing waved his hand. Walked out. However, the ones leading the way were Lin Yu, Zhou Ying, and other young masters and ladies. As for Lin Han and Zhou Kai, they did not show up. Bai Zhixi went out to greet them and was now looking around, talking and laughing. There was unstoppable envy in everyone's eyes. After all, this villa is really too luxurious. Hi brother Yi, we are here. Wow, your house really opens my eyes. Zhou Ying said, and couldn't help but sigh. Why are you the only ones here? I sent messages to Lin Han and Zhou Kai this morning, why didn't they come? Could they still be asleep? As sisters, can't you two use your bloodline to suppress others? I asked them to come and help take care of the kids. Would these two guys wait until dinner time to come over? Yi Qing was joking. Zhou Ying sighed, Zhou Kai had an accident on the way, and Lin Han has passed by now. Chapter 24 I'll just try it first. Yi Qing listened to what Zhou Ying said. Frowned. What's going on? It seems that Zhou Kai was hit by an old man on a tricycle on his way here. Anyway, it should be insurance backed in the end. They are already processing it. We'll see later. Come on, let's go in and see Yu and Xiao first. I've been thinking about these two little darlings day and night. Zhou Ying said this and pulled Lin Yu towards the villa. Enter the villa. When they looked at the interior and other decorations, they couldn't help but open their mouths slightly, with expressions of extreme shock on their faces. Luxurious, so luxurious. It can be said that their families are relatively wealthy, but now that they are with Brother Yi, they feel like they have entered the Grand View Garden. Sister Lin Yu. Sister Zhou Ying. Brother and sister, you are here too. Here I come. Lin Yu was in a good mood when she saw a group of little kids. She went over, grabbed one and hugged him. Zhou Ying came over and looked at Xiao Tuan Yuan. It seems that little Tuan Yuan eats well and sleeps well at your house. He has become a lot rounder now. Yeah. My sister and I fed it with milk. Said Yu. That's amazing. Yi Qing came over and said, the task of taking care of the children is now left to you. There are fruits and snacks here. Don't just stand there. Start eating. We are taking care of the children? Zhou Ying looked at the young ladies, and they all stood up. We all came prepared. Each of us prepared a specialty dish, and we are all ready to show off our skills at noon today. That's not the case. We can't let Sister Bai be busy all the time. As they talked, they thought Bai Zhixi was cooking at noon. Bai Zhixi quickly waved her hand to clear up the misunderstanding. No, I'm not the one cooking for lunch today. Yi Qing is the one cooking. Just one sentence made Lin Yu envious, jealous, and hateful. My goodness, why couldn't God give him such a good boyfriend? Beside her, Zhou Ying's mouth twitched. Boys cooking. She was a little scared. At the beginning, Zhou Kai also promised her that he would cook. Then a plate of black stuff was brought out. The key point is that this guy used moral blackmail to make her take a bite. The taste is amazing. This lingering shadow made Zhou Ying quickly retort, let us do it, Brother Yi. We can't let you pay and work at the same time. Bai Zhixi came over and held her hand, I'll just work with Yi Qing when the time comes. He cooks delicious food. Oh? Really? Aha! After hearing Bai Zhixi's answer, everyone didn't quite believe it, but they stopped talking. Fulfill your child-rearing responsibilities well. Yi Qing looked at the time and wondered when Lin Han and Zhou Kai would be able to come over. The other side. Roadside. Zhou Kai looked at the shattered left rear headlight of the Maybach, then looked at the embarrassed old man next to him and the overturned tricycle, and he felt like crying but had no tears. The old man was still explaining the brake failure. His face was full of apology and sadness. When Zhou Kai sighed. Not far away, a 911 was speeding towards them. Stop steadily. Lin Han got out of the car and started talking. Kaizi, don't even think you're in our circle anymore. What skills do you have? You can have an accident on this broken road? Isn't it embarrassing? Isn't it embarrassing? Go away. Zhou Kai was already upset. After all, he had parked his car at the club yesterday after drinking. Today, his mother happened to have nothing to do, so he drove her car out. Unexpectedly, this kind of thing happened. He took a puff of his cigarette, looked at the old man, and sighed. Uncle, go ahead, don't be afraid, you don't have to pay for it, I'll just pay the insurance. You should go back and fix the brakes. They're quite dangerous. Zhou Kai suppressed his irritation and spoke in a gentle tone. After watching the old man thank him profusely and leave, Zhou Chan's mouth twitched. After all, there was no need for him to make things difficult for an old man of such an old age. If he were asked to pay compensation, he would probably not be able to do so. It would be much faster to just go through insurance. Although the premiums will increase next year. But this is not his car, and he doesn't need to pay insurance. At most, my mother will scold me when I get home. Next to him, Lin Han looked around the car and said, call the insurance company and tell them to get over it and leave. I came here when I heard you were in trouble. I'm afraid Brother Yi must be worried. This is our first gathering and we're in such a situation. Those who know something is wrong will think it's us being arrogant, but those who don't will think we're just being arrogant. I know. Zhou Kai waved his hand and then made a phone call. After hanging up the phone rang again. Zhou Kai looked at the notes above and his mouth twitched. He picked up the phone and uttered tremblingly, Mom. Hang up the phone. Zhou Kai's expression became extremely ugly. He looked at Lin Han and said, good brother, I'm going to explode. What did Auntie say? She told me to drive the car back quickly, saying that she had to discuss an important matter today, and asked me to be her driver. Lin Han. Did you say that? Don't you know my mother's temper? If I tell her like this, when she sees me, she'll be able to split my head open with that knife. Hurry up, help me think of a way to borrow a car. Zhou Kai looked at Lin Han and said. Lin Han turned his body to the side, revealing the 911 behind him. Otherwise, you can drive my car and take Auntie there. Before he could finish his words, he saw Zhou Kai coming towards him angrily and quickly shut up. My mom is going there to discuss business, not to go racing. Can you get a more dignified car? What Bentley? A Mercedes S will do. That kind of car. Zhou Kai could no longer tolerate this guy Lin Han. What he just said was something that no one with a brain could come up with. Damn, where can I borrow it from you now? Lin Han suddenly felt helpless. Then he was stunned. Brother Yi has a Rolls Royce. Are you going to work? Hiss. Speaking of this, Zhou Kai was still a little hesitant. This is too much of an upgrade. However, at this stage, it seems that this is the only life-saving straw left. I wonder if Brother Yi needs a car. Zhou Kai thought about it and was too embarrassed to speak, but he had no choice but to take out his phone and make a call. Brother Yi, I have something to ask of you. My car was hit, but my family needs the car now, so. So refreshing? Thank you, Brother Yi. I'll be there in a minute. After hanging up the phone, Lin Han also came over and said, how is it, Brother Yi is generous, right? But I have to tell you, you have to be careful when driving Brother Yi's car. I know. Zhou Kai felt warm in his heart at this moment. He stretched out his hand towards Lin Han. The latter looked at it and asked in confusion, what? Then he held his hand in Zhou Kai's. As a result, he was pushed away by Zhou Kai. You have a homosexual tendency? I told you to give me the key. I'm going to go find Brother Yi, and you stay here to help me deal with the accident. Damn, who would know if you don't tell me? Lin Han had no choice but to give the key to Zhou Kai. Slow down. No. Zhou Kai waved his hand, got in the car, and stepped on the accelerator and drove straight down. Buzz. 911 immediately let out a roar like a wild beast. The sports car rushed out like an arrow. Oh, damn. Lin Han looked at the sports car going away. Is this what you know? Ah. There was no other way, he could only wait patiently for the insurance company to arrive. At the same time. In Villa number 3. He. Ha ha, sister, run slower. Lin Yu and her friends had a great time playing with the other kids. In the end, Lin Yu was caught by the little girl and was blocked on the sofa and besieged. Feeling these soft little guys moving closer to her, Lin Yu couldn't hide the smile on her face. Today I was truly healed by these little guys. Tell me, how come you are so cute? Lin Yu picked up Xiao Rou, put her little face close to her, and rubbed it against Xiao Rou's chubby face. He. Xiao Rou also laughed, and then kissed Lin Yu on the face. Ah. This made Lin Yu feel numb completely. Kissed by a little girl? This feeling. It was as if the maternal love gene in the blood was awakened. Sister Bai, I was kissed by your little girl. She called Bai Zhixi with a surprised look. Ah. Why do you only kiss you? I want a kiss too. Zhou also came over. Yu held it and took a sip. Well, this one of mine is powerful enough. Ha ha. The young masters nearby were also helpless as they watched the young ladies having so much fun. As expected, girls are more popular with children. Children don't like these big and strong men. They could only eat fruit and chat. Bai Zhixi prepared to go in and help Yi Qing cook. Then the sound of an engine was heard outside the villa. She walked out. I saw Zhou Kai walking down in a hurry. But he was also holding a lot of precious fruits in his hands. It was obvious that he bought it on the road. I've already bought everything for the house. You're so polite. We bought these on the way, let's eat them together. Zhou Kai said. Where's Lin Han? Isn't he with you? He is still helping me deal with the accident. I came here first because I wanted to ask Brother Yi for help. He's cooking. I'll take you to the kitchen to find him. Cook. Is Brother Yi the one who cooks at noon? Zhou Kai's mouth twitched. He really couldn't associate the handsome Brother Yi with the house husband. So I had the same reaction as everyone else. After entering the villa, although Zhou Kai was not in the mood to look around, he was still shocked by the luxury. Are you here? Have you dealt with the accident? Where's Lin Han? I left him there to deal with the accident. I came here first. Zhou Kai briefly explained the matter. When Zhou heard that her mother urgently needed a car, an expression of wishing her good luck appeared on her face. Don't look at me like that. I'm a little scared. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to go find Brother Yi. As he spoke, he and Bai Zhixi walked towards the kitchen. Zhou thought about it and went over with them. Open the kitchen door. Call. A heat wave came and flames broke out. Yi Qing was seen lighting the fire, putting the pot on, and stir-frying skillfully. On the other side, the various cut ingredients have been arranged and are ready to be put into the pot. Zhou looked at the dishes, they were all neatly arranged. Her knife skills must be at the level of a master chef. And this one of putting fire on the pot, this is so cool, this action is so smooth. The fragrance seemed to be trying hard to get into her nose. It directly aroused my gluttony. Zhou Kai also stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open, unable to believe what he saw. Wow, Brother Yi has such skills? An all-round talent. I don't know if I can make it back in time to have a bite. Bai Zhixi looked at Yi Qing with smiling eyes, her face full of happiness. Brother Yi. Wait for Yi Qing to finish cooking a dish. Zhou Kai also spoke. You are here. The key is hanging next to the entrance door. Just take it and open it. Brother Yi. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. As Zhou Kai spoke, Yi Qing waved his hand. The other side. Looking at the dishes that had just come out of the pot, Zhou pulled Bai Zhixi over. Zhixi, I want to have a bite, is it bad? It's okay, let's try it for everyone first. Bai Zhixi couldn't help it anymore. The two of them took 2 new pairs of chopsticks. Pick up the dish and put it into your mouth. The delicious taste blooms in your mouth. Both of them felt the hair on their bodies stand up. So delicious. The two of them looked at each other, and the meaning was very clear. Just one more bite, and no more. They are also preparing to pick up their chopsticks. Hey! What are you doing? A serious voice came from behind, startling the two of them. The two of them looked like children who were caught stealing candy. Tie your hands and feet. After a while, the two turned around with embarrassment on their faces. Let us just try it first. Chapter 25 Zhixi, your husband is so awesome. Stealing mouth. Go out and wait. It smells so heavily of cooking fumes in there. What are you waiting for? What are you eating now? When the meal is served, eat as much as you can. Oh. Oh. The two of them made an "oh" sound, expressing their grievances and dissatisfaction. As a result, he was pushed out by Yi Qing. After the kitchen door was closed, Zhou Ying took Bai Zhixi's hand and said, Zhixi, brother Ye's cooking is so delicious. You are so happy. I envy you for having such a good husband. When Bai Zhixi heard the word husband, her face flushed. This was her future husband. In her opinion, only after that happens can she call him husband. But now Yi Qing's role is rather vague. It should be called future husband. Well, this is quite accurate. After a while, Zhou Ying also returned to the group of children. What did you do just now? Why do you look so radiant when you come back? Did you take any magic medicine? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask when she saw how she was enjoying herself. It's a secret, but you'll know it soon. Zhou Ying kept everyone on suspense, but her eyes showed extreme anticipation. After all, Brother Yi had to cook so many dishes for lunch. She looked at the two little girls with envy in her eyes. These two little girls are also very happy. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Kai drove to the underground garage of his home. He took out his cell phone. Mom, I'm here. Wait a minute, I'll go down now. I want to tell you something. Didn't I drive your Maybach out today? It got hit, so I changed to another car to take you. Ah. Zhao Meiwan was already anxious, and after receiving Zhou Kai's call, she hurriedly got into the elevator. Unexpectedly, she heard such bad news as soon as she entered the elevator. Today she went to discuss loan financing, and she drove the Maybach to show off her strength. What should I do about this? This guy is unreliable. He 1T drive her there in a sports car, right? But now it's too late to borrow another car. This brat. The corners of Zhao Meijuan's mouth twitched, but there was no signal in the elevator, and she couldn't hear what Zhou Kai said next. I could only pray in my heart and head towards the elevator. Got off the elevator. She went out and was about to start training. Then I saw a Rolls-Royce parked there. Hiss. This brand new Rolls-Royce with its perfect waistline looks like it was just purchased, and is clearly different from the ones rented for weddings. Can you borrow this car? What are you talking about, Mom? I have a wide network of contacts. Go, get in the car and tell me how you crashed my car. Before getting into the car, Zhao Meiwan looked at the soles of her shoes and only got into the back seat after finding no stains. TSK, this car is indeed different from mine. Right, don't worry, you will succeed today. Tell me, my young master, don't you always boast about your great driving skills? Why, you are a great driver when driving your car, but not when driving mine, right? That's impossible. I was driving your car very carefully, but I got hit by an old man. It was someone else who hit me. Zhou Kai kept crying out for justice. He followed what his mother said and headed towards the Jiangcheng branch of Huahong Bank. After a while, at the entrance of Huahong Bank, Zhong Jianda and Vice President Tian Yi were returning from outside. Let's have a meeting in my room later. Okay, President Zhong. Tian Yi took out his cell phone. Then I'll call the people I'm going to meet with and ask them to wait a while after they arrive. I'll talk to them after the meeting. Zhong Jianda was just about to leave. Not far away, a very imposing black vehicle drove over. Zhong Jianda took a look, then looked at the license plate, and his heart suddenly trembled. This is Mr. Yi's car. He hadn't finished revising his plan yet, and was just about to take Tian Yi to discuss it again when Mr. Yi came. What does this mean? Do you think you are too slow? Do you want to transfer the money to another bank? For a moment, Zhong Jianda felt like his head was going to explode. He must retain Mr. Yi, this important customer. He trotted towards the car. Tian Yi, who was standing behind, saw this and twitched his mouth. When did the bank president behave like this? It looks like the person in the car is extraordinary. At that moment, he also took a step and ran to catch up. The vehicle stopped. Zhong Jianda opened the back door and saw a woman inside. Mr. Zhao? You're here? Tianyi was watching from behind, also wondering, did Zhao Meiwan change the car? Wow, it's south really hard to drive. Seeing the confused look on the bank president's face, he also introduced the two people. It's Mr. Zhao. Zhong Jianda extended his hand, and Zhao Meiwan shook it. President Zhong. Zhao Meiwan was also worried and didn't know what was going on. I was clearly talking to the vice president today, and he acted very superior. Now, not only did the bank president come, he also opened the door for her personally. Why did her treatment change so much? Mr. Zhao, are you friends with Mr. Yi? This car belongs to Mr. Yi, right? Zhong Jianda asked. Mr. Yi? Zhao Meiwan was stunned, and then she remembered that her son had just mentioned that the friend who lent him the car was called Yi Qing. Yi Qing? He's my son's good friend. My car had an accident today, so I came here in Yi Qing's car. Oh, it turns out that Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yi have this kind of relationship. After Zhong Jianda learned about the situation, he visibly breathed a sigh of relief and his mood improved. So why is Mr. Zhao here today? Seeing Zhong Jianda asking questions, Tianyi also began to explain. That's what's going on. Mr. Zhao, let's go to my office to talk. Xiao Tian, go make me some good tea. Zhong Jianda said, and also gestured, please, Mr. Zhao. Please come in, President Zhong. Zhao Meiwan was a little flattered and looked at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai probably understood it too. Damn, is Brother Yi so prestigious? President Zhong is the same as his grandson? He patted the car, his meaning was obvious, and Zhao Meiwan nodded. Today, she is using the tiger's skin as a banner, and it seems that things today should go smoothly. This kid accidentally accomplished something good. Zhao Meiwan followed him, while Zhou Kai waited in the car. The more I think about it, the more frightened I become. Damn, Brother Yi is too strong. However, this time, my life should be saved. Zhou Kai breathed a sigh of relief, and then sent a message to thank Yi Qing. Bite. Inside the villa, a cell phone notification sounded, but no one paid attention. Yi Qing opened the door and said, everyone come over and help serve the dishes. After saying this, Zhou rushed out. Everyone was stunned. What does this mean? How come you're rushing so fast? Chapter 26. You can't eat cold food, don't you know? Here it comes. As Zhou spoke, she quickly ran towards the kitchen. Although the others were confused, they hurried to the kitchen to serve the dishes. After all, they had been here playing with the children all morning and hadn't been able to help at all. It would be a bit unreasonable if it doesn't play a role now. Arrived in the kitchen. Then, a fragrant aroma wafted into the air. They stopped instantly, looking at the dishes in front of them and smelling the tempting aroma. Everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what they saw. These dishes? Yi Qing did all this alone? Holy shit! It also comes with a platter. They all believed it when they heard it was made by a 5-star chef. Moreover, this aroma is so tempting. They looked at Zhou. I understood it instantly. No wonder Zhou had been absent-minded since she came back from the kitchen just now. She was the first one to run over when Yi Qing asked for the dishes. Now it seems that she tasted the dishes first. Stealing. Zhou felt a little guilty when being stared at by everyone. Let's stop standing there and help serve the dishes. Brother Yi, the dish you cooked looks delicious. I think you've eaten. Lin Yu directly exposed her best friend's disguise, making Zhou blush. Although these children cannot see the dishes on the table. But I also smelled the fragrance. Every eye became bright. The anticipation was evident in his eyes. Uncle Yi, let's help too. Dad, it smells so good. Xiao Rou is here to help too. Everyone was talking. They all helped out. When plates of food fall into the hands of children, they watched and tried hard to control their mouths, for fear that saliva would flow out. After a while, the huge dining table was filled with food. Zhou, Lin Yu and others were taking pictures. The children were eager to try, but when they saw that the adults did not move, they could only suppress their restlessness. This scene is so shocking. To be honest, Brother Yi, if you open a restaurant in the future, we will definitely patronize it. Not to mention the taste, just the sense of ceremony created by the plating is enough to make people check in and post on WeChat moments. What a shame. Lin Han and Zhou Kai won't have a good meal today. Okay, I'll help him eat his portion then. As Zhou spoke, she also reached towards her waist. What are you doing? Lin Yu looked at Zhou touching her small leather belt with a puzzled look on her face. I'll loosen my belt and eat more later. Ha, then I'll eat Lin Han's portion too. Lin Yu was also in a good mood. But then, there was a voice coming from outside the door. Brother Yi. I'm here. Lin Han's words came. Everyone looked outside and saw Lin Han coming and carrying 2 large bags. Sorry, I'm late. After coming in, Lin Han also noticed the blood-red dragonfish first, but he knew he was late, so he did not stay in the hall for too long and went towards the restaurant. Then he looked at the dishes on the table. Lin Han. Damn it, Brother Yi, this is too extravagant. This is just a simple party. Do you really need to invite a private chef to your home? Let's just do whatever we want. Puff. This one sentence made Zhou laugh out loud. Everyone couldn't help laughing, but if you think about it, Lin Han's current appearance was probably the same as their performance in the kitchen just now. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. What nonsense are you talking about? You don't know anything and you're just talking nonsense. Let me tell you, these dishes were made by Brother Yi and Zhixi. No, I just helped out a little. Bai Zhixi waved her hands repeatedly. After all, she only did a little before being invited out of the kitchen by Yi Qing. Was this done by Brother Yi? Lin Han looked at the table in disbelief, his face full of shock. Then he looked at Yi Qing. Brother Yi looks like a pretty boy, but can he cook? And you're doing so well? Lin Han didn't expect that this would turn out to be such a joke. He quickly lifted the bag in his hand. I got some nice red wine, and I also bought some slightly healthier drinks for the kids. Come on, if you like wine, have some, and if you like drinks, feel free to help yourself. Lin Han took the initiative to serve and poured water for everyone. Then find your seat and sit down. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Yi Qing raised his glass. Everyone raised their glasses together, and a few children felt like they had become adults and raised their glasses high. Be polite to the people next to you. Then he took a full gulp. Start. At Yi Qing's words, everyone started eating. Oh my god. This is so delicious. I take back what I said before. This is not about the appearance. The taste is even better than any 5-star restaurant I've ever been to. It's amazing. Try this lobster ball. This lamb chop is really amazing. Then what about this Buddha jumps over the wall? While the young masters and young ladies were discussing, the children did not have so much free time and started working like crazy. It's just that children have smaller stomachs, so they are almost full after trying a little of each dish. Xiaodan slumped in the chair, patted her bulging belly, as if she was taking a picnic. Yu, Xiao, you were so happy. In one word, with sincere envy. The kids nearby looked over and nodded, they were so happy. Would you guys come over often to play in the future? Bai Zhixi looked at the children and touched their heads. Okay. Good. As they were talking, Yi Qing also entered the kitchen and brought out 2 plates of desserts. Fried ice cream. Dessert is here. Yi Qing placed one plate on the children's side and the other on the girls' side. The old men who saw this were jealous. Wow. The children and girls' eyes also lit up when they saw the desserts. Lin Yu took a bite and couldn't help but cover her mouth. The ice and fire blossomed in her mouth, and the strong stimulation made her unable to stop. Zhixi, try it quickly. Okay. Bai Zhixi was just about to pick up her chopsticks with anticipation. Cough, cough. A cough came from the side. It attracted Bai Zhixi's attention. She looked at Yi Qing, and seeing Yi Qing's serious gaze, Bai Zhixi's eyes became soft and aggrieved. She also knows that this is a special period for her. But, this fried ice cream looks delicious. With pleading eyes. Looking very pitiful. However, this method doesn't work well for Yi Qing. He patted Bai Zhixi's hand, knocking her hand down from the air. Suddenly, Bai Zhixi pouted, looking like she was about to get angry. Yi Qing also stood up. What's going on? Zhou and Lin Yu were watching from the side, totally confused. How could this happen suddenly? Weren't you still in love just now? After a while. Then he saw Yi Qing brought a small portion of brown sugar rice cake and placed it in front of Bai Zhixi. Here's dessert for you. Looking at the brown sugar, then at the ice cream, and at Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi's reactions just now, the girl understood instantly. So that's how it is. Although the boy didn't understand it immediately, he reacted later. The girl pretended to protest, "Brother Yi, why don't we have it? This is her exclusive dessert." Yi Qing said it openly without any hesitation. Just one sentence made Bai Zhixi's ears turn pink. Chapter 27 Dog Food Attack. Hey, we come here to have a meal, and we have to endure your dog food attacks. That's right. Humph, it's like everyone has no dog food to spread. Everyone was talking. Yi Qing leaned back in his chair, drank a glass of water, and said with a smile, "How about you guys go?" Everyone. How can you order me to leave just because of a disagreement? How can this be? The main course hasn't been served yet. How about you bring your partner here too? I don't mind. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Everyone was silent again. Especially Lin Yu and Zoing, who shouted the loudest just now. Now I am completely speechless. After all, they really don't have a partner. Now he was taken out and executed in public. It's so numb. Bai Zhixi looked at Yi Qing's indiscriminate magic attack and couldn't help but chuckle with her hands covering her mouth. This guy was really too bad. A few jokes silenced the whole audience. "Sister, Brother Yi called me a single dog," Lin Han said. "Stop barking like a dog and eat your meal. You think I wasn't scolded, right?" Lin Yu also said. Everyone burst into laughter at once, and they also learned their lesson. They decided not to criticize Brother Yi again. Brother Yi is a nuclear bomb. He can raze them to the ground with just one word. On the other side, in a Rolls-Royce, Zhou Kai was leaning back and browsing his phone. Mom has been in there for a while. It's almost 12:30 now. It seems I won't be able to make it to the party today. Apologize to Brother Yi. Alas, after all this incident, I am still hungry. He opened WeChat and was about to send a message to Yi Qing, but then he saw his sister had posted a circle of friends, so he opened it. Then a swear word burst out. This lunch was so delicious. So many dishes? Still so exquisite? Didn't we say we should have a small gathering? He thought that everyone was just cooking some dishes and didn't have any hope. But now, it's all the old man's fault. Zhou Kai couldn't help but complain in his heart. He enlarged the photo with 2 fingers and looked at the dishes one by one. Fuck, why does my sister need such a nice phone? The pictures are so clear and the quality is so good, I can smell the fragrance through the screen. Zhou Kai made a random call. First, apologize. As a result, he was laughed at by everyone, saying that he didn't get to eat the food cooked by Yi Qing. After learning that it was Brother Yi who did it, Zhou Kai had a similar mentality to everyone else. No, ask my sister to help me pack it up tonight. Zhou Kai thought about it and also sent a message to Zoing. After a while, my mother came out with President Zhong and Vice President Tian. A smile on her face. He got out of the car and looked at his mother. President Zhong, it's already this late, shall we go to Haiyue Bay for lunch? I'm really sorry that this has delayed you for so long. Well, I can't refuse your kindness. President Zhong hesitated for a moment, then waved towards the distance, and his special car came over. Zhao Meiwan got in the car. With a smile on his face, Zhou Kai, who was standing in front of him, looked at his mother and felt that things should be going smoothly. Mom, how's it going? Is everything going well? Looking at you, the result should be pretty good, right? It's just that you were in there for a long time, and you also went through a round of negotiations and fighting? Listening to Zhou Kai's question, Zhao Meiwan also recalled what happened just now in President Zhong's office. As soon as she entered, she was warmly welcomed by President Zhong and the tea she was served was all good. As for the real business, it will be completed after a brief discussion. All relevant formalities have been completed. Afterwards, they were all chatting. It's just that President Zhong was intentionally or unintentionally inquiring about her relationship with Mr. Yi. Zhao Meiwan was no fool, so she naturally understood that the reason why she was welcomed so warmly by President Zhong today was because of the car and her son's friend. Xiao Kai, where does this friend of yours come from? I don't know the details, but he lives in the same villa complex as Lin Han, and I think he's in villa number 3. He should be quite rich. Brother Yi was brought to the club by Lin Han. He wanted to pick a kitten for his 2 daughters, and then we had a good time. He has a child? Zhao Meiwan thought that her son's friends were all still young, but she didn't expect that they all already had children. Yeah, 2 girls, about 4 or 5 years old, so cute that my heart melts just by looking at them. How old is your friend? You really hit the nail on the head. Zhou Kai was getting excited. Brother Yi and his wife gave us a very strange feeling. Their faces looked like they were only 18 years old. They were simply too young. But the child was so old. The child was definitely not adopted. He looked very much like them. That is to say, the child is 4 or 5 years old, and the pregnancy will take another year. They can't have a child at the age of 18. At least 26 or 27 years old. I don't know how she maintains such good looks, it's like she took an elixir of life. Look at that person. He got married so early. He even has 2 beautiful daughters. His parents don't have to worry so much. And look at you and your sister. Our family conditions are not bad either, so why are you both single? Can you give me some snacks? Your mother is going to be worried to death. Zhou Kai was just sharing enthusiastically, but his mother's few words immediately dampened his enthusiasm. Why do you start firing when you have a disagreement? Damn, if I could find a girlfriend that beautiful, I would get married and have kids right away. Zhou Kai muttered. What were you mumbling about just now? What, do you have a problem with me? I'm innocent. Zhou Kai said helplessly. Zhao Meiwan was silent for a while. Forget it, I won't talk to you about this. You'll get angry if I tell you. Thanks to your friend, everything went smoothly today. Can you find a chance to make an appointment with him? I'll thank him. Good. Seeing that my mother stopped firing, Zhou Kai quickly agreed. I was still feeling sad that I had wasted such a good meal this afternoon. I'll be sure to get some back on the dining table later. It's all the old man's fault. In the villa. Everyone put the food into the kitchen. Lin Yu looked at the leftovers and became interested. Could these dishes be packed up? As soon as this idea came out, she strangled it in the cradle. It's so embarrassing. It is not nice to come to someone's house to eat and then take something away from the food. She looked at the people around her and saw their eyes. Wow, these guys had the same idea as her. Zoe also felt ashamed. But then, she looked at her phone. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. But I can't say it now. Okay, now that we've cleaned up, Uncle's gonna show you a movie, okay? Yi Qing said while looking at the group of little rascals. Good. I want to see Peppa Pig. After a while, Yi Qing and the others and the children watched a movie on the sofa. It is so healing to hold a child in your arms. This feeling makes these young ladies think that cartoons are much more interesting. After watching for a few hours, Yi Qing looked at the time. It was almost time for the children's parents to pick them up. Okay, time is almost up, your parents will be here soon. Yi Qing said. The children also jumped off the sofa. Then let's go together. Lin Yu said, and stood up. Zoe looked at Yi Qing and said embarrassedly, Brother Yi, I have something to trouble you. What's the matter? Zhou Kai saw our circle of friends and the dishes we had for lunch, and he insisted on asking me to pack some for him to take back. As she spoke, Zoe also showed Yi Qing the message that Zhou Kai had sent her. Lin Han. Lin Yu. Perfect reason. Absolutely amazing. Chapter 28. The bullet from the past hits hard between the eyebrows. Everyone looked at Zoe, and even the children had expressions of understanding on their faces. It seems to be saying that it can be operated this way. Then Zoe watched Bai Zhixi take out the takeaway box and took it. Okay, you don't have to worry about me, I'll just pack some for Zhou Kai to eat. Although he said this, the expression on his face clearly showed that he wanted to pack more. Lin Yu opened her mouth. Finally, with a red face, Brother Yi, let me tell you this. The remaining dishes are just leftovers. You still have to heat them up in the evening and then eat them. You don't have to eat them for many meals. Why don't we all pack some and eat it when we get home? After hearing these few words, Lin Han couldn't help but nodded and said, Sister, your answer is good. The same goes for the young masters and young ladies and the children next to them. It's a good excuse for myself. Yes, Uncle Yi, let's pack some too. Hey, I want to pack some too. Everyone felt embarrassed. Bai Zhixi understood everyone's expressions and felt helpless, but she also understood. After all, the food Yi Qing cooked was really delicious. She didn't care. After all, he was her future husband. If she wanted to eat him in the future, she could just act coquettishly and beg Yi Qing to do it. Make it whenever you want. Hey, hey. Thinking of this, Bai Zhixi felt a little proud. Pass the takeaway boxes to everyone. Everyone started packing up. After a while, all the remaining dishes were packed up. Let's go, Brother Yi, send these little rascals out. Lin Han said, touching a little boy next to him. I'm not a little carrot head. The boy huffed, I'm a big boy. Good, big boy. The boy's excited look, as if he was eager to grow up, made everyone smile. It's like this when we are kids, we want to grow up, but adults want to go back to their carefree childhood. Yi Qing and others brought the children to the outside of the villa area. There are already several parents waiting. When I saw them coming out, I waved to them. Zhou Kongming and his wife saw their child coming out and hurried over. He looked at Yi Qing with gratitude on his face. After all, if this girl was at home on weekends, she would be very noisy and they wouldn't be able to get a good rest. Moreover, they couldn't do some of the things they loved to do. Today, Yi Qing and his family helped take care of the baby for a whole day, so the couple had some time off to have a good rest. The other parents had the same idea and looked at Yi Qing with gratitude in their eyes. Zhou Kongming walked and then saw that Xiaodan was holding something in her hand. What's this? Wife, look at what our daughter is holding in her hand. Okay, it looks like a takeaway box, and there seems to be some food inside. After saying this, Zhou Kongming slapped his forehead helplessly. What was his daughter doing? It would be fine for her to eat at someone else's house, but why did she have to take things while eating? However, he then saw that the other children and young people also had takeaway boxes in their hands. It seems that everyone packed together, which is better. Dad. Mom. Come pick me up. Xiaodan threw herself into Zhou Kongming's arms. Zhou Kongming picked her up and came to Yi Qing. Brother Yi, you guys have worked hard today. Is this girl not making a fuss? Xiaodan didn't make any noise. Xiaodan is very good. You stinky dad. Humph. As she spoke, Xiaodan's mouth began to pout. Why are you still angry? Of course Xiaodan is very well behaved. Yi Qing smiled and stretched out his hand to pinch her little face. It's not hard. These children are very well behaved. Are you free tomorrow? Come to my house and I'll show you my skills. Zhou Kongming invited sincerely. But Yi Qing waved his hand and said, Brother, I have something to do tomorrow. Yi Qing thought that he still had to go to Bai Zhixi's parents tomorrow and the system task had not been completed yet. Okay, let's make an appointment another day. Zhou Kongming said goodbye and left with the child. The other parents are average. Leave with the child. Yu and Xiaro stood beside Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi, waving towards the distance with a look of reluctance. After the parents left. In the distance, a Rolls-Royce drove over. Oh, our car god is finally back. Lin Han looked at him and smiled. Zokai stopped the car, looked at the situation, and got out quickly. Oh my god, how did you know I was coming? And you even organized a group to greet me? This is so embarrassing, how can I be so shameless? One sentence made everyone silent. Lin Han. You are a self-aware kid. You can say that we are waiting for you here. You are said to have no self-awareness, but you know your face is not that big. We were sending the child back home, and you just happened to come. Zoeng glanced at him and said unhappily. Hee hee, what's going on? Zokai scratched his head and then returned the car keys to Yi Qing. Brother Yi, thank you so much for today. You've helped my family a lot. My mom asked if you have time tomorrow to go out for dinner? Not tomorrow. Yi Qing waved his hand. I have something to do tomorrow. However, there are quite a few people who have made appointments with me tomorrow. Tell your aunt that it's just a small favor, don't take it to heart. Okay, you guys go back too. Let's go, Brother Yi. Thank you, Brother Yi, for the hospitality. They said goodbye and left. Let's go back too. Yi Qing said this and prepared to drive the child back. After a quick look, I found that Zhou Kai was a very particular person. He had filled up the tank and washed the car to a shine. Back home. Dad, you just said you have something to do tomorrow. Where are we going tomorrow? Yo-Yo asked. Shall we go to Grandma and Grandpa's house tomorrow? Okay. Let's go to Grandma and Grandpa's house. Smiles immediately broke out on the two children's faces. It seems that their grandparents' home has left them with many good memories. Then Dad, can we bring some snacks tomorrow? All right. Is my aunt here? Yu asked. Aunt? Yi Qing looked at Bai Zhixi, and Bai Zhixi looked at the two girls and thought of her own sister Bai Zhiling. This girl is just in her second year of high school, so she still has some free time. Plus it's Sunday, so she should be at home. He should be at home. Bai Zhixi nodded. Then we should bring more snacks. Auntie always snatches snacks from us. Yu huffed. Ah. Bai Zhixi was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, Bai Zhiling, how old will you be in the future? He even snatched snacks from his two little nieces. You are so promising. However, gradually, Bai Zhixi's momentum weakened. Bai Zhiling was 2 or 3 years younger than her, and at the beginning, she seemed to have relied on her status as the eldest sister to snatch a lot of snacks from her. Well. Bai Zhixi sighed. The bullet from the past traveled through time and space and hit the center of the eyebrows hard. Chapter 29 Going to Grandma and Grandpa's house. That means taking a little more. Bai Zhixi said helplessly. It's okay, we have Grandma to protect us. Every time my aunt steals our snacks, we call Grandma and she will help us vent our anger. Yu said with her hands on her hips, and Xiao beside her nodded. It seems that her mother still has some intimidating power. Bai Zhixi raised a smile. Yi Qing was listening nearby, and he never expected that he had such a sister-in-law. It looks like I need to prepare a lot of gifts tomorrow. Thank goodness I prepared one more thing today. President Zhong sent him a message this afternoon, asking about the limited edition jewelry of a luxury brand. Yi Qing bought a few and they should be delivered tomorrow morning. Tomorrow I'll buy some cigarettes and alcohol for my future father-in-law, and add some dahongpo, and that'll be about it. Although this is his first visit, the point is not here. But on the two children. For the first time, give your father-in-law and mother-in-law a big gift. As he was thinking about it, his phone rang. Zhou Kongming? It should be Xiao Dan who hit me. Come here, Yu Xiao, this is Xiao Dan's call. Yi Qing handed over the phone. Xiao Dan. Have you reached home yet? I'm here. I just got home. Please thank Uncle Yi for his hospitality. Yu and Xiao, thank you too. I had a lot of fun today. The other side. Hang up the phone. After Zhou Kongming took the phone, he also closed the door. My daughter, why don't you try the meal your Uncle Yi cooked tonight? Is it as delicious as you said? You kept talking about it all the way in the car. Of course there is. What did you play today? You haven't told your mother yet. Li Ying also asked. Today, let's play in this big yard. Uncle Yi has a lot of beautiful carps in the pond, and I've fed them fish food. And then, there are 2 huge red dragonfish at home, so beautiful. Then we went to play with Xiao Tuan Yuan. Soon other brothers and sisters came, and about a dozen of us started playing Eagle Catches Chicken. As Zhou Xiaodan was speaking, Zhou Kongming seemed to have caught something. I quickly took out my cell phone, pulled out a few photos and placed them in front of my daughter. Girl, is this the red dragonfish you mentioned? Yes, Dad, that's it. Those 2 fish are so big. Li Ying came over and looked at the price. Her eyes widened suddenly. Over $1 million for one? Ah. Is it so luxurious? There is also a big yard and a huge living room. Rich people are different. No wonder it is so well maintained. Brother Yi, you are still better than me in many ways. Zhou Kongming said, and then his wife looked at him in silence. His momentum also weakened little by little. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I said? Make it 1 billion stronger. Billions of billions. That's fine. Li Ying smiled. But I'm curious, is Yi Qing's cooking really that delicious? I'm not bad at cooking, and I've made this girl so picky that she can even say other people's dishes are delicious. Let me try it. Let me try it too. The two men came over with chopsticks and opened the takeaway box. Took a few bites. Then he stood there in a daze. This. They looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. This is so delicious. This is still cold. I wonder how delicious it would taste if it was fresh out of the pot. Liang looked at Zhou Xiaodan and said slowly, "Our little pig has finally gotten to eat some fine bran this time." "I'm not a pig." Zhou Xiaodan ran over and retorted while hugging Li Ying's legs. "That's right, my daughter is not a pig." Zhou Kongming said, but looked at the dish, "But, this is indeed fine bran." In Villa Number 3. Yi Qing helped Xiao practice calligraphy for a while, and it is no exaggeration to say that Xiao made rapid progress. "Now, I am much more proficient than yesterday. Moreover, it already has a hint of artistic conception." "Good." As for Yu, she likes music more. Yi Qing plans to take Yu to learn to play a musical instrument after returning from his father-in-law's house. Or learn music systematically. After all, he can be coached now. Night. After washing up, the four of them lay on the bed. The two girls had been playing all day and had already exhausted all their energy, so they fell into a deep sleep. Not to mention them, even Xiao Tuan Yuan didn't run around the house at night and was snoring in sleep. In the darkness, Bai Zhixi looked at Yi Qing. "Yi Qing, do you think my parents will accept them? Man proposes, God disposes. We just need to do what we should do well." And from what Yu and Xiao described, grandparents were very kind to them. It's commonly known as the relationship between generations. Bring all the relevant information tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Yi Qing. If you really thank me, you can change your name. Yi Qing said loudly, then lay down, looking like he wanted you to hug him. Change the name? Change it to what? Old husband? This bad guy took advantage of her verbally. Although they will call each other by these two words in the future, they haven't even kissed each other yet. No change. You haven't caught up with me yet. Bai Zhixi said proudly. Oh, didn't you say you can walk 90? Yi Qing said nonchalantly, but stopped halfway through. On the other side, Bai Zhixi's mouth twitched as she listened to Yi Qing's words. Ahak. This is what Yi Qing said on the day he got drunk. She thought Yi Qing said this after he passed out. How could Yi Qing know? Yi Qing was pretending to sleep that day. Then, what I said that day, and I kissed him. He knows all this? So embarrassing. For a moment, Bai Zhixi felt that her face had turned extremely red. As for Yi Qing, he quickly curled up into a ball. Let the little pink fist fall on your back. Let it fall, it doesn't hurt. Although the two of them are in this posture now. But the next morning, the sound of waves was still there. Yu and Xiao got up first, and saw that the other two were still asleep. Humph, Mom and Dad are lazy bums. They haven't gotten up yet, and they haven't gotten up as early as the two little kids. Aha! Xiao echoed. They knew they were going to their grandparents' house today and were a little excited, so they got up as soon as they woke up without lying in bed. As for Yi Qing and the other person, I stayed up very late last night and was worried about something, so I don't know when I fell asleep. Naturally, I don't get up so early anymore. Xiao, let's go wash up. After Yu and Xiao went to wash up, they came back and saw that the two had not woken up yet. I went out to play with Xiao Tuan Yuan for a while, and when I came back, the two of them were still not up. After waiting for a while, he still didn't wake up. Yu imitated the action that Yi Qing would use to wake up Bai Zhixi in the future and patted Bai Zhixi's butt. Mom, lazy bum, wake up. Chapter 30. A flash of white blinded Yi Qing's eyes. Ah! Bai Zhixi, who was hugging Yi Qing in a daze, suddenly felt her buttocks being hit. He woke up instantly and cried out. He straightened up, his eyes still confused. Look around. Then he saw Yu who had just taken action. That's amazing. Dad's tricks are really powerful. Mom got up right away. Yu, stop talking nonsense. What's Daddy's trick? How can you spank Mommy? Bai Zhixi rubbed it. This girl didn't know how to control her strength when she hit him. She must have left a red mark. But now is not the time to take a bath, so I can't take a look. It hurts so much. That's right, that's right. Yu is imitating Daddy's actions. Before, when Mommy slept in and didn't get up to eat, didn't Daddy just pat Mommy's butt and Mommy would wake up? Shoo! As Yu Yu was about to say more, Bai Zhixi covered her mouth directly. It's so embarrassing. However, it seems that Yi Qing has indeed found the right place in the future. This is a sensitive area of hers, and she still feels numb after the slap just now. No wonder Yi Qing used this method to wake her up. The effect is immediate. But now, I can't let him know this, otherwise, I will be in trouble. Dad hasn't gotten up yet. Yu Yu and Xiao climbed onto the bed and began to shake Yi Qing one on each side. Dad, wake up. What time is it? Should we go to Grandpa's house? Hurry up. Dad. Amid the gentle calls, Yi Qing opened his eyes drowsily and glanced at his phone. It's only 7 o'clock. At that moment, he felt a little numb. He looked at Bai Zhixi and said, "Please take care of your daughter. It's only a certain time, and you're waking her up already. I'm being relatively gentle with you." Bai Zhixi complained. It was all Yi Qing's fault. His daughter had learned that weird way of waking up people. Okay, Dad, get up. Dad, get up. Yi Qing sighed. Went to wash up with Bai Zhixi. He is still a male college student. For a male college student, getting up at 9 o'clock is not very reasonable. After washing up and eating, Yi Qing's cell phone also rang. He walked out, and after a while he opened the trunk and put something in it. Then he came in carrying a few small boxes. Open after entering. In the first box lay a necklace. The necklace is silver white in color and dotted with gemstones. Although they are not big, when put together, they appear luxurious and a little playful. It is more suitable for young women who are graceful and elegant. Of course, for Bai Zhixi, although it is a little awkward, the merits outweigh the flaws. So beautiful. The two girls watched, and Yu Yu also stretched her neck forward. It's not for you. Yi Qing touched her head, then looked at Bai Zhixi. Zhixi, this is for you. I'll put it on for you. Seeing that Bai Zhixi was about to refuse, Yi Qing did not give her a chance to refuse and came behind her. Tie your hair up. As Yi Qing spoke, Bai Zhixi put her hair up. Yi Qing put it on her, stroking her snow-white and smooth neck from time to time. Bai Zhixi's body trembled slightly. The little girl is quite sensitive. Yi Qing thought, but he didn't tease her anymore and put it on her. Okay. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he pulled Bai Zhixi to look in front of the mirror. Two little girls followed. Wow. So beautiful, Mom. Aha. Yu Yu and Xiao were generous in their praise. Yeah, not bad. Yi Qing also nodded. Looking at the envious eyes of the two little girls, okay, stop envying your mom, Daddy has prepared gifts for you too. Really? Thank you, Dad. The two girls followed Yi Qing like little followers. He looked as if he was afraid of running too slowly. Here, these two are yours. Yi Qing pointed at the two boxes and talked to the two little guys. One for each person, open them slowly. Then, two bracelets appeared before their eyes. As for the style, it is similar to Bai Zixi's. It can also be considered a parent-child style. So beautiful, Dad. Yu Yu said this and looked at Yi Qing with joy and excitement in her eyes. Xiao next to her also picked up the bracelet, looked up at it, her eyes full of light. Come on, Dad will help you put them on. Yi Qing said as he put them on the two little guys. It's just perfect. After all, the two little girls are chubby and have round wrists, so they can just hold it up. Mom, look, isn't it beautiful? It's beautiful. He. Okay, come and help fill some tea leaves for your grandpa to drink. Yi Qing waved his hand, and the two little guys came over, carrying handfuls of food. Yi Qing's mouth twitched when he saw this. This is the best dahongpo. Even if he was his father-in-law, Yi Qing couldn't bear to let him go. Ahem, that's about it. Grandpa can't sleep even if he drinks too much. That's all? We haven't tea started yet. As she spoke, she looked at the half-filled sandalwood box, looking as if she was still not satisfied. Yi Qing. That's enough, really enough. Next to her, Bai Zhixi also saw Yi Qing's expression, covered her mouth and chuckled, then touched the two girls. Okay, let's get ready to go. Let's go. Let's go and bring Xiao Tuan Yuan along. And our little Pegasus. Besides. Wait until the two little guys come out. Yi Qing looked at Yu Yu, holding Tuan Yuan in one hand and holding the little Pegasus in the other. As for Xioro, she was holding the little Pegasus in one hand and a big bag of snacks in the other. Hey, you two little guys. Yi Qing had no choice but to carry them into the car. With navigation turned on. 4 people and 1 cat, let us go. 2 hours later, we arrived in Yangchang. Yi Qing is also quite familiar with this place. Wait until we reach the internal road of the community. Yu Yu leaned on the armrest and looked at the road ahead. Dad. Turn in from here. Turn right ahead. Then. Bai Zhixi turned her head to look at Yu Yu. This girl was right. It was the road leading to her home. Waited downstairs in the community. Yi Qing looked at Bai Zhixi. Do you want to do as you said before? Well, I still want to make some advance preparations. Good. Having said that, Bai Zhixi got out of the car. Came to the co-pilot's seat. He bent down and talked to Yi Qing. This angle, coupled with Bai Zhixi's loose clothes today. A flash of white almost blinded Yi Qing's eyes. Hiss. Yi Qing took a breath of cold air. But then he recited to himself, the minimum sentence is 3 years, and the maximum is life imprisonment. The minimum sentence is 3 years, and the maximum is life imprisonment. Ha! That's not right. This is my future wife. The words in his mouth changed immediately. A beautiful lady is a gentleman's dream. A beautiful lady is a gentleman's dream. Mainly, it was not for himself, but for his daughter's milk bottle. No one can suffer, but the children should not suffer. Although they are not breastfeeding now. Chapter 31 Meeting Grandma and Grandpa for the first time. Yi Qing, I'm sorry to trouble you. Come back later, or wait for me to call you. Okay, I'll take the 2 little girls out for a walk. If you get through, call me. If anything happens, call me as soon as possible. Dad, why do we have to go out for a walk? Aren't we going to see Grandma and Grandpa? Dad will take you to buy some things, and then we will be back. It won't take long. Oh. The 2 girls had no doubts. Instead, he lowered the car window and looked up at the building. Looking at my grandparents' house. Not far away. 3 figures were walking over carrying a lot of things. The man in the lead was calm, and although he was carrying a lot of things, he didn't look tired at all. The women and girls next to them were carrying a few plastic bags and were more relaxed. Although the woman is middle-aged, it can still be seen that she was a beauty when she was young. As for the girl next to her, she already looked like a beauty. She is still youthful and lively, just like the girl next door. Hey, I'll be able to see my sister soon. Oh, you've grown up now. You're not the same as when you were a child. When you were a child, your sister always snatched your snacks and made you cry. Wang Ning said beside him. Mom! What are you talking about? It's all my sister's fault. She bullied me, but you didn't hit her. You made me cry so many times. Humph, when she gets married and has kids, I'll steal her kids' snacks. Bai Zhiling said angrily. Let Bai Xingting next to her look at her. You are going to be an aunt from now on, why don't you act like you want to be one at all? And bullying children. What's wrong with being a child? I was still a child at first, and my sister bullied me. Besides, it is often said in the video, isn't it? This is my first time as an aunt, so why should I give in to you? Bai Zhiling raised her chin, looking unconvinced. Bai Xingting looked helpless. These 2 girls are his sweethearts. He is afraid that they will melt if he holds them in his mouth, and afraid that they will get cold if he holds them in his hands. Forget it, let them do whatever they want. Then when your sister comes back, I will tell her what you just said. Wang Ning said with a smile, let's see if she beats you or not. She won't hit me now, huh? Hey, today I'm going to enjoy some delicious food thanks to my sister. Bai Zhiling said, then looked into the distance, wow. Whose new car is this? This is a Rolls-Royce, it cost several million. Whose car is this? With just one sentence, he attracted the attention of the parents nearby. They looked at the car and nodded. This car looked different. But then, they turned their eyes to the beautiful figure next to them. I was stunned. Isn't this Zhixi? They looked at Bai Zhixi lying on the driver's window, looking very intimate. He frowned immediately. Beside her, Bai Zhiling stood there in a daze with her mouth wide open. Sister, what does this mean? Are you in love? Etc. What kind of person is driving this car? Rich man? Aren't wealthy people generally older? Then this one. In an instant, various images of middle-aged men with big bellies appeared in Bai Zhixing's mind. It's over, my sister is doomed. How is this possible? I'm not that kind of person. Damn rich people. Give my sister back to me. Bai Zhixing roared. She now wanted to go and see what kind of person he was. However, before she could set off, the Rolls-Royce turned around and headed towards them. He looked like he was about to leave the neighborhood. Wang Ning also looked nervous and grabbed her husband Bai Zhixing's hand. Bai Zhixing seemed to have more white hair on his head, and he was also looking at who was driving the car. When the car approaches, they also saw the boy in the driver's seat. This is so handsome? Bai Zhixing looked at Yi Qing and couldn't help but raise her voice a little. Yi Qing's image immediately overturned all her previous thoughts. What a middle-aged man with a big belly. This is simply the look of a domineering president. So handsome. No wonder my elder sister would fall in love with him. If she were given a handsome guy like this, she would probably fall in love with him too. Call. Wang Ning beside him also breathed a sigh of relief, and so did Bai Zhixing. His originally stiff body relaxed a little. He thought that he would have to ask his daughter about it when he got home, and still have to remind her to be careful. Don't be fooled. Aren't there many cases of rich people playing with relationships on the internet? The three of them had a myriad of thoughts in their minds. Until a Rolls-Royce drove by. They looked at the back seat and found that the car window was still open. Inside the car window were two chubby little faces. Look at these two little faces. Wang Ning's pupils trembled. Her thoughts seemed to go back to more than 10 years ago. I thought of Bai Zhixi's chubby little face when she was a child. As the car drove by, her heart seemed to be gripped. It was as if his daughter had been abducted by human traffickers. Parking. Don't go. Wang Ning shouted twice unconsciously. Bai Zhixing and Bai Zhixing next to them were both shocked. Wang Ning watched the car stop and reacted, with embarrassment on his face. She looked at her husband with an expression of disbelief. Bai Zhixing had the same expression, and they both looked inside the car window. Bai Zhixing felt numb. What is going on, Mom and Dad? Why did it suddenly become like this? Is something wrong? Could it be that we are going to start questioning each other? Hiss, which direction is this going to develop in? She quickly looked towards her elder sister. I found that Bai Zhixi was also attracted by the calls. But she just stood there in a daze. Then he ran towards this side. His face was full of anxiety and helplessness. Time seemed to have stopped. Until a little face popped out of the car window. Those big eyes stared at Wang Ning, Bai Zhixing, and Bai Zhixing. A smile also bloomed on his face. Grandma. Grandpa. Aunt. As he spoke, Yu waved his hand. Behind her, another small hand stretched out. Boom. These few gentle words sounded like thunder to the ears of the three people present. Their eyes widened to the extreme, and they couldn't believe what they heard. What should we call these two little girls? Crash. All the food materials in Wang Ning and Bai Zhixing's hands fell to the ground. My whole body seemed to be frozen. Has your daughter given birth before getting married? Chapter 32. This is my first time being an aunt, why should I give in to you? However, Bai Zhixing calmed down after a while. Looking at Yu and Shiro's faces, these two children look exactly like my daughter when she was a child. But it is impossible that it is the child of my daughter. They look about 4 or 5 years old. Zhixi is only 18 now, and has been pregnant for a year. That's 12 years old. Haven't developed yet. Besides, I was only in elementary school at that time. They pick them up and drop them off every day and watch them grow up. Absolutely not. Something is wrong. Bai Zhixing said, looking at his wife beside him and giving her a reassuring look. Bai Zhixing, on the other hand, took a long time to react. Looking at the two little girls. The word aunt lingered in her mind for a long time, as if it had pulled her into another world. She was just fantasizing about how she would bully her elder sister after she had a child. And the next second my sister had a child? Bai Zhixing looked at her hands, then touched her mouth. Is this mouth blessed? Or am I already a great prophet now? Hiss. You can't talk nonsense anymore. Yi Qing stopped the car and got out of the cab. Looking at these three people, they seemed to be Bai Zhixi's parents and sister. Originally Bai Zhixi was planning to make an advance move, but now it seems that there is no chance. They started off in close combat. Bai Zhixi came over and attracted everyone's attention. She looked at her parents, saw their extremely puzzled eyes, opened her mouth, but didn't know how to start. Zhixi, what's going on? These two children. Mom and Dad. Let's go home first, okay? I'll explain it to you when I get back. Bai Zhixi bit her lip as she spoke, as if not wanting her parents to ask any more questions. Go home first. Bai Zhixi said firmly, and her originally weak eyes became strong at this moment. You. His daughter's performance also made Bai Zhixi, who was originally confident, waver. Why does my daughter have such an expression? Go home. Wang Ning said. She believed her daughter and would give her a reasonable explanation. At that moment, she pulled Bai Zhixi towards home. Yi Qing also drove back. After a while, Bai Zhiling was the only one standing there. I was a little dazed looking at the food on the ground. Hey! Do you still want the things you bought? Can someone come and help me get it? Hello? Bai Zhiling called out a few times, but when no one paid attention to her, she stamped her feet. She originally wanted to follow. But then I looked at the ingredients again. He gritted his teeth, picked up things one by one, and then ran to the front carrying the bags. It's so heavy. Bai Zhiling was helpless. Yi Qing stopped the car, then opened the back door and carried the two little guys down. The two little girls took their own things, and Yu Yu was still holding Tuan Yuan. Two girls and a cat appeared in front of Bai Zhixi's parents. Those short legs, that chubby look, those big eyes, that feeling of blood connection. Wang Ning was almost crying. This is too confusing. She now desperately wanted to know what had happened. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Hey! Grandma, did you dye your hair? It seems like you have a lot less gray hair. Yu Yu came over, looked around Wang Ning, and then spoke. Next to her, Xiaoro grabbed Bai Zhixing's fingers with her small hand. Grandpa, Xiaoro wants to ride a big horse later. Yu Yu wants one too. The two little girls started quarreling, not noticing that the air was about to freeze. Looking at the two girls who were so familiar with each other. The Bai Zhixing couple didn't know what to do. Grandpa, what's wrong? Grandma, why are you acting weird today? Just as the two little girls were confused, Yi Qing came over and picked up the girls in each hand. Grandma and Grandpa may be tired, let's go home first. As he said this, he gave Bai Zhixi a look. Bai Zhixi took her parents and got on the elevator with Yi Qing. The elevator door closed. Outside, a figure hurried over. It was Bai Zhiling who was holding a bunch of things. But she was still panting. No one is watching over me? I'm not a daughter? Am I a daughter or not? Phew! I'm so pissed. Waiting for her to come home later. Then I saw two little girls had been arranged on the sofa. There were cartoons on TV. They were eating snacks and watching the cartoons leisurely. These two little guys are quite sociable. Bai Zhiling muttered. Closed the door. Then the door of the master bedroom opened, and Wang Ning looked at Bai Zhiling with a sullen face. Come here quickly. Oh, here it comes. Bai Zhiling also knew that now was the time to talk about the origins of these two little guys. When they got to the room, 5 people were standing there. Bai Zhixi said, yes, Mom and Dad, these two are my children. Never stop until your words stun the world. This sentence was like a final blow that made Wang Ning lose his balance and his body went limp, causing him to sit on the chair behind. Bai Zhiling also opened her mouth wide, as if she wanted to stuff an egg in it. She really is my sister's daughter. Sister, having a baby at the age of 12 or 13? That's bullshit. It's just that this is the future child of Yi Qing and I. Future? Looking at everyone's puzzled expressions, Yi Qing began to speak. The more he spoke, the more Wang Ning looked at Bai Zhixi with a complicated look in his eyes. He felt shocked, puzzled, and even wanted to take Yi Qing and the others to the hospital. After this conversation, everyone fell silent. Bang! A crisp slap sound was heard. Attract everyone's attention. Yi Qing looked at Bai Zhiling, who suddenly slapped him. I was also stunned. Then he took half a step back. Bai Zhiling, Are you serious about taking a half step back? Such a small action can cause such great damage. Wang Ning also shouted, "What are you doing?" No, I was just trying to see if I was dreaming. How could it be so magical and yet so real? But it hurts. This is a paternity test. Yi Ching and I have tested it with the two little girls, and it is indeed our child. I know this is hard to accept. Yi Ching and I also found it hard to accept it at first. We struggled for a long time before deciding to bring the child back. There is also other evidence. The child has never seen you and has never been to our house. But just now when I saw you, you called me grandma and grandpa, and you were so affectionate. When you got home, you turned on the TV and played cartoons. Bai Zhixi said this and handed over the certificate. You guys go out first, we want some quiet time. Wang Ning took it, was silent for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Go out. Yi Ching nodded and pulled Bai Zhixi. Uncle and auntie do need some time to react. You reacted too strongly at the beginning and almost called the police to have me arrested. What else? Bai Zhixi glared at Yi Ching. Why didn't you call the police? How can you tell a girl that you have a heart-shaped birthmark on your butt? Calling the police was a good thing. If it was any other girl, she would definitely have been slapped. She thought about it and looked back at Bai Xingting, who nodded. The two went out and closed the door. Bai Zhiling also came over and looked at the appraisal report. Holy crap, is that true? If I hadn't just finished watching the three-body problem, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to bear it. How about you also take a look at the three-body? Wang Ning raised his head and stared at her. Just one glance, and the blood pressure came, causing Bai Zhiling to shut her mouth abruptly. I told you guys to get out, why are you still here? Bai Zhiling, I thought you were just my elder sister and her two friends, am I considered one too? Wang Ning glared at her again. Bai Zhiling quickly retreated. Chapter 33 Grandma, our piggy cup is missing. I feel indignant in my heart that this whole family with the surname Bai was bullied by you, a single person with the surname Wang. Where is justice? It's all because Mr. White dotes on his wife too much. After she came out. Look at these two little guys. Find the photo album and take out Bai Zhixi's childhood photos. Then. He patted Yu Yu's shoulder. Yu Yu looked at Bai Zhiling coming over and unconsciously hid the snacks towards her sister. Bai Zhiling. What does that mean? What does this action of yours mean? She held the photo in one hand and supported her chin with the other for comparison. Hiss. This is too similar. No wonder my parents reacted so strongly. Auntie, what's wrong? Nothing, just checking if it's my kind. Yu Yu didn't understand the meaning. Bai Zhixi patted her head and said, What nonsense are you talking about? I was just teasing her, why did you hit me, sister? As she spoke, Bai Zhiling held Yu Yu in her arms. This soft and chewy feel. Very good. It gave Bai Zhiling a confused feeling. Yu Yu rested her head on Bai Zhiling's chest. After a while, it changed direction. Finally, she stood up angrily. Auntie is so hard, not as comfortable as mommy. Boom. This sentence was like thunder. Bai Zhiling looked at the place where Yu Yu had just rested her head. Flat. Look at my sister again. Fruitful results. Depend on. Children don't lie. Mental crit. This kid is simply the ultimate torturer. For a moment, Bai Zhiling was going crazy. She also wants to be quiet. Why? Why was she bullied by her elder sister when she was a child, and now that she has grown up, she is also bullied by her elder sister's daughter? Bai Zhiling thought angrily. But now she completely agrees with Bai Zhixi's statement. These two little guys came from the future. Maybe it's because she has read a lot of time travel novels. It's completely different from my parents now. But these two situations are likely to be reversed. Maybe Bai Zhixi's parents will gradually accept it later, but Bai Zhiling may think about this matter late at night and become suspicious. Go watch TV. I'd rather pet a kitten. This kid is so unlovable. Bai Zhiling said this angrily, and was given a few cold looks by Bai Zhixi. She pretended not to see it, but still glanced at the two little girls from time to time. Could this strange feeling be a blood connection? Now, Bai Zhiling has begun to doubt and counter-doubt. Inside the room. Bai Xingting carefully read the paternity test report again. What do you think? My daughter would never lie to us with such a ridiculous reason about something like this. Yeah, I feel the same way. This matter is too difficult to understand. Bai Zhixi sighed. But those two kids really looked exactly like Zhixi when she was a child, so that's why I spoke up at that time. They look so similar. I don't believe it's not Zhixi's child. Call Zhixi in. I have something else I want to ask her. After Bai Zhixi came in, Wang Ning asked other questions in his mind. Including Yi Qing, their future marriage, and the care of children, all aspects were taken into consideration. Bai Zhixi listened and realized that her mother probably agreed with what she said. When Wang Ning heard Bai Zhixi say that everything was arranged so well, he also frowned. Xiao Ye is a careful child. He is also a responsible child. It's a good boy. Wang Ning nodded, and then thought of a question. My dear, have you and Yi Qing? Is there anything? Bai Zhixi looked at her mother's expression and seemed to understand. In an instant, his face turned red. Mom! What are you talking about? Yi Cheng and I didn't, absolutely not. I still. Bai Zhixi said, then looked at Bai Zhixi who was awkwardly standing next to her, and raised her voice, Dad. Didn't you see that Mom and I were talking about something private? Can you please go out first? Okay. Bai Zhixi felt relieved and hurried out. He felt that he should come out when he was inside just now. But judging from her daughter's reaction, nothing seemed to have happened between her and Yi Qing. As for what was discussed inside the back door, he had no idea. After a while eating snacks, Yu felt thirsty. She jumped off the sofa. Search inside the room. Then he opened a few cabinets and looked inside. Then he ran towards the master bedroom. Boom, boom, boom. Knock on the door. Wang Ning opened the door and looked at Yu standing there. But I don't know how to start. Grandma, my sister, and I's piggy cups are gone. Where did you put them? Little piggy cup? What is that? Wang Ning was stunned by the question and looked at a loss, but he squatted down and picked Yu up, touched her soft little face and asked. It's the piggy cup, it's the water cup you bought for my sister and me, Grandma. It's our exclusive water cup with 2 little pigs on it. I just checked the cabinet where the water cups are kept, but couldn't find it. Yu described. Wang Ning also knew about it. It seemed that she bought these piggy cups for the 2 little ones more than 10 years later. Where does she get it now? What's wrong? Bai Zhixi heard the sound and came over. Grandpa, the piggy cup is gone. Yu described it carefully again. Bai Zhixi was also a little confused when faced with the little girl's question. Tell me quickly, where did you put the piggy cup? Wang Ning said, also looking at Bai Zhixi. Bai Zhixi was stunned for a moment. He was just passing by, so how could such a huge blame be thrown on his head? He held it in for a long time before he spoke tentatively. Oh, Yu, I'm sorry, it was Grandpa who didn't hold it firmly and accidentally broke your piggy cup. Grandpa will take you to buy another one later, okay? As he spoke, Bai Zhixi quickly touched Yu's head, fearing that she would cry. This is his own granddaughter. If she cries, his heart will be broken. Yu listened, struggled to get down from her grandma's arms, then took her grandpa's hand and looked at it carefully. What's wrong, Yu? Bai Zhixi was confused. Let me see if your hands are scratched, Grandpa. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with your hand? When Xiaoro heard this, she ran over and expressed her concern. Chapter 34, Blood Pressure from the Next Generation. The 2 little girls held their grandfather's hands and kept looking at him, with anxious expressions on their faces. This look was so adorable that both Wang Ning and Bai Zhixi were stunned. Especially Bai Zhixi. I felt the soft and sticky touch in my hand, and heard the caring words. For a moment, she dreamed back to when her 2 little ones were little. Moreover, this is Zhixi's future child, so it is a relationship between the previous generations. This made Bai Zhixi even more touched. Wang Ning standing next to him was jealous. If I had known, I would have said that. I can also be cared for by 2 little girls. Forget it. Since my husband has been blamed for something, he should at least be given some compensation. Bai Zhixi squatted down and picked up the 2 little girls. Feeling the 2 little girls lying on his shoulders, Bai Zhixi couldn't help but smile. This feels so good. My 2 little cotton padded jackets have grown up, and 2 more little cotton padded jackets have come. He looked towards Bai Zhixi and Bai Zhixi. Zhixi was eating fruit and giving Yi Qing a piece from time to time. Bai Zhixi was watching the cartoons chosen by Yu Yu and Xiaoro. A pretty good-looking look. He put one hand into the snacks and ate them happily. Well, my 2 little darlings have grown up. One is going to be worn by someone else. The other one seemed to have broken the wind. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about it. It's okay, Grandpa is fine. There's no scratches. I'm just sorry that I broke your cups. You can use other ones first. I'll go out and buy you new ones. As long as Grandpa is okay. Hey, we can just drink water from other cups. After these 2 sentences, Bai Xingting looked at Wang Ning with a proud look. Seeing my husband like this, I have completely come out of my previous confusion and shock. After she understood what was going on, she gradually began to accept it. She walked into the kitchen, took out 2 new cups, washed them carefully 3 times, and then poured warm water into them. Bring it to the 2 little girls. Are you thirsty from the snacks you just had? Come, drink some hot water. Don't eat too many snacks at once. Even Wang Ning's tone softened as he spoke to the 2 little guys in front of him. Bai Zhixi, who was listening nearby, also looked over. She leaned on the sofa and said, "Mom, I want to drink some water, too. Can you pour me some? You don't have long legs?" The tone suddenly became stern. Bai Zhixi, why? My daughter can't drink water. My granddaughter didn't even ask where the cups were, and you brought out 2 cups of hot water? Do you want to have such double standards? Snort. Bai Zhixi was angry and ate a few more snacks. It was as if he was venting the depression in his heart. After a while, the 2 little girls also came back. They climbed onto the sofa, leaning against Bai Zhixi. Bai Zhixi stroked the 2 girls' chubby faces with her left hand, while her other hand reached into the snack bag and ate from time to time. Aunt! What's the matter? Bai Zhixi had come to her senses now, and was gradually accepting the 2 girls. She recalled the photo comparison just now and realized that these 2 girls were the replica of her elder sister when she was a child. I have been bullied by my elder sister since I was a child. Is it time for me to take revenge now? She stroked her chin and kept looking at the 2 little girls. Seeing Bai Zhixi looking at her, Xiaoro also leaned towards her. "Aunt, what are you looking at me for?" "I miss you, Auntie. I haven't seen you for a long time." This one sentence made Bai Zhixi no longer feel warm in her heart. Rather, "I have some heartburn," etc. Hiss. Bai Zhixi looked at the 2 little girls and suddenly thought of something. She asked the 2 little girls to sit still. "You two, I'm going to ask you something very important now. You must think about it carefully. Do you understand?" Seeing how serious Bai Zhixi was, the 2 girls also sat cross-legged. Yi Qing, Bai Zhixi, and their grandparents were also attracted over. "I want to see what Bai Zhixi is going to do. Auntie asks you, do you know if my boyfriend is handsome? Is Hugu handsome?" This one sentence made everyone's mouth twitch. Bai Zhixi. Yi Qing. Grandma and Grandpa. You are here to peek into the future. However, it is still a good idea. Have no idea. Never seen it. The 2 little girls said in a decisive tone. Don't you have any news? Think carefully about it. Bai Zhixi patiently and persuadingly. Aunt, you were studying in another city, and we rarely saw you. You always came back alone. Xiaoro thought. As for Yu Yu, she frowned, stood up, and put her hands on her hips. Aunt, you are so weird. Don't you know whether your boyfriend is handsome or not? Why are you asking us? With just one sentence, the grandparents next to him nodded. Yu Yu is clever and quick to react, and now she has turned the tables. As for Xiaoro, this girl is gentle and a little naive, well-behaved and honest, and she answers whatever people ask her. Well, such a sister, such an elder sister. It's a perfect match. Auntie. Forget it. It seems I can't get anything out of you guys. Bai Zhixi sighed. After all, they were just 2 4- or 5-year-old children. What could they remember? It seems that I still have to explore my own future. Moreover, if I continue to ask, I'm afraid that Yu Yu will become more suspicious, and it would be counterproductive and not worth it. She stood up and went to pour some water. Then, a long voice came from behind. Grandma! Auntie ate all my snacks. Hearing this, Bai Zhixi felt a chill on her back. She was watching TV just now and didn't pay attention. Later, she was preparing to ask the two little girls questions in order to get a glimpse into her future. While she was distracted, she ate all the snacks of the two girls. Also, the snacks are so delicious. Now, it's over. She felt like she was being stared at. The terrifying pressure seemed to have descended upon her. Her legs began to tremble unconsciously. Chapter 35. The mother-in-law likes her son-in-law more and more. A moment. She seemed to understand why her elder sister ran so fast when she complained about her elder sister stealing her snacks when she was a child. She now wishes she could grow 3 legs. Moreover, she is under greater pressure now than her elder sister did back then. Can you withstand the power of intergenerational affection? Bai Zhixi. You are really hungry. You ate all the children's food. Stop right there or I'll beat you up. Bai Zhixi took a quick step, locked herself back in the room and locked the door. No matter what her mother said outside, she would not open the door. In the end, my mother had to leave in disappointment. Bai Zhixi also looked at Yi Qing awkwardly. She was really defeated by her own sister. But this girl is really pitiful. She was bullied by herself when she was a child, and now she was trying to bully her child, but she was bullied again. The kind of person who has always been bullied and has never been able to stand up. After a while, Bai Zhixi also walked to the door and whispered a few words to his wife. Wang Ning nodded. Come out, I'll let you off this time. Take the 2 kids out to buy snacks, piggy cups, and some clothes. Is the storm over so quickly? Bai Zhixi opened the door. How about making the storm even more violent? No, I can't stand it. She waved her hands quickly, went back to the house, looked at her pocket money and New Year's money, and calculated it. In the end, she took them all, looking like she would rather eat dirt this year. 2 little ones, let's go. Today I'll show you what the god of wealth is. Bai Zhixi said, and the 2 girls came running over happily. Auntie, are we going to the mall? Then we want to eat candied haws. Eat. Auntie has money. Bai Zhixi patted her chest and assured her, but she couldn't capture the duang feeling that Bai Zhixi felt. Okay, let's go down and get the things in the car up. Yi Qing stood up. Uncle and Aunt, I brought you some gifts. They are in the trunk of the car. Yi Qing, why is it necessary? Bai Zhixi said, and Wang Ning pulled him from the side. She gestured to her husband and Yi Qing. They were guided to look at Yu, who was scratching his head and looking at them with a puzzled look on his face. Yi Qing also immediately realized that something was wrong. After all, if I were in a future timeline, the first thing I would have to do is change my name, and it shouldn't be so unfamiliar. That's why the smart Yu felt something was wrong. Let's go down and move it up quickly. Bai Zhixi changed the topic. He took the 2 girls' hands and went out. Ha! Bai Zhixi breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the 2 little girls go out. Yu is so smart and good at observation. It seems that our relationship needs to be more natural. Bai Zhixi patted Yi Qing on the shoulder. Yu is more quirky, while Shiro is weak and fragile, but knows how to care for others. Both children have good personalities and are very kind. Yi Qing said, then smiled, I don't know how Zhixi and I will educate our children in the future. Raising 2 such good children makes us lucky now. Ha ha. Bai Zhixi smiled. They also went down and helped to move it. After a while, cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and an exquisite gift box were brought back. Bai Zhixi also began to distribute it according to Yi Qing's instructions. Here, Zhixi, this is given to you by your sister, brother-in-law. Open it and take a look. Bai Zhixi was still a little embarrassed when she said the word brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, can I open it? Okay, I don't know if you like it. Thank you, brother-in-law. I definitely like you. Bai Zhixi called him brother-in-law all the time without being shy. She felt helpless when she looked at Bai Zhixi. Fortunately, my 2 girls don't have the same personality as her aunt. After opening it, inside, there appeared a bracelet that was similar to the one Yu Xiaoro wore, but a little longer. Wow! So beautiful. Thank you, brother-in-law, you are so nice. As long as you like it. Bai Zhixi wanted to put it on, then looked at her parents with a questioning look. It was like when relatives gave red envelopes during the Chinese New Year and they would ask their parents about it. We are all family. There is no need to be so estranged from the children in the future. Wang Ning looked at Yi Qing and said this, which was also an answer to Bai Zhixi. Sister, help me put it on. Okay. Bai Zhixi put it on her and said, not bad, it looks good. That's good. Alright, let's go. Bai Zhixi said a few words, then went out with the two maids. Hey! Watch the car. Make sure to take good care of them. Don't get lost. Don't take your eyes off them for a moment. Wang Ning reminded. Don't worry, Mom. I understand. Bai Zhixi waved her hand. There are only 4 Bai Zhixi left at home. Bai Zhixi and Yi Qing also understood that the children's grandparents deliberately sent Bai Zhixi and the 2 children away. There must be something to say. I'll go make some tea. Bai Xingting was talking, and Yi Qing added, Uncle, try the new tea I brought. It's not bad. Okay, let's try it. Make good tea. Bai Xingting poured it for everyone. Wang Ning looked at Yi Qing and said, Yi Qing, we just heard about the situation from Zhixi. To be honest, we are also old and it is difficult for us to accept it. But looking at the 2 little girls, we know what you said is true. They look too much like Zhixi when she was a child, so I spoke up to stop your car. Your uncle and I have thought about it. You too have your studies to complete. Although we haven't retired yet, we have more time. How about we take care of the child? Wang Ning said it out loud, feeling sorry for all the parents in the world. She was the first to come up with solutions from various angles. After all, them taking care of the children can relieve the pressure on Yi Qing and others. You can also tell us if you have any needs. Wang Ning looked at Yi Qing and added, Kid, it's been hard for you during this period. Beside him, Bai Xingting also nodded. After all, Yi Qing was different from them in terms of experience in raising children, and the sudden arrival of the child must have put Yi Qing under tremendous pressure. Yi Qing pondered for a while. I think the child should live with me for now. He is in kindergarten now and is more familiar with the environment. It would not be good to ask them to change their environment. The most important thing is that these 2 children have no identity and no household registration. I asked someone to help me get them into the current kindergarten, and kindergartens here may not accept them. I'll use a stopgap measure first and see if I can solve it later. Yi Qing also spoke up. Wang Ning and Bai Xingting couldn't help but look at each other. They thought about many aspects of their future son-in-law. Be responsible. The 2 of them also looked at Bai Zhixi with smiles. Bai Zhixi saw what her parents meant from their eyes and bit her lip lightly. Who can stand such expressions from parents? She is also a pure female college student. Here, a light curtain popped up in front of Yi Qing. Chapter 36 Reward Distribution. It is detected that the host has regained the recognition of his wife's parents, and rewards Wuyo Media, God-level management and financial ability. Yi Qing looked at the light curtain. It seems that I have been accepted by my father-in-law and mother-in-law. The 4 of them drank tea and chatted casually. Without 2 children at home, there is less fun. Although it wasn't dull, if Yu and Xioro were here, it would definitely make the atmosphere more cheerful. The other side. Shopping mall. Bai Zhixi was strolling with Yu and Xioro. 2 little girls were each holding a string of candied haws and eating them. Snap! The crispy candy shell was bitten open, and the 2 little girls looked very happy. At this time, their clothes were also changed. It turned into a white sweatshirt with words printed on the back. Written separately. I'm your elder sister. I'm your sister. I'm your aunt. Bai Zhixi was carrying a big bag, which contained their own clothes as well as clothes she bought for her sister, brother-in-law, and parents. Wow, if that's what they call a parent-child outfit, then this is really amazing, a family bucket. Auntie, is it heavy? Let me help you carry it. Yu came over, glanced at Bai Zhixi and said. No need, Auntie will take it. Oh. Yu nodded, then started eating, looking left and right. Just tell your aunt what you want to eat, got it? I know. The 3 of them walking on the road attracted a lot of attention. Hey, look, what cute 2 babies. A woman nearby gestured to her boyfriend, who also looked over here and nodded. She is indeed a cute little girl. It's so cute. Look, it's shaking. I really want to take them away. Take them home. Many people nearby also started talking. Only. The last sentence fell into Bai Zhixing's ears. It made her alert immediately. He took 2 quick steps and followed closely behind the 2 girls, looking like he was protecting his children. He looked around with a serious look. That look made the person who had just spoken feel a little embarrassed. This aunt really can't be joked with. This was obviously a joke, but she actually acted like this. Auntie, I want to eat that. Yu said while pointing at the roasted nuts next to her. Okay, bye. Bai Zhixing is ready to bleed heavily today, so naturally she will do whatever is requested. Do you want to eat this? She asked proactively. No, this is enough. I still have to eat the meal grandma cooks for lunch. Yeah, the teachers in the kindergarten don't allow us to eat too many snacks. Yu and Xiao were talking. You two are pretty good. Bai Zhixing looked at it, and then remembered what she had previously extracted from the 2 little girls. It seems that I was admitted to a university in another city. As for the boyfriend, that is definitely gone. According to her personality, if she really found her ideal partner, she would want the whole world to know about it. How could it be possible that my 2 little nieces didn't know about this? Damn, I'm not that much different from my sister. Why can't I find a good man? Bai Zhixing put her hands on her hips in anger, then looked down. I felt a little helpless. Although, it's just a little bit off, but it's not that bad. Well. Bai Zhixing sighed, fate was predestined, at worst she could move in with her elder sister. I think my elder sister would be welcome to babysit her children, right? Auntie, I want to drink some water. Did you bring the big belly cup? The one you always bring when we go out to play. Xiao said. Bai Zhixing was also numb. This situation is the same as what happened at home. This happened more than 10 years ago. Where did she get the big belly cup? Moreover, she is still a high school girl. She never brings hot water when she goes out. When she is thirsty, she just buys a bottle of room temperature mineral water or drinks milk tea. Aunt didn't bring it today. Let's go find a store and see if there's any hot water for sale, right? Oh. Bai Zhixing was still thinking that she should go to the dining area to get some hot water. But the 2 girls had already run in another direction. Hey, we went to the wrong place. That's the jewelry section. This way. Bai Zhixing saw that the 2 little guys didn't hear anything at all, so she was helpless and followed with the big bag. Over here, 2 little guys are running. Not far away. At the entrance of Cartier, the female manager and the deputy manager were giving instructions to the staff. Just send it to this address and give it to Ms. Zhang. After explaining. Just as she was about to go back, she saw 2 little guys running towards her from a distance. She looked at him with a smile on her face. What a cute little girl. If she shoots a few videos and posts them on TikTok, she'll probably attract a lot of fans. She has the potential to become the nation's daughter. It's so cute, I want to take it home. Look, it's so soft and sticky when it runs. The 2 of them looked at the 2 little girls with anti-smiles on their faces. However, the next moment, the store manager was stunned when he saw the bracelets on the 2 girls' hands. Her eyes widened and she gasped, unable to believe what she saw. She rubbed her eyes, looked again carefully, and the corners of her mouth twitched suddenly. The slender legs wrapped in glass stockings started moving. The high heels made a tapping sound on the ground. A little hasty. Hey. This stunned the deputy store manager behind him. Come on, I thought you were just talking when you said you wanted to take her back, don't be serious about it. My aunt is behind me. The deputy store manager also quickly moved his long legs and followed. Front. The store manager came up to the 2 girls. He squatted down, a smile spreading across his face. Aunt, this sister is so beautiful. Yu turned around and said to Bai Zhixing, who was chasing after her. In a word, the store manager was embarrassed. At the same time, he smiled with his lips pursed. Children will not lie. She looked at the 2 girls and liked them even more. The deputy store manager also hurried over. The 2 little girls looked up. He frowned. Aunt, why can't I see the sister's face? Look, I can see your face even like this. Yu asked doubtfully. For a moment, Bai Zhixing almost fainted from anger. What else could it be? Because they are small branches that bear great fruit. Your aunt is a twig with no fruit. On the other side, the deputy store manager also understood immediately. He quickly squatted down and touched the heads of the two little girls. He. Yu smiled and took the assistant manager's hand. The bracelet on the wrist caught the deputy store manager's eye. Hiss. The deputy store manager was stunned when he saw the bracelet, and quickly turned his head to look at the store manager. The store manager also nodded, as if responding to her doubts. No wonder he can be the store manager. The deputy store manager admired him in his heart. Sister, do you have any hot water? My sister is thirsty and wants to drink some water. Yu seemed to be aware of how cute she was, and while speaking, she gently shook the deputy manager's arm with her hand. This shake almost melted the deputy store manager's heart. Chapter 37, Duo Xiao? You mean Duo Xiao? Have. The deputy store manager said simply. There was still a silly smile on his face. You guys come in and take a rest too. Come, give your sister a hug. As the deputy store manager spoke, she also took Yu into her arms, feeling the soft touch, and she also stood up. It's just a bit difficult. Hiss. This girl is quite serious. The store manager also held Xiaoro in his arms. Looking back at Bai Zhixi, ma'am, please come sit in our store. The child is thirsty. Let's go get some hot water and you can take a rest. Bai Zhixi looked at the entrance of Cartier. She was now a high school student. Although she didn't know the brand very well, she could tell that the things in this store must be very expensive. It looks very luxurious. She followed him in. The two little girls were carried to the sofa nearby, and a waiter went to pour hot water. Bai Zhixi was also watching at the counter. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at the sign. How many digits is this? Damn, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to faint. She looked at the two little girls for help. Yu and Xiaoro, you have to save my aunt. I'm going to be dizzy by this string of numbers. She is a high school student, and if her parents give her a few $100s, she would be so happy that her mouth would be grinning from ear to ear. How can I bear this? However, the deputy manager was very good at coaxing children, and he made the two girls so happy that they had no time to pay attention to her. She walked over reluctantly. After a while, the clerk brought the hot water. The store manager took it, touched the cup and felt the temperature. The temperature is just right. Then he handed it to the two little girls. Gulp, gulp. Xiaoro drank and finished the glass of water in a short while. Thank you, sister. Good boy. The manager went to get some snacks, but the two little girls didn't eat them. No, if I eat any more I won't be able to eat. Mom might scold me when I get home. Yeah, I ate a lot. Xiaoro touched her belly and restrained herself. The tutor is really good. The store manager couldn't help but sigh. Then he watched Bai Zhixi slowly drinking hot water beside him. The store manager also took out a business card and handed it to Bai Zhixi. Ma'am, this is my business card. If you need anything, you can contact me. How about I take you to have a look? These two little girls look tired from shopping and should take a rest. The store manager said this and also looked at the two little girls. The two of them leaned on the sofa, looking so comfortable. Bai Zhixi looked at it, wanting to cry but without tears. Now she could only pray that the two little girls would not suddenly follow her and start clamoring for something. Otherwise, her New Year's money wouldn't be enough. I'm afraid I'm having to advance the New Year's money for the next 30 years. Oh, that's not right. If she becomes an adult, she won't get any New Year's money. Bai Zhixi was still thinking when the voice she feared the most came from behind. Auntie, the things here are so beautiful. We want to see it too. Spicy balls. My dear aunt, I'm afraid I'm going to have a stomachache today. Routine. It's all routine. Hot water and snacks are all tricks. Bai Zhixi quickly formulated a strategy in her mind. Even if it would lose face, she couldn't buy anything. Oh, by the way, she can't seem to afford it. That's okay. Just take a look. If you can't afford to eat pork, can you not watch the pigs run? Then. Bai Zhixi took the two little girls to look around the store. I'm a little obsessed with it. Wow, Auntie, this is so beautiful. This one is also very nice. Every word the two girls said touched Bai Zhixi's fragile nerves. Ma'am, if there's anyone you like, I can get it out for you to try. Forget about trying. I can't afford it anyway. Your things are too expensive for a high school student like me. Bai Zhixi came straight to the point. The store manager listened and laughed. Miss, you are joking. Aren't the bracelets you and the two little cuties wearing our brand? It's the latest limited edition. Ah. These two short sentences made Bai Zhixi numb. What? She looked at her bracelet. Really? Yes. The store manager took out the newly arrived brand magazine. There are other introductory materials as well. Explained to Bai Zhixi. After a while, Bai Zhixi finally accepted that the necklace she, the two little girls, and her elder sister wore seemed to be a new limited edition. This is a gift from my brother-in-law, so I don't know much about it. I thought it was just an ordinary ornament. Is that so? Then your brother-in-law has good taste. Can I ask you briefly? How much do these things cost? Bai Zhixi asked. Then the store manager leaned close to her ear and said something. Hiss. A breath of cold air was immediately inhaled into Bai Zhixi's mouth. It made her whole body numb. She looked at the bracelet. Wow, it's so valuable? Ah. This is a limited edition. You probably can't buy it in regular stores. There should be priority channels for purchasing it. The store manager added another sentence. Oh my God. My brother-in-law is too rich. This is too big a deal. She was still in shock, but the two little ones had no concept of money and were still following the deputy manager around the store. Aunt, let's go home. It's almost noon, right? Grandma and the others must be waiting anxiously at home. The two little girls urged and pulled Bai Zhixi back from her shock. Okay, let's go home first. She has to tell her parents when she goes back, for fear that the other things her brother-in-law brings may not be cheap either. It's just that no one knows the value of it. She looked at the two little girls. These two little girls really didn't say a single word they wanted from beginning to end. You are so well behaved. No, it seems that I can't take care of my sister's children in the future. I should let my sister take care of my children, so that I can have such a well-behaved child. If I take care of the children, and if my personality is the same as mine, I will be very hot. Bai Zhixi was thinking. I have to say that she has always had a clear understanding of herself. Yes, that's what we have to do. Zhao. Forget it, I don't even know where my damn boyfriend is. Why are you thinking so far ahead? Bai Zhixi spat at herself and pulled the two little girls towards home. It only leaves an enviable and warm back view to everyone in the mall. Chapter 38 Family Photo. Arrived at the doorstep. Yu and Xiao looked at the doorbell, but they couldn't reach it. I could only knock on the door with my little hands. Grandma and Grandpa, we are back with my aunt. Inside the room. Hear the sound. Bai Zhixi stood up suddenly, and Wang Ning did the same. They both quickly went to the door and prepared to open it. This confused Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi. They looked at each other and burst out laughing. It seems that the relationship between generations is not just talk. Bai Zhixi sighed. If she or her sister came back, her parents would probably sit on the sofa and stay calm. Open the door. Grandma and Grandpa. Oh, my two little darlings, is this a new dress? Grandma looked at the new clothes and nodded, saying they were good. Very distinctive. My aunt bought it. Xiao said, and she pulled her clothes for her grandparents to see. Has your aunt taken good care of you? Has she bullied you? Bai Zhixi began to worry ever since Bai Zhixi left. After all, this girl had been badly bullied by Bai Zhixi since she was a child. Now she suddenly has a target for revenge, and she had made outrageous remarks before. Who knows if she will take the opportunity to bully her? Bai Zhixi. How presumptuous. What can I do? They are just two little guys. Can I really bully them? Snort. Bai Zhixi snorted lightly, looking angry. Mom and Dad. Look, aren't our new clothes beautiful? Pretty. Yi Qing said, looking at Bai Zhixi with a smile on his face. Thank you, Zhixi. Bai Zhixi was a little embarrassed by her brother-in-law's thanks. After all, the clothes she bought were not very expensive, but the things her brother-in-law gave her were too expensive. Are these the only pieces of clothing you have? Bai Zhixi took the bag and started searching. After a while, he took out a few unopened clothes again. They are several other pieces with printing. Hey! I knew it, there must be one. Bai Zhixi took hers to the room to change. Come on, let's all change and take a family photo later, okay? Bai Xingting said, and pulled Yi Qing into a room. Prepare to change clothes. There is nothing to hide between two grown men. It was changed immediately. Bai Xingting changed his clothes and turned around, and saw Yi Qing's muscles carved by a knife and an axe. Damn it! I cursed in my heart. This kid, I didn't realize he's this strong, compared to when he was young. Never mind, there is no comparison. He was a skinny guy at the time. When they got married, he was going to carry his wife like a princess, but he couldn't, so it ended in embarrassment. Thinking of the embarrassment of that year, Bai Xingting also sighed. Comparing people will make you die, and comparing goods will make you throw them away. However, the embarrassment that he and his wife experienced in the past will not occur at his daughter's wedding. He now suspected that Yi Qing was strong enough to lift Bai Zhixi up with one hand. Change your clothes and go out. Bai Zhiling had also set up her phone and started arranging the seats. Brother-in-law, you and your elder sister stand behind our parents, and the two little girls sit in the arms of Grandma and Grandpa. Okay. It's quite symmetrical. After Bai Zhiling finished speaking, she was stunned. That's not right, where is she standing? What are you still standing there for? Come here. Bai Zhixi waved at her. Bai Zhiling chuckled, ran towards her elder sister, leaned on her, then stretched out her hand, ready to make a heart shape with her elder sister. However, there was no response. She turned her head and saw her elder sister blushing and making a heart shape with her hands to Yi Qing. Bai Zhiling. Kill the dog. Kill the dog. Dogs have dignity too. You wait, let me show my affection in front of you, wait until I have a boyfriend, wait for me. Damn. My future boyfriend. Thinking of sad things again. Everything is ready. It will start shooting automatically in a moment. As Bai Zhiling spoke, Xiaoro also looked at the more serious Bai Xingting. Grandpa, smile. Your grandpa hardly smiles when taking photos. Wang Ning said helplessly. Xiaoro pursed her lips, rarely looking naughty. He stretched out his little hand and scratched Grandpa's side. Ouch, haha. Grandpa felt itchy, but he held Xiaoro tightly, fearing that he would drop the child out in excitement. Also laughed out loud. Click, click. Okay, let me see how the photo is. Bai Zhiling looked over and picked out the best one. It's just that everyone has different shapes. Dad laughed out loud and Xiaoro looked satisfied. Yu and Wang Ning were amused. Later, my elder sister looked shy, but my brother-in-law was very natural. As for myself, she saw the resentment from the singles. Okay, each has its own characteristics. This is it. Take a look. Bai Zhiling is here for everyone to watch. That's right. Bai Xingting nodded. Very good, very good. Wang Ning and the two little girls were also satisfied. Arrived at Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi's place. Why do these photos you two took look so much like wedding photos? This sentence made Bai Zhixi's face even redder. She felt the same way just now. This was the first time she and Yi Qing had formed a loving heart. What a strange feeling. Well, please send me the original photo. Bai Zhixi ordered. Why, what do you want to do? What can I do? Bai Zhixi curled her lips, thinking that she just wanted to be a wallpaper. I took great pains to adjust the angle and arrange the position for this photo. Don't you know that this photo is the product of my hard work? The people in it are all my loved ones, relatives, friends, brothers, and sisters. What do you want? It costs more. Reimburse me for today's expenses. Bai Zhixi, when will your acting be as small as your bust size? Zhiling, I'll pay for it. Yi Qing took out his cell phone. TSK. Brother-in-law, you are being ridiculous. My sister and I are just joking. I still have so much pocket money, why do I need you to reimburse me, brother-in-law? She sent it to the group just now when she was talking. Not far away, Bai Xingting shook his phone and said, Come, let's have some tea, and then we'll eat. Bai Zhiling was thirsty, so she drank some tea. Wow! So smooth and mellow. This tea is good, much better than the other teas she had drunk from her father before. Hey, Dad, this tea tastes a bit better today. This is the tea your brother-in-law brought. It's good tea, Grandpa said, and Xioro was about to pick up the teapot and pour some into the pig cup she had just bought. Hey, hey, hey. Bai Zhixi quickly stopped him. Children can't drink it. Why? Children can't sleep after drinking. Be good, Grandpa will pour you some hot water. All right. Oh. After Bai Zhixi finished pouring the tea, he came back and saw Bai Zhixi looking at the tea, as if studying something. What are you doing? As he spoke, he also picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, a message popped up on his phone. It was from Bai Zhixi. He took a look. Cough, cough, cough. A rapid cough suddenly came. Chapter 39, Mom, you haven't called Dad hubby for a long time. This gave everyone a fright. The two little girls quickly climbed onto the sofa, came to Bai Zhixi's back, and helped pat him. Bai Zhixi is also average. No, Dad, why are you so excited? Even Yiqing and Bai Zhixi, who were helping in the kitchen, poked their heads out to see what was wrong with their father. It's okay, I just choked. Okay, Yu and Xioro, no need to take pictures anymore. Grandpa is much better now. Thank you. Bai Zhixi recovered and looked at the two little ones who had already started watching cartoons, and the three people in the kitchen. Then he approached Bai Zhixi and whispered, Mr. Duo? Your bracelet is worth so much money? Yes. The store manager told me exactly what he said. Besides, this is a limited edition. You may not be able to buy it even if you have money. You need connections to buy it. What these two little guys have on their hands is also very valuable, and the necklace of the elder sister will cost even more money. However, the Rolls Royce that my brother-in-law drives cost several million. It seems that my brother-in-law is not short of money. He's handsome, rich, has a good personality, and is nice to his family. Why can't I find a boyfriend like this? My damn future boyfriend. Bai Zhixi rubbed her head, looking resentful. Your brother-in-law has a good figure, too. Phew. Another knife stabbed Bai Zhixi's heart. How good is it? Better than this? Bai Zhixi took out a photo of Eddie Pang with his upper body naked. Bai Zhixi nodded, as if he didn't want to talk about it anymore. Only Bai Zhixi was left petrified there. My sister is so happy. No, I'll ask my brother-in-law to help me find one. One who's half as good as my brother-in-law will do. Bai Zhixi made a secret decision in her heart. As for the side, Bai Zhixi also began to re-examine the dahongpo. I poured a glass and savored it slowly. Such a mellow fragrance and such a smooth feeling. It was indeed something he had never tasted before. It seems that this is also worth a lot of money. It's just that he is just a country boy who doesn't know much about the food. All he can say is, it tastes good. It's time to eat, stop watching TV. Bai Zhixi opened the kitchen door and said this. The two little ones turned off the TV and went to help serve the dishes. Wang Ning was the chef at noon today. Although Yiqing wanted to take over, Wang Ning refused to let him. After all, it's the first time my future son-in-law comes to my house, so how can I ask him to cook? Although in the end she couldn't resist and asked the two of them to help wash and pick the vegetables. It's time to eat, it's time to eat. The two little guys ate happily during the meal. Eat all the rice in the bowl. Okay, go ahead and play, I'll clean up. Wang Ning said. After cleaning up. Yiqing, can you help me get my cup? Bai Zhixi was far away, so she asked Yiqing to bring it to her. Good. Yiqing handed it over. I didn't feel anything was wrong. But Yu looked at it and frowned. What are you thinking about, little guy? Wang Ning came over, picked up Yu and asked. Did Mom and Dad have a fight? This sentence made everyone look over, and the parties involved, Yiqing and Bai Zhixi, were also stunned. Quarrel? Where did they quarrel? Where did Mom and Dad quarrel? Bai Zhixi said helplessly. Yes, Mom usually calls Dad and husband very gently. I only call my father by his full name when I'm angry. That's right, Mom hasn't called Dad hubby for a long time. Have Mom and Dad been arguing for so long? Yu stroked his chin and thought, analyzing it carefully. The whole room suddenly fell into silence. Bai Zhixi was also at a loss. How could she say this? If they were alone in the villa with only four of them, she would grit her teeth, close her eyes, and make up her mind, and maybe even scream in a mosquito-like voice. But now, there are so many people. And there are her own parents, how can she call them? As for Bai Zhixi next to her, she chuckled, "Oh sister, so you are like this. Didn't you hear what Yu said? Hurry up and call out. Don't make trouble." Bai Zhixi bit her lip and stared at Bai Zhixi with a shy look. Under the suppression of her blood, Bai Zhixi quickly shut up. She felt that her elder sister had become red and warm. If she said anything again, her elder sister would go berserk and she would be in trouble. Yi Qing looked at Yu and Xioro's expectant eyes, and then at Bai Zhixi's stammering red lips. He stood up, stood in front of Bai Zhixi, and put his ear close to Bai Zhixi. "Hey! You sound so sweet." After saying this, Yi Qing also touched Bai Zhixi's head. Then he was also stunned. "My goodness, I'm used to touching Yu and Xioro." My hand unconsciously went to my head. Yu and Xioro, who were not far away, also looked satisfied, knowing that their parents were not arguing. "Grandpa, we want to ride big horses." Ride a big horse? Me?" Bai Zhixi was also helpless. It seemed that it was not the first time for the two little girls to ride. He was helpless, and he was really more relaxed from then on. "Let's go ride on the big horses." Bai Zhixi brought the two little guys into the room, and Wang Ning followed them in. "Grandpa, let Xiaro ride the big horse first." "No need, Grandpa can still bear it now, both of you come up." "How's your old waist?" Wang Ning said from the side. "Okay. You think it's me in 10 years. Come on, everyone, come up." Wang Ning carried both children up. "Wow. It's a bit heavy." The White Star Court also moved. "Grandpa, go for it." Wang Ning was watching from the side, feeling helpless. Her serious husband had really become a workhorse. Zhixi and Zhiling had never been treated like this in the past. Outside, Yi Qing stood up and prepared to go to the bathroom. But the next moment, his hand was immediately held. "Turn your head." Bai Zhixi's face was blushing, and her pair of peach blossom eyes looked at him brightly. This kind of appearance can be said to be extremely pitiful. It's so tempting. The beauty that can captivate fishes and geese, and shame the moon and flowers, all pale in comparison to this facial expression. Even Yi Qing was stunned for a moment. Bai Zhixi, who was standing next to her, also saw this scene. "Wow! Sister, are you such a little woman? Eat melon, eat melon. This melon must be eaten." She took the snacks and watched quietly. There was anticipation in her eyes and a smile like that of an auntie on her face. Bai Zhixi looked at Yi Qing. Her face is flushed with peach blossoms. The lips parted slightly. "Old." Chapter 40. There are so many people here, let's go back to the room and shout loudly. Bai Zhixi stared at her elder sister with her eyes fixed, her face full of anticipation, even a little flushed. Bai Zhixi's lips moved, and judging from her lip reading, she should have said those two words, but her voice was too soft. Neither Yi Qing nor Bai Zhixi heard it. "Hey! Who can hear you when your voice is so soft? Speak louder. Be more energetic." Bai Zhixi patted the sofa, looking excited. It's like a boy downloaded several GB of videos, and finally when everything was ready, he opened it and found out it was Calabash Brothers. That's the feeling. Bai Zhixi's face was already red, and after hearing Bai Zhiling's words, her face became even redder, and even her ears turned pink. The way Yi Qing looked at her, his heart was pounding. "It's okay. There will be plenty of time to shout loudly later. There are so many people here today, so let's just do this." After a word, Bai Zhiling looked around and saw that her parents and the children had all gone to the room over there. Wasn't she the only one left here? "Hey man, what about me?" Bai Zhiling put her hands on her hips, looking unconvinced. "I'm just eating a melon, why are you targeting me?" However, she also knew that she could not provoke her elder sister anymore, otherwise, her elder sister would go berserk, her strength would increase by 200%, and her intelligence would decrease by 50%. She was afraid that she would be pinned to the sofa and beaten. "I'd better go and watch the horse riding." Bai Zhiling pouted and left quickly. "Let's go and take a look. Don't let the two girls crush their uncle. These two little guys are not light." Yi Qing did not let go of Bai Zhixi's hand, but instead held it and pulled her up. "Walk into the room. On the bed." Bai Zhixi is willing to be a workhorse and is crawling around in circles. The two little guys on his back laughed, making Bai Zhixi seem full of strength. Grandpa can run even faster. Bai Zhixi was about to show it off, but when he turned around, he saw his little daughter standing there with shock in her eyes. Then, he slowly extended his two thumbs. Awesome, old man. You're still as charming as ever. Come, let me see how you can run faster. Also, Dad, your baby girl wants to ride a big horse too. Go away. How did we let you in? All of you go out. What are you looking at? What's so good about it? Have you never seen someone riding a big horse? Bai Zhixi's face turned red and he felt a little embarrassed when his daughter saw him like this. Wang Ning also quickly drove Bai Zhixi out and locked them outside along with Bai Zhixi and Yi Qing. Hey, no, let's be clear, I really haven't seen it, and I didn't ride it when I was a kid, right, sister? Neither of us have ridden it before. Bai Zhixi looked at her elder sister, expecting a positive response. But all that was received was silence. Oh no. So I'm the only one who hasn't ridden one? Don't go, explain it clearly. Why? After a while, Bai Zhixi sat there angrily, and Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi also sat down next to her. Where do you want to study in the future? I don't know. The classes will be divided in the third year of high school. I should be able to get into the top class. It won't be a problem to get into a bottom tier 985 or an average 211. I feel that it will still be difficult to get into Jiangcheng University, but as far as Jiangcheng is concerned, I can still get into Jiangcheng Polytechnic. Bai Zhixi thought about it and had to say that in terms of study, the two sisters did very well because their parents were very strict. Your sister, brother-in-law is from Jiangcheng Polytechnic University. As Bai Zhixi spoke, Bai Zhixi also looked at her brother-in-law. Yi Qing waved his hand, I don't think it's necessary. Jiangcheng Polytechnic is not worth going to. There are only Buddhist temples over there. If you go there like this, it would be like fat meat among wolves. Everyone will look at you with eagles and wolves. I suggest you go to Jiangcheng Normal University. It's more reliable. Jiangcheng Normal University is fine too. But I've only heard of it, I haven't been there yet. It's not easy now. Let's do it next week. Come to Jiangcheng next week and your sister and I will take you around. Yi Qing said. Thank you, brother-in-law. Bai Zhixi said sweetly. Why are you being polite? I'll take you to Jiangcheng Polytechnic and let you see how dangerous the Buddhist temple is. Yi Qing grinned, but we've agreed that I can take you around, but you have to help take care of the kids. Okay. I'm the best at taking care of children. Bai Zhixi agreed readily, and then thought about how troublesome it would be to take the child out for a walk, so why not ask her parents to go along, and let them take care of the child during the day while she takes care of the child at night. Perfect. What a plan. She will be able to visit the universities in Jiangcheng next week. She has never been to any of these universities before. I really look forward to it. Then you can bring your best friends along for a stroll. Bai Zhixi was thinking about it. The door opened. Okay, I'll just ride my horse here today. I'll wait for Grandpa to take a rest and then play with you guys. Bai Zhixi pounded his waist. Although not that bad, it is still not as good as when I was young. Plus, carrying the weight of two children is still a bit too much for me to bear. You're still trying to show off when you can't do it. Wang Ning sighed beside him, lie there, I'll give you a massage. Good. Bai Zhixi was then looked at by Bai Zhixi, who made him feel a little embarrassed, and his eldest daughter also blamed him for showing off. Oh, isn't this the child's joy? I'll just take a rest for a while. I see, you have now completely become a granddaughter slave. Bai Zhixi said this and came over to help press it. No way, I'm not like what you said. Bai Zhixi said guiltily, and changed the subject. By the way, Zhixi, Yi Qing, have you discovered what hobbies Yu and Xioro have? I tell you, you still have to focus on cultivating children's interests and hobbies, and not just study hard. You still need to cultivate your sentiments, spend a happy childhood, and develop in an all-round way. Bai Zhixi talked freely. When he looked up, he saw two girls standing in front of him, staring at him. The strange look in their eyes made Bai Zhixi feel a little scared. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm a little suspicious now. Are you also a time traveler? No, are you possessed by someone else? How could you say such a thing? Bai Zhixi touched her chin. When we were kids, was it you, Lao Bai, who forced us to do homework, buy piles of exercises, and sign up for several cram schools? Old White, you make me feel strange. Cough. Bai Zhixi coughed, then fell forward on the sofa, pretending to be dead. Old White? Old White? Why are you silent? Ha? Just say a few words. If you have nothing to say, just say a few words. Bai Zhixi kept talking beside her, like the whispers of a devil. Chapter 41 Nighttime Sleeping Arrangements. Bai Zhixi ignored this funny daughter, thinking that his eldest daughter was better, gentle and kind, and the two girls she gave birth to were also soft and sweet, and very well behaved. If the second daughter gives birth to a child in the future, I'm afraid the roof might be taken down. Hiss. This is indeed a bit scary. You know, by the time the second daughter gives birth, it will be more than 10 years later. At that time, his body might not be able to bear it anymore. Thinking of this, Bai Zhixi felt despair. Here, Bai Zhixi was still whispering. Yi Qing walked over. I have discovered some of the children's interests. For example, Yu Yu is quite talented in music. When Yu Yu heard what was said, a look of pride appeared on her face and her little body straightened up a lot. Yes, Grandpa. The teachers in the kindergarten all said that I sing very well and they really like listening to me sing. So amazing. As for Xiaoro, she is quite talented in calligraphy and painting. I have been developing her talent in this area recently. I practice calligraphy with her every day, but it seems that there is no way to practice today. Yes. Bai Zhixi raised his head and said, I also do some calligraphy on a daily basis. I still have some pens, ink, paper, and inkstone at home. I'll get it later. After a while, Bai Zhixi took Yu Yu to watch TV. She held Yu Yu in her arms as if she were holding a big doll, it was so comfortable. On the other side, Xiaoro stood on a chair, ready to put pen to paper. Xiaoro, just follow what Grandpa wrote and write it down. Bai Zhixi said this, pointing to what he had written next to him. It says, my grandpa and I are the best in the world. After reading this, the other three people's faces became numb. Why, you're good with Grandpa but not Grandma? Wan Ning looked at Bai Zhixi. Bai Zhixi realized it later and quickly added Grandma to the list. After thinking about it again, I changed I to we. Yeah, perfect. Okay, Xiaoro, just write it like this. Okay. Xiaoro picked up the pen and wrote down. Wow. This handwriting is really good. Bai Zhixi couldn't help but sigh as he looked at it. Wang Ning also nodded. He knew that his old man was not praising him, but really wrote well. Xiaoro has made rapid progress in the past period of time. It can be said that she has made great progress every day. There are still many characters that I don't know how to write, and some characters can only be copied. He's only 4 or 5 years old, but knowing these words is already a lot. Bai Zhixi waved his hand, he's already very smart. Finished. Bai Zhixi also quickly collected it. I thought to myself that I would frame it tomorrow. We laughed and joked until the evening. Yi Qing, don't go back at night. It's not safe to drive at night. Ask the kindergarten teacher for half a day off tomorrow morning and go back in the afternoon. Sleep here at night and I'll make the beds for you. Tonight, Lao Bai, I and the two little ones will sleep together. No one is allowed to snatch our room. There are still 2 rooms left. Wan Ning said this with a conflicted expression on his face. According to her previous tutoring, it would definitely be impossible for Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi, who were classmates, to sleep together. But now, both of them have children, and their future as husband and wife is set. There was no need for her to stop them from sleeping together morning and night. Moreover, she is very satisfied with this son-in-law and recognizes him as a member of her family. Forget it. Thinking about this, Wang Ning felt a headache. Let them decide for themselves. Bai Zhixi saw that her mother was only halfway through speaking, and she also understood the confusion in her mother's heart. There is no clear opinion here, it's so ambiguous. She looked at her mother. It turned out that my mother was speechless and just made the bed. You and Zhiling sleep together, and I will sleep in this smaller room. Yi Qing didn't care, but after all, it was someone else's home. Although Wang Ning's attitude was vague, he still had to pay attention. Anyway, when we get back to the villa, won't I be able to hold you while sleeping every day? It's just right that someone will take care of the child and he doesn't have to be restrained. I can stay up late at night and play with my phone. Ah? No way, brother-in-law, my sister is going to sleep with me? You're just going to give up your future wife like this? To me. I don't agree with my elder sister sleeping with me. The sweet smell of love on her body is overwhelming me. Bai Zhixi kept talking like a string of pearls, looking like she wanted to enjoy her alone time. Looking at both sides, Bai Zhixi couldn't help but stamp her feet. She is not welcomed by either side? It's easier to deal with Yi Qing, as he is thinking about himself. Bai Zhixi, what do you mean? At that moment, she put her hand on Bai Zhixing's ear. You said no, so it's no? Bai Zhixi, has it been a long time since I last dealt with you? Ah. Do you think you're getting cocky again? Show some respect to your sister. After a few words, Bai Zhixi became much more obedient. After all, she also remembered the fear of being dominated by her elder sister. Sister, stop twisting it, your brother-in-law is still watching. Bai Zhixi endured it and said in a low voice. Bai Zhixi finally reacted and turned to look at Yi Qing, who was standing beside her. Yi Qing had a smile on his face. Hey, little Tyrannosaurus. Ah. Don't say that to me. Bai Zhixi couldn't hold it anymore after being teased. Bai Zhixi looked at the noisy future couple and sighed. Damn, can my mother stand the sour smell of love filling the house? She turned around and found that her mother was still silent, but she was jumping on the bed even faster, almost flying. After making the bed, he took the two children and their grandfather back to the room. Directly unlock. They acted as if they were saying, just have fun, it's none of our business. After a while, Bai Zhixi entered Yi Qing's room, took out her full-length bear doll, and entered the big room. Sleep well, and send me a WeChat message if you have anything. Okay, what can happen to my brother-in-law? Bai Zhixi said, and pulled her sister back to the room. After entering the room, Bai Zhixi threw a doll to Bai Zhixi. Each of you hold your own, it's a deal. Okay. Bai Zhixi lay down holding her teddy bear. Bai Zhixi was the same, lying butt to butt with Bai Zhixi. I also chatted with my elder sister about all sorts of things. It was a nighttime chat among the girls. On the other side, Wang Ning and Bai Xingting were lying flat on their backs, not saying anything. The two little guys were about to fall asleep. Look at the way they hugged their arms tightly. Bai Xingting couldn't help but smile indulgently, and then spoke in a very low voice. Look, the habits are exactly the same. They can't fall asleep without hugging something. Genetics are amazing. Chapter 42, A Girl's Shyness is a Gentle Knife. More. Wang Ning patted him and then pointed at his cell phone. The meaning is very clear, stop talking, the child is asleep, talk on the phone. Bai Xingting nodded. The two communicated on their cell phones. At first, they were still reminiscing about Bai Zhixi and Bai Zhixing's childhood, and then the topic turned to Yi Qing. Bai Xingting also sent Wang Ning everything that Bai Zhixi had said to him today. Wang Ning looked at it and his mouth twitched. So valuable? Then wouldn't the things given to her be very valuable? Kid, we're all family from now on, why do you have to be so formal with him? She thought about it inside. Yes, the two children must have mustered up the courage to bring the little girl here this time. If she and Lao Bai encountered such a situation, they probably wouldn't have the courage to take him home. If parents cannot understand, there is a real risk of a breakup. It's not easy having two kids. Wang Ning was silent for a while. I picked up the phone and started chatting with Lao Bai again, but this time we started talking about future plans, even plans after retirement. That night, Yi Qing felt so comfortable. Man, I haven't had so much fun playing games in a long time. Yi Qing controlled the character with a cheerful look. Ding dong. Then, a message came out. Future child mother, are you asleep? I can't sleep. Yi Qing just fell asleep. Future child, oh. There was no news after that. But, after a while, Yi Qing keenly heard the door of the next room open. Then there were soft footsteps coming towards him. He stuffed the phone under his pillow. Then I heard the footsteps outside stop for a long time, and then there was a gentle knock on the door. Yi Qing opened the door. Bai Zhixi peeked over with a shy look on her face. Yi Qing looked down at Bai Zhixi. Bai Zhixi was wearing loose pajamas. Some light can be seen through the collar. What is this girl doing so late at night? Yi Qing was confused. Bai Zhixi suddenly raised her head, bit her lips, hesitated for a while, and then slightly opened her lips. Husband. Then he hugged Yi Qing. The soft and elastic feeling made Yi Qing's heart move and his blood began to boil. After all, there is nothing else to wear under the pajamas. Depend on. This girl, why is she doing this in the middle of the night? Yi Qing thought a lot in an instant, including firing. However, this girl had just had her period, so he could only give up the idea in silence. After Bai Zhixi hugged Yi Qing, she hit his chest with her head. As a result, I felt some pain. After all, Yi Qing's muscles are not made of tofu. She turned around and ran back to the room. Closed the door. Only Yi Qing was left standing at the door, staring in a daze. My head was filled with Bai Zhixi's shy look, soft voice, and bouncy touch. Boil. This girl. I admit it. Won't I be burned to death by lust tonight? You're just going to run away after teasing me, right? What about me? What should I do? I am full of blood and energy, how can I bear this? Use this to test a young man? Which young man can stand such a test? There are bad people among the crowd. Yi Qing screamed wildly in his heart. He went back and lay on the bed, feeling refreshed and hot all over. The heart is like an imperial engine, it simply cannot be stopped. I'm Chow. Playing games. Yi Qing thought about it and took out his cell phone from under the pillow. The previous game has been completed. He opened the queue. A line of words appeared before his eyes. Dear players, we have detected that you have been idle for a long time recently, which affects the gaming experience of other players. We have restricted you from participating in the ranking match. The time limit is until. Yi Qing. I'm going crazy tonight. I'm really going crazy. It was the first time that he was left so helpless by a girl. Forget it, I can only watch short videos. I'm afraid it will be a sleepless night. The lethality is too great. It turns out that the girl's lethality is not in hurting your body, but in killing your soul. Oh, I've learned your lesson. Yi Qing hardly slept that whole night. Morning. In Bai Zhixi's room. Bai Zhiling was sleeping soundly with the doll in her arms. Then she felt someone hugging her from behind. Sister. In a daze, Bai Zhiling knew that it must be her elder sister. They had agreed that everyone would hold their own bear, so how could she do this? Also, my sister seemed to feel uncomfortable from behind. He turned her over and let her lie flat. Call. Bai Zhiling had already woken up from her dazed state due to the anger. But my sister became even worse. He shrank in, his whole body entering her arms like a little bird. Ha! Bai Zhiling was stunned. Wow, when did my elder sister become so cuddly? TSK, it seems like he thinks she is his brother-in-law. Wow, the young couple is having a great time. Then, she felt her elder sister's small hand touching her belly. After rubbing it for a while, she let out a muffled moan with a hint of doubt. Then, the hand reached upwards again. He hummed softly, and the doubts he adjusted seemed to disappear. Depend on. Bai Zhiling suddenly felt numb. What do you mean? What on earth do you mean? Why do I feel confused about my stomach? Is it because I don't have abdominal muscles? Why did the doubt disappear when it reached my chest? Was he mocking me for having no breasts like my brother-in-law? My brother-in-law is a man and I am a woman. You are so sarcastic. Bai Zhiling was so angry that her blood boiled and she lost all desire to sleep. But, the next moment, Bai Zhixi moved her little hand and pinched Bai Zhiling's chest. Ah! Bai Zhiling screamed immediately. Bai Zhixi, who was still in a daze, was called out and she sat up suddenly, but her expression was still a little dazed. What's wrong? Where am I? Who I am? What happens? Didn't she just touch Yi Qing like she did before? Why did Yi Qing bark? And why did he bark like a groundhog? No. Why is Yi Qing's voice a female? These thoughts flashed quickly through Bai Zhixi's mind. She turned her head sharply. Bai Zhiling was hiding in a corner of the bed, covering her chest with her hands, her face full of shame, her face almost blushing to the extreme. Ah! Bai Zhixi also screamed immediately. Why is it you? Bai Zhixi said, and she also looked at the surrounding environment. This is her parents' home. Right. She slept with her sister last night, and before going to bed, she hugged Yi Qing. She couldn't fall asleep for a long time after she came back, and her mind was full of Yi Qing. The dream was also Yi Qing. So, I just mistook Bai Zhiling for Yi Qing. Oops, she seemed to have pinched it just now. Mom! My sister, woo. Just as Bai Zhixi was about to rush out of the house screaming, Bai Zhixi covered her mouth and pressed her onto the bed. Chapter 43. Is there still justice? Is there still law? Woo. Bai Zhixi was pressed on the bed and her mouth was covered. The scene was simply horrific. Stop shouting! Stop shouting! Bai Zhixi said in a low voice. Seeing that it didn't seem to work, she simply raised her hand. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. Woo! Bai Zhixi's body trembled, and the pain came from her buttocks. Bai Zhixi wanted to cry but had no tears. What evil had happened to her? She had been unclean since early morning and now she wanted to seek justice but was slapped twice. Is there any justice? Is there still law? However, she was helpless now and could not escape from her elder sister's clutches. Since she was little, she has never won when playing with her elder sister. Forget it, give up struggling. Seeing that her sister had calmed down a lot, Bai Zhixi nodded and said, Isn't it just that I touched you? Is it necessary to have such a big reaction? Nonsense. You clearly pinched it. Bai Zhixi's face flushed with shame, but her voice was as small as a mosquito's. Just pinch it. I pinched you when you were a child too. Bai Zhixi said this with an indifferent look. Woo. Don't cry, or I'll beat you again. There is no law anymore. Bai Zhixi was also in despair. Outside. A voice was also heard. What are you doing? I thought I heard a scream just now. Yi Qing's voice came from outside. Then it was Wang Ning who spoke. Yi Qing, you don't have to worry about them, they just love to play around. You are such a grown-up, but you are still acting like a child. Wang Ning said this and shook his head, then went into the kitchen to make breakfast. As for Bai Zhixi, he also got up early, changed into sportswear, and prepared to go out for a run. This has been his habit for decades. He looked inside the room and began to feel conflicted. Should he ask the two little girls to get up and run with him? But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he dismissed it. Lao Zhan was also jogging with them. If the two girls called him grandpa, he wouldn't be able to explain and it would be bad if it caused a stir. Well, it would be nice if it was a dozen years later. If only he could take the two little girls out with a clear conscience. I don't know how proud I am, and how many people will envy me. Thinking that the two girls were leaving today, Bai Zhixi felt like there was a void in his heart. Forget it, I won't go out for a run today. Bai Zhixi thought about it and sent out a message. Bai Zhixi and Bai Zhixi also came out. Bai Zhixi looked at Yi Qing and was also stunned. Yi Qing, you seem a little haggard. Oh. Yi Qing chuckled, then glanced at Bai Zhixi, and the look in his eyes was already very obvious. You slept very well, don't you know why I look haggard? Bai Zhixi came over quietly and asked, You didn't sleep all night? Well, what else? Your killing power is at the level of a nuclear bomb. Ah. Then you should rest more today. Bai Zhixi didn't expect that her actions would make Yi Qing like this. However, this is not her fault. After a while, the two little girls came out of the room in a daze, rubbing their eyes. As a result, as soon as he came out, he was picked up by Bai Zhixi. She looked at Bai Zhixi and said, Apologize, or I will be rude. Bai Zhixi. Okay, you're using the emperor to control the other lords, right? Sorry. She still admitted her mistake obediently. That's more like it. Bai Zhixi also kept her promise and let the two girls go. However, the two girls were still confused and had no idea what was going on. Why did their aunt suddenly become like this? They looked at Bai Zhixi. Hey? Grandpa, why didn't you go out for a run this morning? Are you feeling unwell? Huh? How did you know I was going out for a run? Grandpa goes out for a run every day. Sometimes they even invite us. Yu and Xiao were talking. Seeing that his living habits were being talked about, Bai Zhixi quickly changed his words. Grandpa won't go out today and will stay at home with you, okay? Okay. Grandpa, give me a kiss. As they spoke, Yu and Xiao tapped Bai Zhixi on the face. You two little cuties really know how to control Grandpa. Alas, I didn't expect that at this age, I would suddenly have two more weaknesses. Although he said this, Bai Zhixi's face was full of happiness. Finish your meal soon. Yi Qing and Bai Zhixi were also ready to leave. Mom and Dad, I'm going to school too. Bai Zhixi said as she rubbed the two girls' chubby faces. Auntie is leaving too. See you next week. Okay. Yi Qing looked at Bai Zhixi. Zhixi, let's take you to school. No, please don't do that. Brother-in-law, your car is too eye-catching. I'm just an ordinary student. If I go there in your car, who knows what kind of version will be derived? For example, the hidden second daughter of a wealthy family. Or. Bai Zhixi listed a few, and Bai Zhixi rolled her eyes. Several people went down. Bai Zhixi pushed her own bicycle, lifted her long legs, and got on board directly. Turning around and looking at the few people, sister, brother-in-law, let's go first. Two little cuties, auntie is leaving. Bye, auntie. Auntie, please be safe on the road. Yu and Xiao also waved. Bai Zhixi left immediately, leaving behind a beautiful back. I wonder how many people's white moonlight your sister is in school. Yi Qing said as he looked at Bai Zhixi's back. Although Bai Zhixi was not as pretty as Bai Zhixi, and her figure was much worse. But what cannot be concealed is that she is a beauty. That's right, my sister. Bai Zhixi walked forward proudly, her high ponytail swinging back and forth. After a while, Yi Cheng and Bai Zhixi also got in the car with their children. Yi Qing, drive slowly. Bai Xingting gave an instruction. Good. Yi Qing nodded. As for the back row, Wang Ning and Bai Xingting had a lot of instructions. What about sleeping well, eating well, watching more videos when you have time, and remember to drink more water? Bai Zhixi felt goosebumps all over her body when she heard it, especially when her father used the repetitive words. The corners of Bai Zhixi's mouth twitched. Let's go, I don't want to listen anymore. Yi Qing also stepped on the accelerator and left. After seeing off the two girls, Wang Ning and Bai Xingting also stood there, looking into the distance with reluctance on their faces. They didn't come to their senses until the taillights of the car disappeared. Let's go back. Well. Bai Xingting sighed deeply. He looked at his mobile phone. Fortunately, technology is advanced now and he can watch videos more often. Otherwise, he might not be able to eat or sleep well in the next few days. In the car. Yi Qing thought that he could go to the flower shop to buy a bouquet of flowers later. After all, he had never given Bai Zhixi flowers. Also, I'm going to visit Wuyo Media today. Well, today can be said to be quite fulfilling. Then, he looked at Bai Zhixi next to him, thinking in his heart, why did this little girl make him suffer so much last night? Is he going to punish this girl today? Thinking about it, Yi Qing also nodded. Chapter 44, Damn, whose little kid gave my daughter flowers? Bai Zhixi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was looking at her cell phone. It was a message from Bai Xingting, words that had not yet been finished and were now popping up. Then, she felt a pair of eyes falling on her. She looked at Yi Qing next to her and said to him, your eyes are unclean, and there is desire in them. Yi Qing. Is it that obvious? How is that possible? I'm a pure male college student. Yi Qing smiled and focused his attention on the road ahead. Bai Zhixi listened to Yi Qing's joke and pouted, with a thoughtful look on her face. This bad guy must have some bad ideas. It seemed like he was planning to take revenge on her for what she did last night. But don't be afraid. She has a talisman now. As she thought about it, Bai Zhixi's face turned red with embarrassment, and she secretly spat at herself in her heart, wondering what she was thinking about all day long. How did you think of that step? Yi Qing looked at the rearview mirror from time to time, and his eyes swept over Bai Zhixi, and he found that her face was gradually becoming rosy. He thought to himself, this girl, he didn't do anything, how could she have seduced him? Dad, I want to listen to some music. Can you please play some music for me? As Yu spoke, Yi Qing also started playing music. Yu also hummed along. Although she didn't know the lyrics, she was able to sing the tune accurately. Sister is so amazing. Xiao was listening nearby and couldn't help but applaud. Yu scratched her head embarrassedly as she listened to her sister's praise. Looking shy. Yo. Yi Qing watched Yu's movements through the rearview mirror. It was unusual to see this little girl with such a shy expression. There was laughter and joy all the way. When they arrived home, Yi Qing and the others got off the car, and Xiao Tuanyuan returned to his familiar environment. He ran in the yard and went to the koi pond, where he just stood and watched the koi swimming in it. To be honest, Yi Qing was a little afraid that these koi would dive up and swallow Xiao Tuanyuan in one gulp. After all, this little guy is really too small. Okay, have a good rest in the morning. Dad will take you to kindergarten in the afternoon. Yi Qing looked at the two girls running and felt helpless. They looked so energetic and didn't seem to need any rest. You have classes in the afternoon, right? Yi Qing looked at Bai Zhixi, who nodded. Okay then. I have something to do in Mingyang City this afternoon. It takes about an hour to get there one way. If I come back late at night, you can pick up Yu and Xioro first. Okay, how about I take them to kindergarten too? No, but you have to wait for me to come back. What are you going to do? Yes. Yi Qing said loudly with a sly smile on his face. Ah. Bai Zhixi was a little confused by this answer. It seemed that this was not what she was asking. This guy was getting worse and worse. It seemed that his true nature was showing. Humph. Special period. Bai Zhixi blinked her peach blossom eyes, then pouted her lips, turned around, and quickly chased after the two little girls, her high ponytail still swinging. Blanche. It's just a few days. Yi Qing thought that he could collect some interest first. Anyway, she is my future wife, so what difference does it make if she comes early or late? Everything happened naturally. Noon. After dinner. Yi Qing set off with the two maids. Dad, it seems like we left a little early. Dad wants to buy flowers for Mom. Yi Qing said. Oh. Yu and Xiaro also widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly. Dad once said that giving flowers to a girl means that he likes her. Xiaro said. Yes, it means to express like and love. Yi Qing looked at the two little ones and prepared to give them 2 bouquets of flowers. Dad, you were so nice to Mom, Yu said, and came to the flower shop. Yi Qing got out of the car, and the two little girls got out too. Walk into the flower shop. Boss, are the flowers I ordered ready? Mr. Yi? The female boss looked at Yi Qing and asked tentatively. Right. This is it. Oh, what a delicate little cutie. The female boss looked at Yu and Xiaro, squatted down, and couldn't help but touch their heads. Yi Qing also said, Boss, give me 2 more bouquets for these 2 little girls. Okay. Then I'll use all my life skills. The boss said with a smile, and then began to select and pack them, very carefully, as if he was treating a work of art. Looking at this action, Yu and Xiaoro's eyes lit up. Dad, these scattered flowers become a beautiful bouquet in Aunt's hands. Is Auntie a magician? How amazing. The 2 little girls praised her, and the female boss looked embarrassed. Children will not tell lies. Plus this sincere compliment. The boss also added a few expensive flowers as gifts for the 2 little girls. These flowers are given to you 2 little cuties for free. Hee, thank you, Auntie. Thank you. You're welcome. After a while, the package was ready and the boss handed it to Yi Qing. Yi Qing gave it to Yu and Xiaro. Thank you, Dad. After Yi Qing paid the money, he received another rebate of tens of millions and left with the 2 little girls. The female boss was watching from behind. A look of envy. Arrived at the kindergarten. The children have woken up from their nap. Yi Qing appeared at the door with Yu and Xiaro. The flowers were placed in the car, and the 2 girls asked Yi Qing to help them take them back. Xiao Dan saw them from a distance and ran over. Yu, Xiaro. You are here. She came over and held their hands, saying eagerly, Why didn't you come this morning? I thought you were sick and was so worried. We went to my grandma and grandpa's house yesterday and only came back this morning. After explaining it, Xiao Dan finally understood. Come in and get along well with the kids. Daddy has things to do too. Yi Qing said. But, the next moment. A little boy ran over from a distance, holding a small bouquet of flowers in his hand. Watching him running towards him, Yi Qing was a little confused. What was this kid going to do? Xiaro and others are also unclear. The boy ran closer, looked at Xiaro, and handed the flowers to her. Xiaoro, you are so beautiful, and the flowers are beautiful too. I give them to you, I hope you like them. After saying that, he turned around and ran away, looking back at Yi Qing. Yi Qing stood there in a daze for a long time, and only came back to his senses after watching the boy run away. Oh my God! Whose little kid is flirting with my daughter in kindergarten? Chapter 45 Why do you touch me so casually when you kiss me? Yi Qing was so angry that he was jumping up and down. If this guy wasn't a little kid, he would have gone over and grabbed him to give him a warning. Blanche! Blanche! Yi Qing looked at the flowers in Shioro's hand. At this moment, the bouquet of flowers was like a sharp knife, stabbing into his heart. Stab it in an old father's chest. It hurts so much that I can't breathe. This little carrot. You are quite good at having fun. He is good at flirting with girls. She also picked the most gentle Shioro to send flowers. At such a young age, he can already flirt with girls. It's strange that he can talk. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. Yi Qing covered his chest for a while before he slowly exhaled. He looked at Yu Yu and Xiaodan and spoke earnestly. Yu Yu, Xiaodan, I have a mission for you. You must keep an eye on that boy. Don't let him get too close to Shioro. If he wants to do anything intimate to Shioro, just separate him. Did you understand? Of course, Dad. Yu Yu said with her hands on her hips, looking angrily. Yeah. I can do it too, Uncle. Xiaodan was the same, looking like a guardian. Good. Very energetic. Yi Qing nodded. These two little cuties are so awesome. Humph, why only give it to Shioro and not to Yu Yu? Isn't Yu Yu beautiful? That's right, don't give it to Xiaodan or me, Yu Yu. He looks down on us. We don't want to play with him anymore. Xiaodan said this and the two little girls nodded together. Ha! Yi Qing felt a little numb. Things seemed to be taking a turn for the worse. But the result is good. Although he was protected by two little girls, Yi Qing, who had just suffered a serious injury, still felt pain in his heart. It's a feeling that can't be described. Maybe only people with daughters can relate to this. Next to her, Shioro looked at the flowers in her hand. She raised her head with a questioning look in her eyes. Dad, you just said that sending flowers represents love and affection, right? For a moment, Yi Qing wanted to slap himself. Why am I so rude and never think before speaking? As a result, he was taken advantage of by little radish head. No. Giving flowers can still express friendship and blessings. For example, the flowers he gave you represent friendship and blessings. I wish you become more and more beautiful. Oh, Shioro nodded, not quite understanding. Although she didn't quite understand, what her father said was right. Then Dad, please help me take Hua back, thank you Dad. Yi Qing took the flowers and he had an urge to throw them directly on the ground. But I held back. Okay, you guys go in. Yi Qing suppressed his anger and spoke gently to his daughter. Bye, Dad. See you tonight. Several girls walked in. Yi Qing stood there, stunned for a while. Countless images emerged in my mind. It even includes the scene where a yellow-haired man riding a will-o'-the-wisp comes up to him and says to him, Lao Dang, take care of the will-o'-the-wisp. Crunch! Yi Qing gritted his teeth and kept rubbing. Along the way, Yi Qing felt a sense of depression in his heart, and his face was gloomy. Until I got home. He holds the flowers in the back. The next moment, before his eyes, it is detected that the relationship between the host and his wife is warming up. A continuous task is issued. If the relationship between the host and his wife continues to warm up, you can get a reward. Other tasks will be issued during the completion of continuous tasks. Oh. Yi Qing looked at it and found that there were such rules. He walked into the room. Bai Zhixi is feeding Xiao Tuan Yuan. Hearing the noise outside, he ran out too. Then Yi Qing walked in holding a large bouquet of flowers. There was still a smile on his face. Zhixi, this is for you. As Yi Qing spoke, he also put the flower into Bai Zhixi's arms. The latter was holding flowers, her peach blossom eyes slightly moist. The relationship has been detected to be warming up, and a set of Linglong Villa will be awarded. Thank you, Yi Qing. Ha? How come after I sent a bouquet of flowers, the address changed back? If you do this, I'll have to take the flowers back. Yi Qing was stunned and blurted out. No, if you give it to me, it's mine. How can you take it back? I just haven't gotten used to it yet. There's no one here to shout at you now. Old husband. Bai Zhixi said shyly. Then put the flowers aside. She turned around. A figure blocked her. Then, he bent down and kissed her. Woo! Bai Zhixi didn't expect to be caught off guard like this. But then, he closed his eyes. It's just that he was rather clumsy and his face was extremely red with embarrassment. He had no place to put his hands, so he hugged Yi Qing. Similarly, Yi Qing had no place to put his hands. After a while, Bai Zhixi felt like she was almost running out of oxygen. Then I felt Yi Qing's big hand on. Woo! In an instant, Bai Zhixi's body trembled violently, her whole body froze, and she bit her teeth unconsciously. Ah! Yi Qing felt pain and quickly took a half step back. No, why are you biting? What do you think? Where were you touching just now? Bai Zhixi stomped her feet, looking angry. Then it's not my first kiss too? How would I know where to put my hands? Yi Qing said. Listening to Yi Qing's words, Bai Zhixi thought about how her hands seemed to have nowhere to put just now. Forget it. I forgive you. Bai Zhixi blushed and sprayed water on the flowers that Yi Qing gave her. Yi Qing turned his head with a sly smile on his face. He just wanted to touch the heart-shaped birthmark on purpose. However, what I said before about having nowhere to put it is also true. The light curtain pops up. It is detected that the relationship between the host and his wife is rapidly heating up, and the god-level creative ability and photographic memory skill are rewarded. A strange feeling surged into Yi Qing's body. He walked outside. Also took down the 3 bouquets of flowers from the car. These 2 are here. Yi Qing placed the flowers he bought for Yu and Xiao in a conspicuous place. This one. As for the flowers sent by Little Radish Head, Yi Qing put them in the corner. Eh? You bought flowers for 2 little girls, why is there one small one? Why is it still in the corner? Wouldn't it be better to bring it here? No. Yi Qing said firmly, his face darkening. What's wrong? Bai Zhixi saw that Yi Qing was very dissatisfied with the bouquet of flowers. After asking, he burst into laughter. What's the big deal? This means Xiao is popular in the kindergarten, which is not a bad thing. You are too nervous. They are all children. It's not as far-fetched as you think. That won't work either. Wait until I find out whose pig it is. It's so young and it's already here to eat cabbage. Then aren't you also stealing other people's cabbages? Oh, I can only push other people's houses, don't let other people's pigs push my house. As Yi Qing spoke, Bai Zhixi pursed her lips and glanced at him. She didn't quite understand the thoughts of this old father who was a daughter slave. But he still comforted Yi Qing a few more words. It's obviously not going to work. Another kiss. This finally eased Yi Qing's frown. Chapter 46. Don't kiss me, I'm all swollen. Is it true that you always kiss me when I am unhappy? Yi Qing said while looking at Bai Zhixi. Aha! Then I'm not happy. Bai Zhixi. You guy, there is a bug. No more kissing, it's already swollen. Where is it swollen? Yi Qing looked at Bai Zhixi and asked puzzledly. Lips. Where else could it be? Let's go, I'm going to class. Bai Zhixi looked at Yi Qing and said, this future husband is so bad. She walked out, walked back, then stood in front of the flowers Yi Qing gave her and took a few careful photos with her mobile phone. She looked at the flower. It was the most beautiful flower she had ever seen. Of course, the flowers are still the same flowers, nothing too amazing. But the person who gave the gift had a filter, so the flowers went together. Let's go, let's go. Bai Zhixi looked at the time. It was almost time for class. It was so busy. It's all Yi Qing's fault, the kiss lasted so long. Which kind person can kiss for so long? Oh my god. She gave Yi Qing a reproachful look, then waved her hand and walked out. Only Yi Qing was left standing there, after sitting for a while. I took a look at the collection of ancient poems I bought for Yu and Xiao. Find one he hasn't memorized yet. After reading it once, close the book. The ancient poem came into his mind. Wow! If you have such skills in high school, wouldn't it be easy to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University? Forget it, I want to go even if I can. It's better to go to Jiancheng University. He thought about Bai Zhixi's sweet kiss just now, and his heart was moved. Although both of them are not very good at kissing, it is still worth savoring. Only. Yi Qing's tongue still hurts a little. The bite was too hard. Don't you just want to touch the heart-shaped birthmark? So what? He was humming a little tune when his cell phone rang. Pick up the phone. Excuse me, is this Mr. Yi Qing? It's me. Yi Qing reacted to the sudden address for a while, and then he thought that this person should be someone from Woyo Media. I'm Yu Qingji, the general manager of our company. Hello, Mr. Yi. When will you come to inspect the company? I just found out about the change of legal person and equity, so I called you. Please don't mind. I'll leave in a minute. It'll probably take more than an hour. Okay, Mr. Yi, we'll be waiting for you. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qing stood up and went to his own company to take a look. Today is a good day, good things are happening all the time. He hummed a little tune, took out a kettle, and watered the flowers he gave to Bai Zhixi, as well as the flowers for Yu and Shuro. The next moment. Then I saw a small bouquet of flowers in the distance. Click. My mood suddenly became not so good. The bouquet seemed personified at this moment. It seemed to be saying to Yi Qing, "Old dang, stop looking and give me some water too." Hell yeah. Yi Qing cursed inwardly, turned around and walked out towards the Rolls-Royce. After getting in the car, Yi Qing searched for the location and stepped on the accelerator. The Rolls-Royce also let out a roar and shot out. On the way. Yi Qing tried hard not to think about what happened in the kindergarten just now. But some things are like this. The more you try not to think about them, the more they come to your mind. Especially this damn photographic memory he had just acquired, which strengthened his memory. Gradually, Yi Qing thought about the two little girls going to elementary school, junior high school, and college in the future. Along the way, with the good genes inherited by the two girls, they will probably become the white moonlight of many boys. I'm afraid there will be a lot of suitors. It seems that they have to make the two girls out of their reach. Yi Qing nodded. Yi Qing sighed, and his face, which had been so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out, relaxed a little. It didn't relieve much though. At this time, downstairs of Woyo Media, many senior executives are waiting. Although Woyo Media is not listed, it is also a large group, just like ByteDance and the 6 Little Dragons of Hangzhou, which have not yet been listed. It can be said that it has only risen in recent years, so even the senior executives are relatively young. None of them are over 40 years old, and the entire group can be said to be full of vitality. They were standing downstairs, standing straight. Boss Yu, does it look like CEO Yi will be here soon? Well, it should be. You just talked to Mr. Yi on the phone. What kind of person do you think Mr. Yi is? Hiss, Mr. Yi gives me a very friendly feeling. His voice sounds relatively young, not like an old-fashioned person. He seems to be a pretty good leader. Friendly is fine. I'm just afraid of people with gloomy faces all day long, which makes me feel bad. Director Han Shui stuck out her tongue and said next to her. Yu Qingji looked at the director who had just turned 30. This guy was capable, but sometimes he spoke without thinking. Be careful with your words, that's Mr. Yi, be careful or he might fire you. Yu Qingji wanted to add, I'll fire you and starve you to death. Then, thinking about this guy's abilities, I was afraid that if I fired her, she would be able to work on her own and make a name for herself. He turned around, looked at the group of capable people, and sighed. I don't know if the new leader will start with 3 major changes after taking office, and the first one will be directed at these capable employees. Just wait and see. I won't talk nonsense. Don't fire me. I'm still waiting for the company to support me. Han Shui raised her hands directly, looking like she was surrendering. Go, stand still. I feel like Mr. Yi is coming soon. Yu Qingji waved his hand and said. Han Shui quickly stood up, showing her usual vigorous and decisive demeanor. I was thinking about Yu Qingji's words and became excited. How friendly is he? While she was thinking. Buzz. There was a roar of an engine. The security guard let them through, and the Rolls-Royce drove towards them. Mr. Yi is here. Everybody stand still. Yu Qingji and Han Shui also walked forward. The car stopped. Yu Qingji glanced at the back seat and saw that there was no one there, so he quickly went to the driver's seat and opened the door. Then, Yi Qing got out of the car. When Yu Qingji saw Yi Qing, his eyes widened suddenly and he couldn't believe what he saw. This is too young. Too young. Damn, he can't be the second generation of an official or a rich man. Just like when Mr. Wang created Panda Live, he also took over Woyo Media to have some fun. Yu Qingji's heart was suddenly gripped. But he still quickly said, Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Yu Qingji. Yu Qingji also began to introduce himself. Behind them, Han Shui and others looked at Yi Qing and were also ecstatic. This new chairman is so handsome. Still young. But there seemed to be no smile. Maybe he wants to establish his authority when he first arrives? I should smile when I say hello later. Han Shui thought about it, and then took a bouquet of flowers from the girl behind her. Walked towards Yi Qing. Mr. Yi, these are flowers for you. I hope that Wuyo Media will be under your leadership. Han Shui said this, but she noticed that the moment Mr. Yi took the flowers, his face suddenly turned gloomy. Spicy balls. Han Shui felt numb for a moment. Here comes the old cloudy chairman. I can't laugh. And it seems like he has something against me. Director, I'm afraid I'm really going to be fired this time. Chapter 47. Why did Mr. Yi's face fall when he saw the flowers? Okay, let's not stand here anymore. Let's go in. I need to take a look at the financial statements and meeting documents. Please help me sort them out as soon as possible. Yi Qing said this without taking the flowers and walked inside. Yu Qingji's mouth twitched and he quickly led the way. He didn't understand why the chairman didn't smile, and his face was even gloomier than when he first arrived. This new official is too aggressive in his first 3 moves after taking office. Is this reasonable? Yu Qingji felt that he was under a lot of pressure. The sentence about checking finances and documents made him dream back to being a high school student whose homework was checked. It was so scary. He tried hard to recall if there were any mistakes in his mind. After thinking for a long time, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, these were things he often dealt with, and the group was financially healthy and positive, so there wouldn't be any problems. Mr. Yi, this way. Yu Qingji was walking in front. Han Shui followed behind, holding the flowers. She looked at the flowers in her arms and thought, that shouldn't be the case. The flowers are so beautiful, how could anyone dislike them? Hiss, Mr. Yi is not allergic to pollen. Damn, that's not entirely certain. No wonder he didn't answer. He looked so angry. I don't have his information either, so who knows? I hope you won't make things difficult for me in the future. Han Shui quickly gave the bouquet to a colleague. Then followed. Colleagues in finance and the office also hurried to sort things out. After a while, one by one, the materials appeared on Yi Qing's desk. Yi Qing flipped through them one by one. However, his expression did not improve. From the moment he saw the flowers, he seemed to be in a bad mood. Yu Qingji's heart was also pounding. He looked at Yi Qing and was about to go up to explain. As a result, Yi Qing seemed to have thought of something inside. Yu Qingji. Is there any flaw? No way. General Manager, I'm really going crazy. After a few sighs, Yu Qingji, who was originally full of confidence, began to panic. I began to doubt my life. He now has the urge to die. Next to her, Han Shui looked at Mr. Yu and her mood suddenly improved a lot. It seems like I'm not the only one who likes spicy food. But the good news is that although the new chairman is young, he is not an amateur guiding professionals. Boss Yu, come here for a moment. Yi Qing waved. Then he started asking questions about the doubts in the reports and documents. Yu Qingji also answered them one by one. However, the questions Yi Qing asked were very tricky. It can be said that if Yu Qingji was not familiar with these things, he really would not be able to explain them. Han Shui and other senior executives listened to the conversation between the two. This can be said to be a battle between masters. Mr. Yi is really not an ordinary person. An expert. After reading the documents for 2 hours, Yi Qing took a break, drank a glass of water, and his expression finally relaxed a little. Yu Qingji and these senior executives are also very capable people. It seems that he can now be a hands-off boss with peace of mind. Yi Qing finished drinking the water and stood up. Shall we go for a walk? Okay, I'll show you around the group. Yu Qingji felt relieved. It felt great to have his homework checked. Yu Qingji walked with Yi Qing, while Han Shui introduced them beside them. Wuyo Media focuses on new media, mainly emerging live broadcasts, short dramas, and domestic animation. Of course, there are some traditional movies and TV series and others. There are also many singers, agents, celebrities, and so on under its umbrella. Yi Qing listened and nodded. Han Shui, help me find a music instructor who can teach my child vocal knowledge. Han Shui was a little confused by this strange request. What does Mr. Yi mean by this? Child? Does Mr. Yi have any children? This doesn't seem likely. This is too young, she looks only about 20 years old. Even if I get married and have children, it is impossible for me to learn music. It should be other children in the family. Han Shui thought about it and, just to be on the safe side, went aside and called Lu Wen, a top music agent. Lu Wen can be said to have started from the bottom. She was originally a singer, then worked as a music scout, and gradually worked her way up to become an agent. One of the top music agents. What's wrong, Snow? Call me by my job title when I'm working. Okay, Han. You are so. Han Shui was ready to swear. Director Han, I was wrong. I just led the artists to create a few hit songs, which increased the income of our group. I was excited. I was wrong. What's wrong? You arrange it. Mr. Yi, who just arrived, wants to find a family music mentor for the children in the family. Ah? Teaching kids? Then I don't need to be involved, do I? Those singers are very professional. Lu Wen was confused. She had wasted these years, and now with all her money, she was not fit to defile children. Well, you're right. Goodbye. Did he die so quickly? Lu Wen was numb. Looking at the hung-up call, her mouth twitched. Han Shui is becoming more and more decisive. Forget it, let's just create a few more hits. Lu Wen said. When I came out of the studio, I heard several singers whispering. What are you talking about? Let's go out for dinner tonight to celebrate. Okay, Sister Lu, let's talk about what we were talking about just now. It seems that several celebrity singers at the headquarters are arguing with each other. Oh? What happened? Lu Wen heard some gossip and was ready to eat melons. There's a new chairman at the headquarters. He's very young. He has a 4 or 5-year-old daughter who wants to learn vocal music and wants to find a tutor. Boom! In one sentence, it was like a bolt from the blue. It hit Lu Wen directly. It made the hairs on her body stand up. What? The chairman's daughter? Damn, Director Han didn't say she was the chairman's daughter. Just saying that he is a child of the chairman's family. The amount is definitely different. She picked up her cell phone and made a quick call. Hey, Director Han, I've thought it through. I'll take the job you mentioned. Lu Wen said this, her voice filled with anxiety. But the voice coming from the microphone was not Han Shui's voice, but the voices of several other popular singers at the headquarters. I'll do it. Don't compete with me. This job doesn't make any money. Please go and earn some money. I don't want to make money, I just want to give back. Bullshit. Don't I know all your tricks? A noisy voice came, and after a while, Han Shui said, What did you say? It's too noisy to hear. I really admire these singers. When they are noisy, their voices are several notes higher than others. Chapter 48 Yu completes the mission. Lu Wen listened to Han Shui's words with helplessness on her face. My goodness, she didn't know that she was the chairman's daughter before, and only found out later, otherwise, how could there be any news about these singers? Lu Wen said this again, and Han Shui also sighed. It's really not my fault. That's what Mr. Yi told me before. Later, Mr. Yu asked Mr. Yi again, and Mr. Yi said it was for his daughter. Han Shui said this with shock in her eyes. After all, she really didn't expect that Director Yi would have a daughter. Director Yi looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, and it seemed that he was well maintained. They work in the entertainment industry, so they usually keep themselves in good shape, which is not surprising. But the current situation is a bit difficult. Han Shui thought about it. When Mr. Yi chooses a mentor, the most important factor is definitely musical ability. Getting along with children is also an important point. Mr. Yi probably doesn't want his children to be tainted with too much money. Han Shui thought about them one by one. She had already ruled out Lu Wen in her mind, but because of her colleague's appearance, she was still more tactful in her words on the phone. Okay, stop arguing and listen to me. Shaninchi, you go be the mentor. Han Shui said this and everyone else looked at Shaninchi. Director Han. Someone wanted to say something, but was glared back by Han Shui. Seeing her expression, even big-name musicians didn't dare to say anything. Thank you Director Han for your trust. Teach Mr. Ye's children well and teach them more about how to get along with children. If Mr. Ye's children are naughty, you must not get angry, understand? You must be patient and teach them well. Han Shui's words pulled Shaninchi back to reality from her fantasy. Yes, she was just thinking that it was Mr. Ye's child. Haven't thought of the others yet. What if the child is naughty? What if the child is a naughty kid? Mr. Ye's family is not short of money or power, so it is very likely that his children will be the type who look down on others and have high expectations. Thinking of this, Shaninchi felt a lot of pressure. Although she is also a first-line musician and often goes on concert tours, she knows that she cannot compare to such a family. After listening to Han Shui's words, several people nearby gradually reacted and realized that it seemed that this job was really not easy. If you do a good job, it will naturally be a plus, but if you do not do a good job, I am afraid that everything you have now will be over. There are huge risks on both sides. After Han Shui calmed down, she quickly turned around and prepared to go back to Yiqing to ask if Shaninchi was okay. Shaninchi stood there. After a while, her agent and friends came over and looked at her. What's wrong? This is a good thing. I'm not worried. Shaninchi also said a few words. The others thought about it and realized that no one could say for sure about matters concerning children. It's okay, let's take it one step at a time. When the time comes, we will give you some advice together. Yeah, okay. Shaninchi looked at his agent and friends who were giving advice, nodded, and regained his confidence. Yi Qingzheng and Yu Qingji were walking around and got to know the headquarters and other branches. The worry-free media given by the system is really huge. If he didn't have knowledge of management and finance, he probably wouldn't even have sorted out the framework. Yu Qingji followed beside him and introduced everything. Yi Qing would sometimes ask some questions. Along the way, although there was not much sweat on Yu Qingji's face, his body was already sweaty. During this journey, Yi Qing asked the same tricky questions as when he was reading documents in the office. It can be said that without many years of experience in managing a group, it would be impossible to grasp it so accurately. At first, Yu Qingji thought that Yi Qing just hit the jackpot by accident. But later on, he was truly impressed. This new chairman is really extraordinary, very extraordinary. In the future, Wuyo Media will probably rise even higher. After a while, Han Shui came quickly from a distance in high heels. Mr. Yi, we have chosen Shaninchi as your daughter's music instructor. Here is her information and resume. Please see if she is suitable. If there is anything unsuitable, we will replace her. Han Shui breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Yi Qing looked better, and she recovered and talked freely. Okay, let's teach the first class tonight. Give her my WeChat and phone number. Yi Qing explained. Okay. Bite. Yi Qing's cell phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it. Future child's mother, my get out of class is over. I'm going to pick up the two girls and take them home. Yi Qing, oh, you don't have a name for me now? Ha? Future child's mother, that is too much. It's not enough to say it right then and there, do you still want to keep evidence? This one sentence made Yi Qing's mouth twitch. This girl is too smart. Future mother, husband? Yi Qing, sweet. Not bad, a few more sounds would be nice. Yi Qing, who will hear this? If others see us, they will think we can't afford to show off our love. Bark a few more times, once every minute. Yi Qing once again quoted the lines from the movie. Future child, shy shy. 2 expressions have been sent. Future child mother, when will you be back at night? Yi Qing, I hired a music teacher for my child. I'll ask her to come to teach you in the evening. You can also tell her. Future child mother, okay, I'll drive first. Looking at the words, Yi Qing smiled. A smile made Yu Qingji and other senior executives feel as if the clouds had finally cleared and the moon was visible. Director Han's mouth twitched as well. Good job. Mr. Yi looks so handsome when he smiles. You look so handsome when you smile, so smile more. Han Shui was shouting wildly in her heart, but she only dared to shout in her heart. If I really talk about it, I'm afraid I'll really be kicked out. This way. In the kindergarten. Yu Yu and Xiaodan stood guard over Xiao, both pairs of eyes watching the children next to them. Especially looking out the door. The boy who gave Xiao flowers before was from another class. Not from their class. The little boy never appeared again. The two of them felt much more relaxed. Sister, Xiaodan, what are you doing? Playing with plasticine together. Xiao was quietly kneading the plasticine, looking very happy. When Yu saw that the danger was over, she came over to play together, and Xiaodan did the same and followed. After a while, it was time to go home from school. Xiaodan, are you the same as before today? Will mom and dad come over soon? Said Yu. Well, you guys go back first, I'll play for a while. Xiaodan came over and hugged Yu, then hugged Xiao. Then I'll take Xiao away first. Mom and dad should be here soon. Yu said this, said goodbye and pulled Xiao outside. There was no little boy in the crowd, so he walked leisurely and quickly. Then he saw Bai Zhixi and quickly waved, Mom. We are here.